after getting drunk, I went to the bathroom to shower. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the door, I stumbled upon my sister bathing. Ah, pervert. My youngest sister, Mu Tangchun, was sitting in the bathtub. Her hands were covering her chest. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. I scratched my head. My apologies. Today, I had a bit to drink, so I am a little drunk. But in my heart, I still grumbled to myself. Who told you to bathe without turning on the light or locking the door? And there wasn't even the sound of water. Mu Tangchun completely ignored my apology and immediately went into rap battle mode. You rotten delinquent. You idiot. You pervert. Stupid. So young and already drinking and piercing your ears, and peeking at me while I bathe. How could Uncle Mu? I had originally intended to leave, but after hearing these scolding words from Mu Tangchun, I immediately locked the bathroom door from the inside. Seeing this, Mu Tangchun panicked. You! What are you trying to do? Get out. Quick. I slowly walked forward, opening the glass shower door wide, facing Mu Tangchun at close range. Ah, pervert. Mu Tangchun shrieked, frantically splashing water from the tub towards me. But I directly grabbed Mu Tangchun's wrist, pulling her out of the water, and said coldly, "Little sister, please understand the situation. This is my Mu family home, not your Mu family home. Show some respect when you talk to me." Mu Tangchun struggled non-stop, trying to pull her hand free. Even if this is the Mu family home, you peeked at me bathing. I'll tell Uncle Mu. I'll tell my mom. I spread my arms and nonchalantly said, "Suit yourself. I don't care at all." Mu Tangchun saw my indifferent expression, angrily yelled, "Pervert. I'll ruin your reputation. I'll let Uncle Mu see your true colors." Slap. I gave her a direct slap. Did you think I was some useless male lead who only knows how to swallow insults? Mu Tangchun fell back into the bathtub, clutching her face. Her eyes were brimming with tears. You dare hit me? My mother has never even hit me. I am not your mother. Mu Tangchun was about to continue scolding, but then she knew better and shut her mouth. Though we aren't blood-related, I am temporarily considered her older brother. Teaching a younger sister who speaks nonsense a lesson is simply common sense. After speaking, I turned to leave. Suddenly, I remembered something, and turned back. Mu Tangchun flinched nervously, thinking I had come back to hit her again. She quickly cowered into the corner of the tub. Ah, that's right. Just now, you called me a pervert, didn't you? I asked, looking down at her. Mu Tangchun instinctively tried to open her mouth. Is it not, you no? I didn't say anything. The girl realized the situation, and quickly clamped her small mouth shut. Seeing her fearful demeanor, I couldn't help but laugh. I still prefer your arrogant look from before. Mu Tangchun, ashamed and angry, pointed at me. Suddenly, I opened my mouth and asked, "You didn't add anything to the bathtub, right?" Hearing that, Mu Tangchun was stunned. "Why are you asking that?" My voice suddenly became several shades louder. "Answer me. Look into my eyes." Mu Tangchun flinched, quickly closing her eyes, frantically raising her hands to cover her face. No, I didn't add anything." "That's good," I said. I grabbed my toothbrush cup from the sink, scooped a cup of water from the bathtub. Mu Tangchun froze. "What are you doing?" I said jokingly. "Didn't you just call me a pervert? In that case, today, I'll truly live up to the name pervert." With that, I drank the entire cup of bath water in my hand. Seeing this, Mu Tangchun's brain froze for 3 seconds. No way. Can a person really drink that? I wore an expression of pure enjoyment. The taste isn't bad either. It's perfect since I drank a lot, and I am a bit thirsty. As soon as these words came out, Mu Tangchun's beautiful face immediately turned crimson. You damn pervert. Wah! I won't be able to face anyone ever again." I leaned down slightly and grabbed Mu Tangchun's chin with one hand. What else do you want to do? Can't I just be wrong?" Mu Tangchun was genuinely scared now. She was on the verge of tears. Is this guy crazy? But I said seriously, "Judging by your attitude just now, from today onwards, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. I'll make you live forever under my shadow. Just slowly enjoy it, little sister." After speaking, I ruffled Mu Tangchun's wet hair, then turned and left. At this moment, Mu Tangchun still hadn't fully recovered. Her face was filled with unease and fear. She wondered what I had truly meant by my words just now. Could it be he actually wants to kick me out of this house? Oh, that's right. There's one more thing. I turned back again. Mu Tangchun was startled again, shaking. You, what else do you want to do? You're not going to take pictures of me, are you? And then force me to do things. Hearing that, I chuckled. You're right. I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't said anything. No, absolutely not. Mu Tangchun was truly terrified this time. Seeing that, I waved my hand. Don't worry. I have no interest whatsoever in your childish figure. Mu Tangchun was stunned, then immediately bristled. I don't have a childish figure. I am super curvy, you know. I apologize. Suddenly, I bowed 90 degrees to apologize. My attitude was extremely sincere. This time, Mu Tangchen was completely dumbfounded. What does this even mean? Is it a second personality? Although your rude remarks tonight were at fault first, but I also shouldn't have barged into the bathroom, without knocking, and slapped you. So I apologize to you. I spoke with utmost sincerity. This made Mu Tangchen feel completely unreal. She patted her small face. Is this still the cruel older brother from earlier, while Mu Tangchen was still dazed? I waved goodbye. All right, the apology is done. Just wait for the big gift I've prepared for you tomorrow. This awkward maneuver left Mu Tangchen dumbfounded. It took a long time for her to recover. Mu Ji, you really are a super pervert. Back in my room, I lay on the bed, recalling the events of the past few days. Damn, what a chaotic mess. Just because, 3 days ago, my father, who had been single for 20 years, suddenly announced he wanted to get married. Moreover, his fiancée had 4 daughters. Whatever. I'll play a game first, then figure it out. Just as I was about to turn on my computer, the door to my room was suddenly pushed open. I saw someone wearing a set of cute bunny print pajamas. It was Mu Nai. She was timidly hiding behind the doorframe, looking at me with her large, teary eyes. Is something wrong? I asked casually. Brother Muji, Mu Nai mumbled. I stood up and walked over to her, and asked again, what exactly do you want from me? If it's nothing, I am closing the door to play games. Mu Nai mustered all her courage and said, Want to play? I was a bit confused. Play? Play what? I want to play you. Mu Nai was a little nervous, stammering her words. Hearing that, I was slightly stunned. Before I could let my thoughts run wild, Mu Nai continued. Play the game you used to play. I helplessly clutched my forehead. Next time. Could you think it through before speaking? Sorry. Mu Nai bowed her small head. I didn't say anything more, leaning aside to let her pass. Come in first, then we'll see. At the computer, I had just logged into my account, and spoke. All right, you can sit next to me and watch for now. After I finish this round, I'll let you play too. Mu Nai obediently nodded. Yes. Very quickly, I let my third sister practice. The results made me shake my head in resignation. Mu Nai was a little embarrassed. Next time, Yi will definitely satisfy you. Meanwhile, Mu Tangchen, after bathing, hesitated in the hallway for a long time. In the end, she still didn't report my behavior. She didn't dare to gamble, afraid that if she spoke out, I would retaliate fiercely. Hateful. I am so choked with indignation. That pervert dared to hit me and threaten me. Just you wait until tomorrow. I don't believe it. What? Can you eat me or something? Mu Tangchen kicked the railing of the second-floor hallway as she fumed. Very quickly, Tangchen arrived in front of my room. From inside the room, I could hear Sanji's voice. Mu Nai and Mu Jie were talking to each other. Only. The content of their conversation left one speechless. Mu Tangchen didn't say another word. She directly kicked my door wide open, yelling, administrative check. Headshots for everyone now. Don't move. To save her older sister. The girl was risking her life today. Hearing the commotion at the door, Mu Nai instinctively raised both her hands, clearly startled. As for me, I turned my head to glance at Mu Tangchen, with a slightly annoyed expression. Mu Tangchen, was the slap in the bathroom earlier not enough for you? I am currently very fired up. It's hard enough to find a sister who would obediently learn controls with me. It was almost a critical moment. Unexpectedly, Mu Tangchen suddenly ruined everything. You can't bully Sanji. Mu Tangchen's legs were shaking a little, but seeing Sanji being controlled by me in her mind, her eyes were incredibly resolute. Hearing that, Mu Nai and I couldn't help but look at each other, not understanding why Mu Tangchen would say such a thing. Mu Tangchen struck a heroic, self-sacrificing pose. Although we are helpless in this house, and you alone rule everything. But if you are determined to bully Sanjie, then you'll have to step over my dead body first. No. Don't. Mu Nai refused Mu Tangchen's request to swap places, and reached out to hug my arm. Sanji, you. Mu Tangchen's face was full of doubt. At this point, I slowly stood up, placed Mu Nai on my bed, then strode over to Mu Tangchen. You idiot. What do you think we were doing? Mu Tangchen instinctively hugged her chest, and backed away a few steps. Don't you dare do anything funny. I'll bite you. Don't be so self-absorbed, little sister. I've been hanging around the heavy taste scene for years. What kind of girls haven't I seen? With a childish figure like yours, if you were in the lowly section, it'd still have to hit the report button, let alone be interested. I gave Mu Tangchen a direct glare. Hearing that, Mu Tangchen immediately gaped, and retorted stubbornly, this is a childish figure. I scoffed. That's right. Don't you have any ABCD cup knowledge in your head? Mu Tangchen's illusions were completely shattered. You idiot! You blind fool. The figure she had always been proud of was trashed by me to the point of being worthless. I glared at the girl. The one with no discerning eye is you, based on a few words. You already concluded that we were doing something illicit. Mu Tangchen suppressed her fear, and naturally said with an expression, is it not? I had an expression full of disdain. You fool, how on earth did you pass high school back then? Mu Tangchun was now red-faced and furious, and immediately questioned, then tell me. You two said eating this will make you stronger. What were you eating? Mental clarity. Gum. An essential item for jungling, I said. I took out gum and threw it to Mu Tangchun. Mu Nai also opened her mouth at this point. Inside, there was indeed a piece of chewing gum, but Mu Tangchun was still not convinced. Then, what about very big? What's that? It's the keyboard I just changed. Aluminum alloy casing. Too big, too heavy. I explained nonchalantly. Then what about rhythmic up and down movement? Moving the up and down keys during combat. Without rhythm, it's easy to lose focus. Standing still. Too hot, temperature too high. What's this then? Mu Tangchun relentlessly pressed on with her questions. I had just held the mouse. The residual heat was very high. I explained each point to Mu Tangchun. Mu Nai, next to me, kept nodding in cooperation. Mu Tangchun was speechless. No way, Sanjie. Why are you siding with him? Even if I misunderstood. Does this man have no fault at all? All right, that's enough for today. I am sleepy. Out of respect for you, for your sister's sake, you just barged in here. I won't hold it against you this time. After speaking, I chased both of them out of the room, then closed the door. Mu Tangchun looked at the tightly closed door. Her face was unconvinced. What's with the arrogance? I just misunderstood you a little, didn't I? It's nothing serious. Get my revenge later if I get the chance, but it's also lucky. At least I managed to rescue Sanji. It's not a complete loss. Next, Mu Tangchun turned her head to look at Mu Nai. Her eyes were full of expectation, wanting to be praised by her sister for her courage just now. However, Mu Nai just gently said, nosy, then trotted away. Mu Tangchun stood stunned in place. Fine. Very well. Turns out I was just a clown. Early the next morning, I, who usually slept until noon, suddenly opened my eyes. The incident has arrived. At this moment, I was sitting on the bed. A mechanical ding sound suddenly echoed in my mind. Congratulations, Master, for successfully digesting your stepsister's bathwater. The stepsister's bathwater reward system has been activated. Reward, extreme heat resistance physique, can withstand up to 70 degrees Celsius. I was stunned for a moment. This is a system? After receiving an affirmative answer, I immediately pointed to the sky and directly swore loudly, what kind of damn system is this? Last night, I was just drunk and wanted to scare Mu Tangchun a bit. That's not a personal preference, alright? Bathwater. Even dogs wouldn't drink that. Understood. Ding. Master's wishes understood. System is about to detach. I immediately shot up and reached out. Chato Matt. Wait a minute. Dogs don't drink it, but I do. Ding. System detachment cancelled. Thank you for your trust, Master. I sighed in relief. I almost lost the chance to reach the pinnacle of life. But what the hell is this extreme heat resistance physique? Whatever. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I directly put on a puffer jacket in the hot summer, set the air conditioner to heating mode, at the highest temperature. On the other side, Mu Qiangxian had just returned home from her morning run. She said to Mu Yuye, who had just finished showering, and was drying her hair, Xiao Yi, go upstairs and call Mu Ji down for breakfast. Mu Yuye immediately replied, yes, he'll go right away, then quickly went upstairs to the second floor. As soon as she went upstairs, she met Mu Tangchun, who had just woken up. The girl opened her mouth and asked, what's wrong? Ji, why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yuye explained, Mom told me to wake Mu Ji up, to eat breakfast together. Hearing that, Mu Tangchun's expression immediately changed. She grumbled, why call that pervert? Can't we just eat by ourselves? Xiao Chun, you shouldn't be so rude. He's our older brother after all. Don't say that again. Mu Yuye reminded her. Although we're not very close with Mu Ji yet, but we still need to have basic politeness. An older brother is an older brother. Mu Tangchun pouted. Tsk. Why are you like that, Jie? So talkative. Mu Yuye said seriously. I am reminding you. Don't be disrespectful. Mu Tangchun was speechless. All right. I know. Seriously. Why does everyone value him so much? She wondered if she was the only one in the house who saw through that pervert's true nature. It's good that you know. Don't let Mom hear that sentence again. Otherwise, she'll definitely hit you. Mu Yuye threatened her, then intended to continue going upstairs. Just then, Mu Tangchen's eyes darted around. She reached out and grabbed Mu Yue's wrist, smiling mischievously. G, how about I go call him for you? Mu Yue looked at the girl with doubt. Are you sure? Why is this girl suddenly so understanding? Such a small matter as calling someone. Just let me do it. G, go rest. After speaking, Mu Tangchen skipped away cheerfully. Arriving in front of my room, Mu Tangchun held her phone. Just thinking about what she was about to do made her want to laugh. HMPH. Damn it. That pervert. Prepare to receive this young lady's punishment. The next second, Mu Tangchen reached out and pushed the large door wide open, and yelled loudly, You damn pervert, wake up now. Before she even finished speaking, a surge of scorching hot air rushed directly into her face. Mu Tangchen was caught off guard. In an instant, she felt the moisture on her face completely evaporate. Sweat poured out of her like rain. Welcome to my kingdom. I was wearing a completely buttoned-up puffer jacket, and walked leisurely in front of Mu Tangchen with a comfortable expression. Seeing this, Mu Tangchun was dumbfounded. Monster? Is he a monster? It's so hot, yet he turned on the AC for heating, and he's wearing a puffer jacket. Hearing that, I sighed helplessly. See? You're scolding me again. As if a certain code in her body was activated, Mu Tangchen instinctively wanted to escape from this place, but I anticipated her actions, and was one step faster, reaching out to grab her wrist, dragging her into my room. Come on, let's burn together. My crazy laughter echoed, accompanied by the loud slam of the door. Mu Tangchun screamed like a pig being slaughtered. No. Don't. Yeah, mate. Not long after, I changed into a comfortable short-sleeved outfit, and elegantly ate the breakfast made by my stepmother, Mu Qiangqian, while Mu Tangchun, next to me, was drenched in sweat, lying limp on the chair, her face flushed red, her eyes hazy. She weakly raised her hand, wanting to flip me off. You beast. Seeing that, I quickly, with keen eyes, immediately shoved a cucumber into her hand. Eat slowly, no rush. Mu Qiangqian looked at the warm scene between the two of them, and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it's a heartwarming sibling bond. It seems you children get along very well. Father Mu Feng also smiled and said, That's exactly right. Xiao Chun is still the most obedient, but with Mu Jie's temper, who knows when, hell, ever become decent. Oh, why would you talk about your son like that? I think Xiao Mu is clearly very well behaved. Mu Qianqian spoke up in my defense. Hearing that, Mu Feng pouted. Sigh, my dear, you just don't know. Back when he was in 7th grade, he made old Wang's daughter next door. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Qianqian suddenly picked up food for him, stopping him from speaking. Come on. Quickly try this. Then she winked at me, meaning, your little secret, Auntie has kept it safe for you. I nodded in response. I didn't expect my stepmother to be so understanding. If this were in ancient times, I would definitely have to swear allegiance to her as a godparent. Meanwhile, the 3 sisters, who were ready to gossip, were visibly disappointed. The juicy gossip was almost out. Why did it suddenly get held back? I really want to know Mu Jie's little secret. Soon enough, breakfast was over. Mu Fang suddenly pulled out the keys to his cullinan and tossed them to me. My eyes lit up. Did Dad finally decide to give me a car? Mu Feng glared at me. Dream on. I told you to drive your sister to her college entrance exam. The exam site is your old school. I looked at Mu Feng with disdain. No, too tiring. This brat, Mu Feng said, reaching for his belt. I'll give you a taste of Chi Ki Lang. Oh, wait, here. Why are there so many foot massage membership cards here? Who made these cards? Who loaded money onto them? So hard to guess. I suddenly spoke up with a sarcastic tone. Mu Feng flinched. He quickly reached out and covered my crow mouth. Shut up, you big mouth. I struggled. Fine. I'll give it to you. All right, Mu Feng sighed. Today, had been tricked by his own son. Then he glanced at Mu Qianqian, who was busy in the kitchen. After making sure she hadn't heard anything, he chose to spend money to avoid disaster. If the car is lost, it can be bought back. But if the wife is lost, then it's truly a complete loss. Patting Mu Feng's shoulder, I was very pleased with old Deng's filial piety. Wouldn't it have been done sooner this way? Go. Hurry up and take your sister to her exam. If you dare to be late, see how I deal with you. Mu Feng gave me a disgusted kick. I wiggled my butt and quickly dodged it. Don't worry, Dad. I guarantee I'll get her there safely. Then I performed a graceful slide, arriving in front of my eldest sister, Mu Yulu. I grabbed her small hand and said, Let's go. My sister Mu Yulu was still a bit bewildered. It wasn't until her body was pulled along by me that she finally reacted. Mu Ji, I can walk by myself. I am in a hurry. The speed was very fast. The two of them instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching their retreating figures, Mu Nai mumbled a blessing. Big sister, you can do it. Mu Yu patted her shoulder. With big sister's strength, passing a 211 university is absolutely no problem. Mu Tang Chun, now enveloped in cold air, finally came back to her senses. That's right, my eldest sister is unmatched in the world. How could she not conquer the college entrance exam? Xiao Lu will definitely make it. Mu Qiangqian smiled and nodded. Mu Tang Chun suddenly thought of something. She asked curiously, Uncle Mu, that detestable, no. How many points did he get on his college entrance exam? Hearing this, Mu Yuye and Mu Nai nearby also became curious. Towards this brother who acted so unusually, they wanted to understand him a little more. Mu Feng pondered for a moment. Back then, he scored 619 points. I think he got into a 211 university. After that, I don't know. He didn't tell me much then. Mu Qiangqian was a little surprised. Oh my, I never expected Xiao Mu to be so outstanding. HMPH? Outstanding my foot. It's all because of his father's good genes. Mu Feng had a smug expression. Mu Qiangqian pouted. I remember back then you only got into your second choice. Didn't you? Mu Feng gave an awkward laugh. All right. It's understandable for genes to mutate a little occasionally. On this side, I drove the newly acquired supercar. I performed a clean drift, parking neatly into the spot, opened the door and got out. The whole series of movements was smooth and decisive. Mu Yulu, sitting in the passenger seat, had to cling to the door as soon as she got out. She looked extremely uncomfortable. Too fast. I twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. How is it? Are you okay? Mu Yulu reached out and took it. She said uncomfortably, thanks. I originally wanted to scold you a bit, but my good family upbringing prevented her from uttering such vulgar words. I leaned against the car door. I looked at the familiar yet strange gate of Gunan High School. I couldn't help but exclaim, damn this crappy school. The moment I graduated back then, they started renovating. Air conditioning, bathroom doors, dorms, floor tiles, everything is brand new. So what about all the hardships I suffered back then? After taking a few sips of water, Mu Yulu finally cleared her head after her dizziness. She secretly decided in her heart, never ride in his car again. It seems we arrived too early. I looked at the exam site gate, which was still closed. I helplessly sighed. Mu Yulu took out a book and immediately began to read intently. It's okay. Read a bit more. I was a bit curious. I asked, haven't you reviewed enough? No, I've reviewed. It's fine, but I want to look over it a bit more. Normally, Mu Yula's grades were excellent, but for some reason, every time an exam came around, she couldn't help but flip through her books. I asked again, is it because it's your first time taking the college entrance exam? This question made Mu Yulu unsure how to answer. Probably, I nodded. I also didn't continue to bother. Mu Yulu's study rhythm, after all, the college entrance exam, also heavily depends on personal mindset. Time slowly passed. The temperature also gradually rose. More and more parents bringing their children to the exam gathered around. The sounds also grew noisy. Drops of sweat dotted Mu Yula's forehead. She constantly fanned herself with her hand. Her restless emotions made it impossible for her to concentrate anymore. It's too hot. Are you okay? I noticed Mu Yula's strange behavior. I conveniently handed her a pack of wet wipes. The car's air conditioning system was broken. It hadn't been fixed yet. I am fine, thank you, Muji. Mu Yulu took the wet wipes. The moment her fingers touched mine, a sudden cool current flowed to her fingertips. It cleared her hazy mind. So cool. Could he be the legendary ice physique? Following that, she unconsciously moved a little closer to me. As time passed, the surrounding temperature kept rising. The distance between Mu Yulu and me also continuously narrowed, until our arms touched. Mu Yulu suddenly woke up with a start. She looked up, and I was also looking down at that moment. The moment our eyes met, Mu Yulu's eyes showed a hint of panic. She unconsciously stepped back. Sorry. I was too absorbed in reading just now. As for me, I didn't really pay attention to these things. I continued scrolling on my phone. Mu Yulu saw that, and also sighed in relief. I casually said, if it's hot, just lean here. There's nothing around here. If you get sunstroke, I wouldn't know what to tell old Deng. Mu Yulu heard that, and reflexively waved her hand. It's okay, Mu Ge. I am not that hot. I am just a little. Before she could finish, drip, sweat involuntarily streamed down her forehead. Still talking tough? I stepped forward. I proactively walked to Mu Yula's side. The cool sensation returned. Mu Yula's mind also cleared up as a result. She quickly thanked me. Thank you, Mu Ge. Very quickly. Half an hour passed. The exam site gate also opened. Mu Yulu was still reading at this moment. Her fingers trembled more and more violently. So that's how it is. This character is written like this, right? Right. I still have the next ancient poem to review. That essay template still needs. Suddenly, I called out loudly, Mu Yulu. Mu Yulu was immediately cut off from her anxious state. She unconsciously looked up. What is it? Mu? Thump. I quickly reached out and pulled Mu Yulu into my arms, leaning close to her ear. I whispered, I like you. After hearing that, Mu Yulu stared blankly. She didn't expect her adoptive brother to confess his feelings at this moment, but this was too perfunctory. They had only known each other for 3 days. Just as she didn't know what to do, I casually said, How is it? Are you no longer stressed now? Mu Yulu was stunned. This, I explained, I saw your hands trembling badly just now. You must be suffering from pre-exam anxiety disorder. Normal comforting words are all nonsense. Therefore, I thought of using a different method to help you relieve some stress. Sorry for presuming to hug you. Hearing these words, Mu Yulu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The initial feeling of tension vanished without a trace. Her fingers also stopped trembling. It's okay. It's okay. Muji only resorted to this because of me. I should be the one apologizing. I made you worry. It's good that you understand. I looked at Mu Yulu. She didn't seem like the type to backstab, so I said, The school gate is open. Good luck with your exam. Yes, thank you, Muji, for taking me. Mu Yulu thanked him again. Then, with a flushed face, she walked into the school. On the way, in Mu Yulu's mind, she involuntarily recalled my hug. Within the coldness, a hint of warmth emanated. It truly felt very safe. Oh, he's my adoptive brother. What nonsense am I thinking? She hurriedly raised her hands and patted her flushed cheeks. As for me, I couldn't help but stretch. Finally, I am done sending her off. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. It said, Hey, damn it, you. I was about to swear. I was going to curse out 18 generations of their ancestors, but after seeing who it was, I fell silent. I immediately rushed forward and accurately grabbed the girl in a headlock. That scoundrel. Dizziness is normal. Seeing this, Li Ruyan didn't panic at all. She immediately reached out to attack my lower body. I shivered and quickly bent down to dodge. Holy crap, Jianghu rules. You. Don't hit below the belt. You. Liu Ruyan glanced at me scornfully. Worthless piece of trash. I retorted irritably. I am trash? That move just now, even Ultraman would have to dodge it. Liu Ruyan spoke with a look of disdain. Muji, I've noticed you're truly desperate now. You'll eat anything. Taking advantage of a high school girl who's just old enough for college exams? I really can't with you. I immediately reacted. That's my sister. Idiot. Liu Ruyan clapped her hands. Great. Keep making it up. Keep making things up. I was speechless. After patiently explaining for a long time, Liu Ruyan finally believed that Mu Yulu was my sister, as well as my current complicated family situation. PFT. Someone who'd been flaunting his real estate in front of me for over a decade finally got it snatched away. Liu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed. Her beautiful face was filled with schadenfreude. I glared at her. Do I need you to worry about it? But then again, you got 4 additional little sisters as a bonus. It's like your ancestor's grave is smoking green. Liu Ruyan laughed carelessly. The ancestral grave is smoking because it got burned. Then I took out a can of beer and handed it to Liu Ruyan. So what are you doing here? My brother is taking his college entrance exam. Didn't you know? Liu Ruyan asked back. I thought about it. Oh, is it that stinky brat? He used to get beaten by his sister, and would complain to me about it. I can't believe 3 years have passed in a flash. Liu Ruyan raised her hand and punched me. You're a brother, but you don't act responsibly at all. I shrugged helplessly. I can make it up later, right? I am usually so busy. How can I remember all this? Liu Ruyan asked curiously. Busy with what? Looking for a girlfriend? Making money? I answered flatly. Suddenly Liu Ruyan teased. I just realized you. Why is it so cool around you? Is it because you miss me by your side? Are you feeling cold in your heart? As she spoke, she leaned her entire body against me and comfortably stretched. I glared at her. My tone was somewhat helpless. Always the same since childhood. Truly a brat who refuses to grow up. You're no different. You're all grown up, but you still get heated playing games. Liu Ruyan argued back. Who was it that broke the room last night? I pouted. That was an accident. I was just... Liu Ruyan was halfway through her sentence. She suddenly stopped. She asked curiously, What's wrong? No, nothing. Auntie Flo came to visit last night. My mood wasn't very stable. Liu Ruyan evasively said. In reality, she was genuinely upset last night. Her childhood friend, whom she had raised for so long, was snatched away by another girl. The time they spent together was also cut in half by the 4 newcomers. This is no different from stealing vegetables in Happy Farm, but Liu Ruyan couldn't show it. After all, if I knew her true thoughts, I would definitely laugh at her mercilessly. Looks like I am really hungry. Even my good brother. I can swallow him whole. Before long, Time passed. The morning exam ended. The gate of Gyu-nan High School also opened. A bustling crowd continuously poured out. Mu Yulu was pushed and shoved by the surrounding crowd. A feeling of nausea immediately surged over her. She was suddenly bumped by a male student. Her steps faltered, and she fell to the ground. Just as she was about to fall, a cold hand suddenly grabbed Mu Yulu. It grasped her small, warm hand and pulled her up. Mu Yula's spirit was shaken. Muji, thank goodness. I am saved. She breathed a sigh of relief. A relieved smile gradually spread across her lips. Although Mu Yulu was always the eldest sister in the Mu family, she had also once fantasized about having an older brother to take care of her. Now, my image was coinciding with that illusion in her dream. I looked at the profusely sweating Mu Yulu. I couldn't help but frown. Your physique is really weak. You can't even push through a small crowd like this. So frail. Mu Yulu hurriedly apologized. Sorry. Mu Jie. I have a naturally poor heat tolerance. I held her hand and slowly walked forward. Remember to train your body well from now on. Being weak like this all the time will cause trouble. And also, later on, when eating, I was about to introduce dietary therapy to Mu Yulu, but I suddenly thought I might be meddling too much, so I chose to keep quiet. Mu Yulu asked curiously, "What's wrong, Muji?" "Nothing. You can figure out how to train yourself." After saying that, I pondered. Strange. Why am I unconsciously acting like those didactic older brothers in a family? Could it be that I genuinely see Mu Yulu as my sister? Alright, although I don't know why I suddenly became so strange, but Mu Yulu very wisely chose to remain silent. She lowered her head, looking at my hand holding hers. Her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Very quickly, the two of us arrived at the car. I noticed that not far away, Liu Ruyan had already picked up her younger brother. Liu Ruyan grinned and waved goodbye. She even made a loving kissing gesture. Be sure to love your sister, okay? I decisively gave her the middle finger. Mu Yulu looked over. She instantly saw a big sister who looked extremely gorgeous and full of charisma, so she asked, Mu Ji, is that your? I turned and got into the car. Just an idiot, never mind. Mu Yulu saw that and quickly followed. She wondered in her heart, does Mu Ji have a grudge against her? On the other side, Liu Yisho asked curiously, Mu Ji, does he have a girlfriend? Sis, Liu Ruyan said coldly, his sister. Hearing that, Liu Yisho was speechless. Can you please fix your habit of cursing people all the time? Liu Ruyan raised her hand and punched Liu Yisho. I meant it literally, idiot. Liu Yisho winced. Oh, so it's Mu Ji's sister. That's good. Then this old sister still has a chance. What? What did you say? All dark words. Liu Ruyan looked at my departing figure. A look of disgust immediately appeared on her face. You really don't like it? Liu Yisho asked again. Liu Ruyan angrily kicked Liu Yisho. Like your skull. If you have time to worry about your sister, then you'd be better off finding yourself a girlfriend. After the college entrance exam, Liu Yisho chuckled, while dodging his sister's jade kick. Since you said that, I'll have to introduce Mu Ji to some pretty girls. Do you have a grudge against the girls in your class? Why are you pushing them into a fiery pit? Liu Ruyan spoke sharply. Liu Yisho, however, looked serious. Who says, Mu Ji is really popular in my class, you know. Then he explained why. Liu Ruyan was stunned. Is that for real or a joke? Is that kid really that handsome? Absolutely. You have no idea how handsome Mu Ji is. If it weren't for the fact that sometimes at night when you sleep, you often call out Mu Ji's name and go crazy over the teddy bear he gave you, I would have already taken Mu Ji's chat ID and sold it for money. Liu Ruin's beautiful face couldn't help but flush crimson. She immediately grabbed Liu Yishu's ear and warned him, those words just now. If you dare let a third person know, you're dead for sure. Do you hear me? Ow. Ow. That hurts, sister. Your little brother understands. Liu Yisho quickly assured her. Liu Ruyan scoffed lightly. Then she crossed her arms over her chest and turned to leave the spot. Liu Yisho rubbed his reddened ear. He sighed, a little helpless. Brother Mu, my own older brother, please come and tame this sister of mine. Your little brother can't take it anymore. A day of exams quickly came to an end. As Mu Yulu and I returned home, something interesting happened. The three Mu sisters warmly welcomed Mu Yulu, eldest sister. Welcome home. Mu Tangchun even climbed directly onto Mu Yulu and rubbed affectionately against her. Xiao Chun, it's too hot, Mu Yulu murmured. She was almost melting, enveloped by her sister's enthusiasm. Mu Yuye giggled and said, eldest sister, you must have done really well on your exams today. Mu Tangchun declared confidently. Second sister, you're stating the obvious. With eldest sister's abilities, this small exam is definitely no problem. Mu Nai softly opened her mouth. Was there anything interesting on the way? Were the questions hard? Did you meet any handsome boys? Eldest sister, you're not lovesick, are you? The three girls' little mouths chattered nonstop. Mu Yulu gave a slightly sweaty, forced smile. Your questions are really too much. I just finished the math exam. My head is still a mess. Stop messing around, you three. Xiao Lu just got back from her exam. Let her rest a bit before answering. Mu Qianqian stepped out from the kitchen. She scolded them, then glanced at me, and smiled gently. You worked hard today, Xiao Mu. It's nothing, I replied indifferently. I secretly thought, just driving someone around and managing to trick the old man into giving me a car, it's definitely a huge profit. All right, it was still hard for you, though, having you run around in this heat. If Mu Qingshen didn't have her driver's license yet, she would have personally driven Mu Yulu today. I glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table and said, hot is hot, but to get to eat Aunt Mu's homemade cooking tonight, a little hardship is worth it. Really? That's wonderful. Then remember to eat a lot later. Okay, Auntie will go stir-fry 2 more dishes. Mu Qianqian was very happy, because I liked her cooking. All right, Xiao Chun. I am going to take a bath first. Wait for me to come out, then we can talk. Mu Yulu patted Mu Tangqian's bottom, telling her to get off her. Mu Tangqian was a little reluctant. She said, oh, okay, then hurry and take your bath. I know, I'll be back in time for dinner. With that, Mu Yulu went upstairs to the 2nd floor. After hearing this news, I instantly flashed, and followed Mu Yulu upstairs to the 2nd floor. Mu Nai, who had keen senses, seemed to have noticed something. She glanced at my sneaky appearance, then immediately took a step and secretly followed behind me, back to her room. After Mu Yulu had picked out her change of clothes, just as she stepped out of her door, she ran into me, leaning against the railing on the 2nd floor, sucking on a lollipop and scrolling on my phone. She greeted me with a soft, hello, Brother Mu. I nodded, then put away my phone, and slowly walked towards Mu Yulu. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as I was about to get close to Mu Yulu, my legs suddenly went soft, my whole body collapsed, falling straight into her arms. Mu Yulu immediately exclaimed, Brother Mu, then quickly reached out her hands and embraced me as I fell into her arms. She said worriedly, Brother, what's wrong with you? Is it heat stroke or low blood pressure? I raised a finger, stopping Mu Yulu's worried words. Please, be quiet for a moment. How can I be quiet in this situation? Mu Yulu's face was panicked. Her heart was filled with guilt. She felt it was her own body temperature that disrupted my internal and external temperature balance, which caused me to faint. Now, I whispered, calm down and listen to me. I am sick. I need medicine. What medicine? I'll go buy it right now. Mu Yulu asked anxiously. No need to buy. Just give me a cup of your bathwater. Okay. No problem. I'll go right now. Huh. Mu Yulu spoke halfway, suddenly froze. Wait, what kind of medicine is this? It's a folk remedy, I said, putting on a serious, contemplative expression. To be precise, it uses red wine as a base, with rose petals floating on top. That bathwater. Brother Mu, is this marinade? Mu Yula's face was full of doubt. Anyway, it's all up to you. Save this dog's life of mine. As I spoke, my breath could no longer be held back, and immediately became rapid. Mu Yulu was so scared her hands and feet fumbled. Brother Mu, can this really cure your illness? She thought to herself. This is too weird. My complexion gradually turned pale. I trust you. Mu Yulu was scared out of her wits. She quickly stood up and dashed downstairs. Brother Mu, don't die yet. I am going to take a bath right now to make your medicine. Although, she didn't know if this type of medicine had any scientific basis. But just based on my dying expression, it was clear. If she didn't act quickly, the other party might actually ascend to heaven. Mu Yula's eyes began to show determination. Don't worry, Brother Mu. I will definitely save you. Then Mu Yulu ran down to the living room. Quickly, from the wine rack in the cabinet, she grabbed a bottle of wine and a bunch of roses, then rushed towards the bathroom. Xiao Lu, what are you doing with the wine? Mu Qianqian asked curiously. Mu Yulu quickly replied, making medicine, then darted into the bathroom. Mu Qianqian's face was full of doubt. What kind of medicine needs to be prepared in the bathroom? But she didn't ask further. Meanwhile, after Mu Yulu left, Mu Nai cautiously poked her small head out. She looked at me, lying on the floor, occasionally twitching. Her eyes were filled with compassion and heartache. So Brother Mu, he needs to drink such medicine to continue living. 10 minutes later, Mu Yulu, wearing a nightgown, her hair dripping wet, ran over. Brother Mu, here's the medicine. She handed me a toothbrush cup. Inside was a warm, wine-red liquid. Upon hearing this, I, who was twitching on the floor a second ago, The next second, as if by a dying surge of energy, sprang up like a spring, and sat bolt upright from the floor. Thanks for the hospitality. Then I took the cup, and without thinking, gulped it down in one go. The taste of red wine blended with rose petals, but also had a slightly bitter, acrid taste of industrial chemicals. I smacked my lips and looked at Mu Yulu. Did you add shower gel to it? Her beautiful face instantly flushed crimson. I didn't. It might be because I showered first, and then soaked in the tub. The shower gel on my body hadn't washed off completely. This is so embarrassing. Why does she have to recount her entire bathing process? Ah, so that's what it was. I nodded, and immediately looked at my system panel. Savor it again. Not complete. Damn it. I immediately fell into deep thought. The ingredients were clearly all correct. Why did the mission fail? Is the system tricking me? No. That's not right. My extreme heat resistance physique is genuine. So where exactly is the problem? I raised my head. My gaze fell upon Mu Yulu. Looking at her body, enveloped by a nightgown, yet still incredibly alluring. In a flash, a crucial point exploded in my mind. I quickly stood up, grabbed her small hand, and ran straight towards the bathroom. Huh? Brother Mu, did the medicine work? Mu Yulu asked doubtfully. No, I replied without turning my head. It still needs a little more. Fire. Just as we reached the living room, a small figure blocked our way. Mu Tangchun spread her arms wide, with an aggressive aura. Don't you dare bully my eldest sister. As a result, Mu Yulu and I, with incredible synchronicity, acted together. Each of us grabbed one of her cheeks and pushed her directly away. Kids, move aside. Mu Tangchun staggered and fell butt first onto the sofa, so angry she was about to cry. Wah! There's NTR. My eldest sister has been stolen by that scoundrel. The two of us quickly rushed into the bathroom. Warm, humid steam immediately filled the air, carrying an alluring fragrance. In the enormous white jade bathtub in the middle of the room, warm, wine-red water was floating with rose petals. Brother Mu, why are we here? Mu Yulu whispered. Her cheeks were flushed red. However, the next second, my complexion suddenly turned deathly pale, exactly like someone whose severe illness had relapsed. Mu Yulu immediately panicked. Brother Mu, what's wrong? Did the medicine not work? No, the medicine did work. I took a deep breath. My eyes were incredibly solemn. It's just that my explanation had a slight problem. I emphasized each word and slowly spoke. I just remembered that remedy cannot be scooped out. It needs to be drunk directly. Moreover, the medicine guide must also be present within it. Mu Yulu was utterly bewildered. Can you explain it a bit more simply? I made a gesture inviting her towards the bathtub. Simply put, I invite you to soak in it again, and I will drink directly. Hearing this, Mu Yulu froze for a moment. A faint blush suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Brother Mu, does it really have to be like this? Asking her to soak in it again now. Wouldn't that be like bathing directly in front of me? She really couldn't bring herself to do it. Of course not. I shook my head, raised my hand, and gently stroked Mu Yulu's wet hair. A warm smile curved at the corners of my mouth. If it's too much trouble, then forget it. I won't blame you. After all, this illness of mine isn't a big deal. Having said that, under the dim lights and misty steam in the bathroom, I was like an angel who understood people's hearts, gently radiating a halo. But that swaying, crumbling figure carried a sense of fragility. Brother Mu Yulu melted in an instant. She looked at me. Her eyes were filled with an unyielding emotion, preferring to endure suffering herself, rather than make her sister uncomfortable. Wasn't this the older brother she had always dreamed of? What did I just do? I even hesitated and procrastinated. It was clear that Brother Mu's old illness had relapsed because of her. Mu Yulu just wanted to slap herself. The next second, with a splash, she didn't even bother to take off her nightgown, and jumped directly into the wine-red bathtub. I, seeing this, also froze on the spot. So naive. Just a few words I said earlier. Even I found them deceitful. Mu Yulu disagreeing would have been the most normal outcome. But now, this trust, this disposition, made my heart tremble slightly. Perhaps having a younger sister isn't so bad after all. The corner of my mouth slightly lifted. Then, I drained another glass of the century's fine wine. Ding, savor it again completed. Reward successful. Riding the wind and breaking the waves. Host is about to become the legendary man known as the Sea King. At this moment, I didn't pay much attention to the system notifications in my head. Instead, I turned my head to look at Mu Yulu in the bathtub. I saw her poking her head out, gasping for fresh air. Her cute little face was filled with the fortune of surviving a disaster. After a moment of calming down, Mu Yulu wiped the water from her face and noticed me gently looking at her. She instinctively asked, Brother Mu, is your illness cured? I replied, Really? That's wonderful. Mu Yulu smiled as if a burden had been lifted. Xiao Lu. Can I call you that from now on? I suddenly asked, Mu Yuli's expression first froze. Then boundless joy gradually appeared in her beautiful eyes. Brother Mu's way of addressing me has changed, just as Mu Yulu and I were deeply affectionate, and fostering our sibling bond. The bathroom door was suddenly kicked open from outside. Mu Tangchen yelled loudly, "Sweep King 2 is here. Everyone, hands up." Mu Tangchen was holding a high-powered water gun, pointing it directly at my face. "Surrender, you big pervert." I couldn't help but smack my lips. My good mood instantly vanished into thin air. "It's you again, you foolish girl. I didn't come to pick a fight with you, so you should have hidden and laughed. How dare you proactively approach me? Kneel for me, pervert." Mu Tangchen yelled, and directly pulled the trigger. After all, based on her past judgment experience, the more she argued with me, the more she fell into a disadvantage, and would be counterattacked by the opponent, so she chose to strike first to be safe. "Xiao Chun, don't be rude." Mu Yulu wanted to stop Mu Tangchen's actions, but it was clearly a little too late. A powerful stream of water unexpectedly shot straight towards my face. Mu Tangchen's eyes were full of smugness. HMF, prepare to suffer, you big pervert." Seeing this, I smiled with extreme disdain. "Do you know what a Sea King is?" Then I raised my hand, and lightly waved it in the empty space in front of me. The oncoming stream of water immediately turned back, shooting back towards Mu Tangchen. Splash! Mu Tangchen was soaked, and immediately shrieked, "Wah, it's hot. It's so hot." To punish me, she had specifically filled her water gun with 90-degree boiling water, but unexpectedly, it ended up harming herself. Xiao Chun. Mu Yulu still didn't know what had happened at this moment. She quickly ran to Mu Tangchen, only to see Mu Tangchen's face had already started to redden. Then she burst into tears. "Eldest sister, it hurts so much. My face hurts so much." I stood by and said, "She must have been scalded by the boiling water. Just rinse with cold water." "Oh, right, cold water. Cold water." Although Mu Yuli's expression was a little flustered, her thoughts were still very clear. She quickly turned on the faucet at the wash basin, and filled the basin with cold water, then grabbed Mu Tangchen's head and plunged it straight into the cold water. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Mu Tangchen quickly struggled. "Wait, eldest sister, this posture seems a little wrong." Mu Yulu saw this, and thought Mu Tangchen's facial injury was more serious, immediately increased her grip. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Chun, eldest sister. I will definitely save you." Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Mu Tangchen's bubble-releasing frequency grew faster and faster. Water also choked her nose. I didn't mean that." Eldest sister was on the verge of tears. Originally, the battle led by Mu Tangchen, targeting me, now transformed into a showdown between Mu Yulu and Mu Tangchen. One person cried while pushing down, the other cried while pushing away. Neither would yield. Water splashed everywhere in the bathroom. A moment later, Mu Yulu was tired, panting heavily. As for Mu Tangchen, she stopped struggling, her body limp. She looked as if she had been gone for a while. Seeing this, Mu Yulu was overjoyed. "That's great. My sister's condition has finally stabilized." Mu Tangchen was speechless. How could it not be stable? Her pulse is flatlining. Damn it. Clang. The sound of metal hitting the floor rang out. Mu Yulu and I turned our heads to look, only to see Mu Qianqian standing at the door. Looking at the strange posture of Mu Yulu and Mu Tangchen, her gaze gradually shifted from dumbfounded to astonished, finally, from shock to panic. "Ah! My eldest daughter. She's enacting a yandere-like, domineering force romance with her sister, and when love didn't work, she just silenced her forever." In the evening, Mu Feng returned home, silent and unspoken. As for Mu Qianxian, because she was frightened, she had already gone to her room to rest. Mu Yulu, because she had to apply medicine to Mu Tangchen's face, also left early. Mu Naiyi remained stubbornly in my room, playing games and refusing to come out. Currently, only Mu Yuyi and I were engrossed in eating dinner. Perceiving this strange atmosphere, the corner of Mu Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Can someone tell me what exactly happened in these past 8 hours? Finally, he locked his target onto me, the instigator. "You brat, what good deed have you done this time?" I was eating dinner, and replied perfunctorily, "Nothing happened." "All right, old man." Mu Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "So nothing happened after all. That's just great." I immediately interrupted. "Great, my foot," Mu Feng said irritably. "Don't you even put in a little effort when you lie?" Hearing this, I slumped onto the chair like GU, my hands hanging loosely. "It's not related to me anyway. If Dad absolutely must find a scapegoat, then it's up to you to handle it." Chomp. Mu Yuye, sitting next to me, showed no martial ethics. She immediately opened her mouth and neatly snatched the last shrimp from my chopsticks, swallowing it whole. So delicious. Her face was full of bliss. "Hey, you damn brat. Spit it out for me." I grabbed Mu Yuye by the neck and shook her vigorously. "That was a shrimp I just peeled. Mu Feng saw this, and rushed in front of me, grabbing my neck, and shaking me frantically. Don't bully your sister. Mu Yue's eyes were hazy. She looked at the necklace around Mu Feng's neck, mistaking it for a shrimp, so she reached out, and grabbed Mu Feng's neck, also starting to shake him wildly. Big shrimp. It's a big shrimp. The frequency of the three people strangling and shaking each other gradually increased, until 3 minutes later, they all simultaneously collapsed onto the floor, their heads spinning. The next morning, I still drove Mu Yulu to Gunnan High School as usual, to participate in the final day of the college entrance exams. Outside the school gate, Mu Yulu waved goodbye to me. See you later, brother Mu. MHM. I replied coolly. It's not that I don't want to nod, it's just that last night the old man shook me too hard. Got a sprain, then I rubbed the back of my neck. Helplessly said, damn, his arm strength is still really great. Since 5 more people came to live in the house, it's certainly much livelier than before. I casually opened the system panel to check my third mission. What are you spacing out about here? Liu Ruyan walked up next to me and nudged me lightly. I saw her and immediately asked, let me ask you something. Have you ever taken a bath? Liu Ruyan glared at me. Of course, we bathed together when we were kids. Have you forgotten? I secretly thought, not just bathed together, but we also competed to see who could pee further. I ignored Liu Ruyan's glare and continued. So, peach branch delicate, peach blossom brew, rustling wind, bamboo forest pond, misty purple clouds, Zhu Yuan's eye, scarlet burn, nightly osmanthus soap. Can such ingredients be used for bathing? Hearing this, Liu Ruyan was a little bewildered. What the heck? Who boils bathwater like soup? Alright, forget I said anything. I've really fallen into depravity to actually discuss this kind of thing with this idiot Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan looked at me with an annoyed expression. TSK, this guy. Before she could finish her sentence, I quickly changed the subject. Oh, right. Summer vacation is coming soon. Do you want to go out and play? Liu Ruyan annoyed me with a kick. It's still a month until university summer break. Aren't you taking your final exams? I grinned. I've already competed and have a certificate of achievement. No need for final exams. Liu Ruyan was speechless. I almost forgot. This guy, although he doesn't look decent on the outside, is actually a top university student. I don't have time to chat, thanks. Liu Ruyan became even more annoyed. I shouldn't have come to talk to this guy. It's truly self-inflicted. Humiliation. I sneered mockingly. No way. No way. Really? Are there still university students who have to take final exams and still have to worry about their grades? Hearing this, Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, damn it, you're really asking for a beating. I chuckled. Just imitating you. Imitating my grandpa. Liu Ruyan turned her head away, ignoring me completely. I saw that my goal had been achieved, and prepared to console this hot-headed childhood friend a little. It was quite fun anyway. Suddenly, a heartbreaking scream suddenly echoed. I will never forgive you in this life. I will hate you for my entire life. On the large bridge, one could see a teenage girl in a blue uniform, standing there, her face covered in tears. Did I say something wrong? If you're being bullied, you should reflect on yourself. Why don't they bully others? Only you get bullied. It's both your faults. On both insides. I work hard every day to earn money to support you. Is it just to watch you get angry with me? The girl's mother also screamed heartbreakingly like that, shouting about her own hardships, venting her own stress. The girl was so angry she laughed. Are you even my mother? When something happens, you don't defend your own daughter. Instead, you speak up for bad people. You're truly a weakling. All your life you've just been a dog. No self-respect, you unfilial child. This unfilial child. The woman also collapsed. If I'd known, I wouldn't have given birth to you. I should have just strangled you to death. All right. I'll give my life back to you. There are no longer any debts between us. The girl smiled tragically, immediately spread her arms wide, and without hesitation, jumped from the bridge. Seeing her daughter actually jump, the woman immediately panicked. No. Don't. She rushed to the bridge, crying desperately. My daughter. Can anyone please save my daughter? However, no one around responded. They could only silently wait for the security bureau to arrive. There's no way. The lake water under the bridge was really too swift. Liu Ruyan heard the conversation between the mother and daughter, couldn't help but sigh. Education nowadays really hasn't changed at all. Ruyan. I suddenly called out her name. Liu Ruyan turned her head, looking at me doubtfully. What's wrong? Help me record a video. After speaking, I immediately threw my phone into Liu Ruyan's hand. Then, without waiting for her reaction, I dashed forward and jumped straight down from the edge of the bridge. Continued from original text chapter 17, section 72a, Muji. Liu Ruyan was stunned. she never expected. A person who values his own life more than anyone else's would jump down from the bridge without hesitation at this moment to save a girl he had never met. At this moment, Li Ruyan's heart was in turmoil. She hurriedly pushed through the crowd and went to the edge of the bridge. In the swift currents, my figure was no longer visible. No, don't be like this. Muji, you idiot. Even if you want to be a hero, you shouldn't do it like this. You don't even know how to swim. What are you trying to prove now? Li Ruyan immediately cried out towards below the bridge. On the other side, in the lake water, for a person who has become a legend, called the Sea King. Like myself, it was truly like returning home. The surging waves, like winding dragons, basically caused no effect on me at all. How strange. I shouldn't be the type of person who likes to meddle in others' affairs. I was very doubtful of my own actions, but today, for some reason, my body instinctively took action without thinking. I just wanted to save her. Perhaps this is what they call with great power comes great responsibility, right? I reluctantly offered myself an explanation. Well, let's just consider it doing a good deed. On the lake shore, police and firefighters had arrived by now. Li Ruyan bowed 90 degrees to a female police officer. Her face streaked with tears, she pleaded, Please, sirs and madams, you must save Muji." The female police officer nodded seriously. "Don't worry, we will definitely save your boyfriend. Thank you. Thank you." Li Ruyan was in a panic. She no longer had the presence of mind to notice what the other party said. All she wanted now was for me to survive. Boom. Suddenly, a dull splash resounded. My figure, carrying the girl, unexpectedly appeared on the swift river. Muji Li Ruyan saw me and joyfully shouted, "That's great, he's still alive." The firefighter next to them saw this, quickly threw a lifebuoy into the lake, and pulled both people from the swift currents onto the lake shore. Phew, saved. I knelt down on the bank, my hands on the ground. My wet cheeks clearly showed the relief of surviving a disaster. The firefighter next to me handed me a towel, his eyes filled with admiration. "Well done, young man, to be able to save someone in such swift currents. Have you trained?" No, it was just a fluke, just a rush of enthusiasm. I hurriedly waved my hand, saying with a lucky expression, "You're really too humble. Just with your actions just now, whether it's your strength or your spirit, they are all very worthy of us learning from." The firefighter praised me again. "You're overpraising me again. I am just a kind passerby. It's nothing big. I was just wiping my hair." While humbly smiling, the firefighter saw how humble and good-natured I was, and patted my shoulder. "In short, you're a real man. You too." I also patted his shoulder. Mu Jie. Just then, Lu Ruyan came running towards me. While running, she almost stumbled on the muddy ground, but her running speed didn't decrease at all. It even became faster and faster. "Oh no, this girl isn't coming to settle scores with me, is she?" Seeing this, my eyes widened in alarm. I instinctively raised my hands to cover my face. "If you're going to hit me, just don't hit my face." However, the expected pain never came. Instead, it was a soft, warm body that rushed into my embrace. Li Ruyan hugged me tightly, pressing her face against my chest. "It's so good. There's still warmth. My heart is still beating." Li Ruyan was so happy she cried. Tears unconsciously streamed from her eyes. She had never thought that one day she would almost be separated from me by life and death. "Ruyan, I am still wet. Maybe you should stand up first." I was a little surprised by Li Ruyan's reaction. Did this girl change her personality? Li Ruyan looked up. Her wet cheeks showed a pleading expression I had never seen before. "Promise me, from now on, don't do things like that again, okay? But today, I was just impulsive. Later, probably." Before I could finish my sentence, Li Ruyan immediately emphasized it again. "Promise me." Hey, why did you suddenly become so assertive?" I was a little unaccustomed. I don't want to lose you. Doing that is really dangerous." Li Ruyan looked at me with a very serious expression. I chuckled. "That sounds too cheesy. I am serious here." Ruyan had never looked at me so resolutely. Her gaze made me a little uneasy. I instinctively rubbed her head. "You don't have a fever, do you? Why are you starting to talk nonsense? Don't you want to promise me?" Seeing that I didn't answer, Liu Ruin's face darkened, as if she would burst into tears the next second. Seeing this, I hurriedly opened my mouth and agreed. "I promise you. I have to promise." I wouldn't dare make Liu Ruyan actually cry. After all, this girl is super hard to console. After receiving my affirmative answer, Ruyan's expression immediately relaxed, and she burst into laughter. "Then I will always supervise you from now on, forever." I didn't understand what she was thinking. As time passed, with the treatment from the medical staff, the girl quickly passed the critical stage. Of course, this was also thanks to my timely rescue, preventing her from swallowing too much lake water before leaving. The The girl's consciousness gradually cleared. She looked at my figure, answering questions from reporters. A complex expression gradually appeared in her eyes. Did he save me? He's truly a kind person, but someone like me, should I really be saved? A person who was wholeheartedly seeking death like her, now, because of this man, had a new life. Her life, was it perhaps not that bad after all? After experiencing a brush with death, the girl began to reevaluate her life, and her own future. Perhaps, she could change her current situation. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light gradually appeared in the girl's eyes. Smack! Suddenly, a crisp slapping sound echoed. It was the girl's mother who had arrived. The girl hadn't even reacted, when her ear immediately went deaf. Her cheek, which had already lost sensation, now became sore and stinging. It hurt so much. Everyone nearby wanted to intervene, but the woman had already started screaming curses. You wanted to jump. It'll make you jump. It'll make you jump. You dare to threaten me with your life? Are you even human? Everything I've sacrificed for you cannot be repaid by simply jumping off a bridge. You are never allowed to leave me in this life. I want you to pay me back for life. As soon as she finished yelling, the girl jumped from the bridge again. This was something no one had expected. When the ambulance carrying the girl passed over the large bridge, it encountered a traffic jam. The medical staff carelessly looked away. The girl then ran out of the vehicle, and once again fell into the cold lake water. She carried her despair for this world, looking at me one last time. Thank you, kind person. Someone like me, indeed, still doesn't need your salvation. You wasted your efforts. The girl finally smiled and left this world. On the lake shore, seeing this scene, I was about to save her again, but was blocked by reporters and Liu Ruyan. A reporter said, Brother Muji, regarding the girl you just saved, jumping off the bridge again. May I ask for your thoughts? Was it that while you were in the water, you did something inappropriate to her? If so, could you please explain in a little more detail? To answer the questions of the vast number of netizens, Liu Ruyan desperately pleaded, No, don't. You already promised me. I had never seen such a pleading expression from her before. I could feel, if I were to go and save that girl again, I would completely lose this childhood friend. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. As for the words of those reporters, I fundamentally didn't take them to heart. Is this fate? I turned my head and looked up at the big bridge. The woman was still, feigning tears, then looked at the people on the shore pointing fingers, scolding the girl for being too weak-minded. Couldn't even handle 2 slaps from her mother. Then I looked in front of me, for traffic and trending topics, constantly asking foolish questions. I suddenly felt, this world is indeed as surreal as ever. No respect for the dead, no fear of ghosts or gods. They just keep using the dead to gain traffic. They've all gone crazy, interfering too much with other people's destinies. For myself, it is indeed a form of cruelty, I said softly. Then I took Liu Ruin's hand and left the scene. Even though there were reporters trying to stop us, I would push them to the ground without any mercy. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing the hidden mission. Rescue the girl. Reward. Wuji. Infinite. With each breath the Master takes, there is a chance to accumulate 1 Wuji point. When necessary, you can consume Wuji points to enhance your physical qualities beyond their limits. Current Wuji points. 4. The system's notification sounded. However, I temporarily didn't want to pay attention to it. Although regarding the girl jumping off the bridge again, I didn't feel too much emotion because that was her own choice. But the feeling that a life's trajectory, which I had clearly changed, had returned to its original path, made me extremely uncomfortable. I had the ability to change, but seemed unable to change predetermined fate. The firefighter next to us, seeing that I didn't seem to be in a good mood, lent a hand, blocked the reporters, clinging around us like sticky plasters, completely. Only then did he allow Liu Ruyan and me to smoothly get into my car. Sitting down, Liu Ruyan looked at me with a bit of worry. If she hadn't stopped me, perhaps I wouldn't be so quiet now. I turned my head to look at her. I am fine, just reflecting a bit on the impermanence of fate. Really? Truly? Liu Ruyan looked at me uncertainly. Yes? I nodded, although a life disappeared before my eyes. But I wasn't the instigator. Moreover, I had already tried my best to save her, but it still happened. Such a thing is not something I can control, so I am actually quite indifferent. I am sorry. Liu Ruyan apologized solemnly. She had indeed been a bit too meddlesome today. Even if I didn't say it, she could still feel it. I raised my hand and placed it on her head, making her hairstyle all messy. All right, we're even. Just like that? Liu Ruyan was a little disbelieving. Of course. I smiled. Don't forget we're good siblings. No hard feelings, Liu Ruyan looked at my handsome face. Her heart swelled with emotion. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Her eyes became even more filled with tears, but she didn't let them fall, because I don't like seeing her cry. As time passed, it was quickly afternoon. due to a slight incident in the morning. I didn't take Mu Yulu home for lunch. After seeing Liu Ruian off, I took her to eat something quick nearby, then took her back to continue her exam. Mu Yulu didn't ask much about this. She was just a little curious why her sworn brother's clothes were wet. I didn't answer directly, but told her we'd talk after she finished her exam. About 2.5 hours later, only when the final English exam ended, after Mu Yulu got her phone back, did she learn about what happened this morning. The video of me saving someone had already gone viral, even taking up the top 3 search spots. Mu Yulu watched in the video as I rescued a girl from the swift river, her eyes filled with unconcealed admiration. Brother Mu, you're so handsome, right? I teased. Mu Yulu nodded seriously. You're really amazing, truly a superhero. This is more than just handsome. He's truly a man comparable to the Sea King. Humble, my brother Mu still wants to live the life of a normal person. I made a shushing gesture. I have to say, having a younger sister next to me providing emotional value, my mood immediately brightened. Brother Mu. What's this? Mu Yulu's finger swiped. The next video appeared. Apparently, the girl jumped off the bridge again, but I didn't reach out to save her. Seeing this part, netizens immediately split into 2 factions. The comments section was already in an uproar. I bet 10 packs of spicy sticks. This coward definitely didn't dare. Otherwise, why would he just keep standing on the shore? Damn it. He jumped off the bridge without hesitation to save someone earlier. Didn't you see that? If you're blind, go donate your eyes. No one is forcing you to see this world. So what? This is the result. If you only look at the results, then I advise you to quickly climb into the crematorium. In my opinion, this guy is just trying to gain traffic. Otherwise, why didn't he dare go down the second time? Hasn't he already achieved his goal? Damn it. A bunch of keyboard warriors. All day long they just talk nonsense here. If you're so brave, try jumping yourself. I don't need you to save anyone. If you can come out alive, it'll eat a ton. Alright, I guess. This guy definitely did something inappropriate with that girl underwater. Otherwise, why would she, after being saved with such difficulty, jump again? There must be an untold secret in this matter, because the reporters didn't film the part where the woman slapped the girl. Therefore, it led to everyone making groundless speculations about me. Just a bunch of experts coming to watch themselves get elbowed, and also got caught on camera. Yet they missed the interview when the girl was revived. Where did those video clips end up? It's really hard to guess. In the underground parking lot. After I parked the car, Mu Yulu and I took the elevator up to the apartment. Both of us were a bit silent on the way. I was busy studying the system's new rewards. Mu Yulu wanted to speak, but because of the rampant online comments, she thought I was hurt, so she didn't know what to say for a moment. How hateful. Muji clearly saved a life. Why is he being unjustly cursed? They didn't do anything, yet they used the most hurtful words to attack a hero. Mu Yulu secretly felt indignant for me. Only, as the person involved, I felt nothing at all. What is this? Even, there's absolutely no pressure. You know, those curses. I even felt like they were flirting with me. Ding. The elevator arrived. I stepped out first. Mu Yulu followed, closely behind. Mu Yulu had hesitated the entire way, finally opened her mouth and called me back. I turned my head. What's up? Don't pay attention to those online rumors, Muji. They're all just keyboard warriors, just spouting nonsense. In my eyes, you are a hero, Mu Yulu said with a firm voice. Hearing that, looking at Mu Yulu's determined eyes, the corners of my mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. Thank you, Xiao Lu. Tonight, you can help me curse them back. My literature is very good. You know, that's not necessary. Kids should speak a bit more civilly. Besides, I don't care anyway. I am not a kid anymore. I am an adult. Mu Yulu pouted and said, but in an older brother's eyes, a little sister will always be a little sister. I reached out to pat Mu Yulu's head, but the young girl dodged it. She pushed up her golden-rimmed glasses. From now on, I've officially joined the Bay ranks of adults. Muji can't pat my head anymore. Hey, still playing that game? Huh. I felt a bit disappointed. It was so hard for me to finally get interested in this sister, Mu Yulu, and now she won't let me touch her anymore. Are you kidding me? Hee. Let's make it a happy decision then. Mu Yulu happily ran off. Although she is the eldest sister of the Mu family, she needs to appear mature in front of her younger siblings. But when she's by my side, her childish nature uncontrollably reveals itself. Perhaps this is the power of Oni-chan. Very quickly, the two of us arrived in the living room. Everyone in the house was present. I was just about to say hello. Mu Feng stepped forward at this moment, then patted my shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Truly my son. Indeed, he has some capability, just that diving posture, and that ability to ride the wind and break the waves. If he were to compete in the Olympics with this, he would surely bring great honor to the Mu ancestors in the afterlife. Oh, come on, old man. Always just gilding your own face. I smiled helplessly. No wonder he's his son. Doesn't that mean he himself is very cool? But cool is cool. Next time, you absolutely must not take such risks, Mu Feng said with a serious expression. TSK. Dad. You're still my old man, aren't you? You don't have a fever, do you? I was caught off guard by Mu Feng's sudden concern, and didn't know how to react, so I reached out and touched his forehead. You're not sick. Why are you suddenly so sappy, you brat? Your dad still wants to use the heat from this incident to live stream and sell products. Don't go getting yourself killed out there and affect my business. Mu Feng also realized his words were a bit too sentimental, so he immediately changed the topic. Awesome. Truly my old man. We father and son share the same grand ideas. I gave Mu Feng a thumbs up. In this day and age, all lip service praises are not as good as a 3, 2, 1. Families. Place your orders. It's more practical. Mu Qingqian stepped forward at this moment, interrupting their conversation. Come on. Let's go eat. Yes. I replied, then quickly sat down. I am about to starve to death. That's right. Today is the day to celebrate Xiao Lu finishing her college entrance exams. We can't get the main character wrong. Mu Feng also chimed in. After everyone was seated, they all simultaneously raised their glasses to toast. Cheers. The atmosphere in the living room also softened. Mu Qiangqian served me food first. Little hero, you've worked hard today. Thank you, Auntie. I replied with a smile. But just like your dad said, you still have to prioritize your own safety. Don't worry, I'll absolutely engrave it in my heart. I patted my chest to assure her. Mu Qianqian nodded with satisfaction, then served food to Mu Yulu. You also worked hard today. Xiao Lu thanked Mom. Mu Yulu smiled softly. Mu Feng pouted, looking a bit wronged. Honey, what about mine? I immediately got goosebumps all over. How disgusting. This old man, oh dear, I'll feed you right away. Mu Qiangqian apologized, then picked up a grape and fed it to Mu Feng. The 4 sisters and I were speechless. What is this? Are they training a dog? The corner of my mouth twitched. Deep down, I despise this old man. Where is the dignity? Mu family men. Where is that dignity that never bows before women? Could it be that just for a single bite from someone, he's willing to become? Just then, Mu Yuye next to me brought a freshly peeled crab claw to my mouth. Mu Ji, open your mouth. I unconsciously opened my mouth. My brain hadn't even reacted yet. My mouth had already snapped up the crab meat. Hee hee. This crab claw is really fragrant. No need to use my own hands. Is this the exclusive gentleness of women? It seems it's not entirely unacceptable. Bang. Suddenly, the living room door was pushed open from outside, only to see Liu Ruyan, wearing a snow-white twin backpack, appeared there. She smiled very warmly at Mu Feng. Uncle, I came to play with Mu Ji. The Liu family and the Mu family were generational friends. Liu Ruyan's father and Mu Feng were good brothers. Mu Ji's grandfather and Liu Ruyan's grandfather were also good brothers. Mu Ji's ancestors going back 3 generations, and Liu Ruyan's ancestors going back 3 generations, were still good brothers. Therefore, Mu Feng had long secretly regarded Liu Ruyan as his own daughter. After a simple introduction, Mu Qiangqian also understood Liu Ruyan's background, and warmly invited her to eat with them. Liu Ruyan did not refuse, and very naturally joined the Mu family's dinner. Mu Tangxian, sitting next to me, saw this, couldn't help but pout her small mouth. What a hateful feeling, she didn't know why. From the first glance at Liu Ruyan, she felt extremely uncomfortable with the other person, especially when she found out Liu Ruyan was Mu Ji's childhood friend of Mu Ji. Her mood grew even more agitated. After dinner ended, I led Liu Ruyan into my room. Wow, it's been a while since I've been here. The small bed is still as clean and tidy as always. Ha, Xiao Mu Mu. Liu Ruyan unceremoniously lay face down on my bed and rolled around to her heart's content. I looked at the wrinkled bedsheet. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. What exactly do you want to do at my house? It can't be that you really just came to hang out with me, can it? Liu Ruyan winked at me. Bingo. You guessed it right. I helplessly touched my forehead. Stop messing around. I only have one computer. If you play, what will I play? Who says we have to play games? Liu Ruyan smiled wickedly. If not games, then what? I looked at her with some doubt. Of course. Well, play. Liu Ruyan said this much. Her expression gradually became ambiguous, and a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Big sister is here, huh? Hearing that, I was stunned. What kind of aggressive talk is this? Liu Ruyan took off her shoes. Her jade-like feet and white socks were thus exposed to the air. In short, starting today, I'll be staying here. How awful. I shook my head. Whatever you want. Anyway, she won't even stay for 2 days. she'll get bored and want to go home immediately. After all, I understand Liu Ruian too well. She's only enthusiastic about anything for 3 minutes. Well then, let's wait and see. Liu Ruian smiled meaningfully. I turned around and said, I am going to shower now. Don't mess up my room. Liu Ruian signaled that she understood. Seeing that I had gone far away, she quickly opened her backpack and pulled out a brand new package from inside. An unopened Balenciaga package. This was her main purpose for coming here today. Although I didn't say it aloud, Liu Ruian could still feel that a rift had appeared in the feelings between us. Not much, but very clear. This, for the long-standing affection between the two families, was absolutely unacceptable. So Liu Ruian also pretty much risked everything and bought a pile of Balenciaga items, determined to make me kneel at her feet. Paf, Paf. Prepare to surrender to me, Xiao Miu Miu. On this side, as I just walked out of the room door, I immediately ran into Mu Yuyi, who was about to go out to play basketball. I have to say, her energy is truly abundant. Good evening, Mu Ji. She raised her hand to greet me. Good evening. I greeted back. Mu Yuyi asked, I am going to play basketball. Do you want to come along? Mu Ji, no. I have something else to do. Oh, okay. See you later. Mu Yuyi said, and was about to turn and leave, when she suddenly thought of something and turned back again. With an adoring look, she said, Mu-ga, when you have time, can you teach me how to swim? Your dive today was really cool. Well, see when I have time. I didn't know how to answer. I don't know anything about swimming. It's entirely due to the overwhelmingly powerful Sea King talent. All right then. Mu Yuye waved goodbye to me. Although her recent request was denied, she believed that with her sincerity, she would definitely move Muji in the future. TSK. What in the world is going on? I rubbed the back of my neck, then put my hand on the bathroom doorknob. Hey, you. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out. I was speechless. Who was it this time? Then slowly turned my head, only to see Mu Tangshan standing with her arms crossed, her beautiful eyes looking at me with arrogance. Now what? Today I am not looking for trouble with you. Are you actively looking for a beating? I had no good expression for this little devil. If she deserved a scolding, she got one. Mu Tangshan looked at my handsome face, but it carried a hint of my rebelliousness. This time, strangely, she didn't argue directly with me. I don't want to argue with you today. Do you want to fight? I struck a fighting pose. Mu Tangshan was speechless. Why is this guy so violent? If things don't go his way, he immediately activates Sage Mode. I came to praise you. Mu Tangshan said this much. Her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Her gaze also shifted away. Huh? I was stunned. I picked my ears, suspecting I'd misheard. Mu Tangshan praising me? This is completely turning the heavens upside down. Could it be that this little devil wants to actively surrender? Mu Tangshan blushed and spoke proudly. You don't misunderstand. I am just speaking objectively, just praising your courageous behavior today a little. At least it still counts as being a man. Hearing that, I suddenly understood. Oh, is that all? Mu Tangshan said irritably. What do you mean, is that all? It's rare for me to praise a hooligan who peeks at me bathing, you know. All right. I glared at her. Do you think I am begging you for praise? You narcissistic pervert. You're the super pervert. Mu Tangshan was a bit flustered. She had gathered her courage with great difficulty just this once, but the guy in front of her made her lose so miserably. I shouldn't have come to talk to you, just asking for annoyance. Saying that, she angrily intended to turn and leave. I immediately opened my mouth and called her back. Hey, what are you doing, you damn pervert? Mu Tangshan glared at me fiercely, but didn't dare to glare too hard, for fear that I would beat her up again. She's really afraid of pain. Thank you for your praise. I thanked her. I've always separated personal from public matters. If it's worth thanking, I thank. If it's worth scolding, I scold. If it's worth holding a grudge, I hold one. There's no combining them into one. Hearing that, Mu Tangshan was stunned, then quickly turned her head away. Her tone panicked. Who needs your thanks? I am telling you. Pervert, if you're a hooligan for one day, you're a hooligan for life. I will absolutely not acknowledge you. You damn pervert, Mu Tangshan said, and then ran away as if escaping. Her tone was fierce, but the joyful expression on her beautiful face had completely betrayed her. I pushed the door and walked into the bathroom. A blast of hot steam immediately hit my face. Wait, why is there steam in the bathroom? I suddenly realized something, hastily rubbed my eyes, looking towards the bathtub deep inside. At this moment, a young girl was quietly soaking in the bathtub. Seeing that, I was stunned. Damn it, this plot development is too familiar. Am I really not being set up by Capital? As if sensing something, the young girl turned her head, and with a glance, saw me standing at the bathroom door. So scared she quickly shrank into the water, her small mouth continuously blowing bubbles. I hastily apologized. Sorry. I went into the wrong room. I thought to myself, good gracious, do these Mew family sisters have superpowers? Why do they all prefer not to turn on the lights, not lock the door, and also not make any sound when bathing? As I was about to leave the bathroom, Mew Nai suddenly opened her mouth and called me back. Mew Mew. My hand on the bathroom doorknob froze. What's wrong? She's not going to insult my character again, is she? Trying to turn Mew Nai into a second mutation? Could you help me scrub my back a little? I can't reach it. Mew Nai's voice was very small. After saying that, her whole body immediately turned red like a ripe apple, but I could still clearly hear every word she said. Could this be the great power of the system? I secretly sighed. The system is truly overwhelming. Mew Mew. Mew Nai called out again. I came back to my senses, and immediately waved my hand to refuse. No, men and women should not touch. If you want your back scrubbed, I can call your sisters to help. Hearing that, Mew Nai firmly refused. No need, I asked, curiously. Why? Thinking, sisters with each other. Can't they just be frank? Mew Nai, her gaze evasive. I don't like girls seeing my back. Huh? I was stunned. Doesn't like girls seeing it. So, boys are allowed to see it. Mew Nai seemed to realize my misunderstanding, and hastily explained. No, it's not like that. I don't mean for boys to see it. No boy has ever seen me either. It's just that I just want to find someone who is both familiar and unfamiliar, but also brings a sense of security. Mew Nai's expression showed an unprecedented panic. This was something I had never encountered before. I didn't know why Mew Nai was so insistent on making me scrub her back, but relying on my intuition, honed over many years, I still felt something was off. I said, okay, it'll help you. I agreed, wanting to verify my suspicions. Thank you, Mew Mew. Seeing that I agreed, Mew Nai's tense emotions finally relaxed. The only thing was that after the tension subsided, instead, there was an indelible bashfulness, almost seen. Very quickly, I pulled open the bathroom glass door. Mew Nai instinctively shrank into the water, only revealing her beautiful, shy eyes looking at me, without any intention of revealing her back. What's wrong? Didn't you ask me to help scrub your back? I asked. Mew Nai was currently soaking in the water. I am sorry. She snapped out of her embarrassment, then slowly turned around in the water, revealing her bare back. At this moment, my eyes narrowed slightly. The young girl's jade-like back was not fair and smooth like the surrounding skin at all. Instead, it was covered in scars, looking extremely fierce. Some scars had healed, leaving faint, light-colored marks, while others were freshly scabbed, looking as if they were still throbbing with pain, making one feel deeply pained. Rhea really, or perhaps not. Mew Nai really couldn't bear my gaze, and once again retreated into the water, even though she had mustered all her courage. But deep down, she still didn't want others to see her pain. Do the other sisters know? I asked. Mew Nai shook her head. No, they don't know. What about Aunt Mew? She doesn't know either. Why? No reason. Mew Nai didn't know anything I asked. I changed my way of asking. So, you're the first person to know about this? Yes. Mew Nai nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes momentarily showed a trace of sadness, as if recalling some terrible past. I looked at Mew Nai, with a deeper understanding in my eyes. So that's how it is. Saying that, I turned around, and sat down beside the bathtub. First, thank you very much for trusting me. Second, could you tell me a little bit? I am not someone who likes to meddle in others' affairs, but Mew Nai is my sister after all. What's more, she's the only one. My adorable little sister is willing to learn techniques with me. I really like that. But now, something like this has happened. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, to say the least. Mew Nai offered a towel from the water. Brother Mew.ca, could you help me scrub my back first? It was clear she didn't want to in this situation talk about her past. I replied with an all right. Mew Nai smiled. Thank you, she said, then sat up from the water. I carefully wiped her back. A moment later, Mew Nai finished her bath and changed her clothes. I didn't bathe. I took Mew Nai's small hand and led her up to the rooftop balcony. All right, speak here, I said. I guarantee no third person will hear us. Brother Mew K, this is for you. Before I could finish my sentence, Mew Nai suddenly handed me a small pink cup. Inside, at this moment, was warm liquid. A faint blush lingered on her adorable cheeks. I was a little curious. What is this? I asked. I heard everything, she whispered. Mew Nai said softly. Heard what? I looked at her, puzzled. Brother Mew Ca has a sickness. He has to drink, the bathwater of a young girl. Mu Nai's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. I felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. You heard that too? I asked, but I felt like I had been misunderstood. If it weren't for the system's reward, I wouldn't have gone to drink that stuff. No. You don't need it? Mu Nai's disappointment was evident. She felt rejected. I reached out and patted the young girl's head, as if to comfort her. If I need it, it'll come to you. You really don't need it? Poor Mu Nai looked at me, looking at the young girl. Her sincere gaze was so fervent it made me feel a little dazzled. Actually, Mu Nai had no other intentions. She simply wanted to help me cure my sickness. I was quite helpless about this. Sure enough, I still had to come up with another excuse. I slowly reached out my hand, and finally took the cup of water from the young girl's hand. Immediately after, under the young girl's expectant and shy gaze, I drank it all in one gulp. Night fell, and Liu Ruyan lay on Mu Ka's bed. Her entire face was etched with impatience. TSK, where is he? Why is this kid taking so long to bathe? Don't people usually say online that boys usually bathe very quickly? How come this guy has been gone for half an hour? Could it be that the black stockings I just changed are going to waste? Liu Ruyan was too lazy to wait any longer. Then, casually took off the black stockings on her feet and tossed them aside. After that, she put on her shoes and walked out of the room, ready to drag me out of the bathroom and judge me directly. But as soon as she stepped out the door, Liu Ruyan ran into the eldest sister of the Mu family. Mu Yulu also seemed to be looking for Mu.ca. Liu Ruyan asked, "Are you looking for little Mu?" Mu Yulu nodded. I wanted to discuss something with him about dealing with those internet keyboard warriors together. Liu Ruyan spoke. He went to shower. No, he's not showering. Mu Yulu looked a little puzzled. That's not right. I just came from the direction of the bathroom. Brother Mu Ca isn't in there. Liu Ruyan was first stunned, then fell into thought. He's not in the bathroom. So where did this kid run off to? Did Brother Mu Ka disappear? Mu Yulu also started to think. She remembered very clearly, when my illness relapsed, I needed to drink the bathwater of a beautiful young girl to relieve it. I had run around outside with her all day, and even jumped off a bridge to save a girl. So Mu Yulu was very worried about my health. Let's look, Liu Ruyan said, and immediately began searching the house. Mu Yulu followed closely behind. I'll search too. Very quickly. Under the extreme searching of the two of them, they searched every place I could possibly be in the house. They searched through everything, including Mu Tang Chun's room. Mu Tang Chun fumed inwardly. Sisters, how could I hide that pervert? Liu Ruyan lay on the sofa, slightly out of breath. Oh my heavens, this house is just too big. Yes, that's right. Mu Yulu also took a deep breath. I am dead tired. We can't find any trace of him at all. Sister Liu, you and my brother Mu Ka, don't you have a secret base or something? Mu Yulu asked, brushing her hair. Liu Ruyan began to ponder. She vaguely remembered. When they were little, they seemed to particularly like being with me on the rooftop balcony, to see who could pee further, I think. Could he be there? Liu Ruyan immediately stood up and waved. Follow me. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the anti-theft door leading to the rooftop. Liu Ruyan placed her hand on it. 3, 2, 1, boom. In an instant, their vision plunged into darkness. The lights in the house suddenly went out completely. Whoa! A ghost! Liu Ruyan and Mu Yulu were both startled and terrified, screaming out loud on the spot, and instinctively hugged each other tightly, burying their heads in each other's arms. Click! The anti-theft door, leading to the rooftop, suddenly opened. I walked in from outside, holding Mu Nai's small hand, and with a gust of cold wind accompanying us. For a moment, Mu Yulu and Liu Ruyan both had their hair standing on end. Their hearts pounded as if they would leap out of their chests. Is the power out? I looked at the dark hallway. Puzzled. Thud. Accompanied by two dull thumps, Liu Ruyan and Mu Yulu both fell stiffly to the ground. Seeing this, a huge question mark immediately popped up in my mind. Has my king's haki become so powerful? Just then, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was Mu Yu, who had finished playing basketball, turning on her flashlight and returning home. Brother is amazing. He put both of them to sleep in one go. 10 minutes later, I lit candles in the room, reading the novel I had cherished for years. Beside me was Liu Ruyan, who had fainted, sleeping soundly like a dead pig. Not long after, Liu Ruyan finally woke up from her stupor. She first rubbed the back of her neck, which was sore from the fall. Ouch, that hurts. Then, she looked towards the only source of light in the room. It was a pitch-black face hidden in the darkness. Whoa, a ghost! Liu Ruyan lifted her leg, and instinctively kicked towards the other person. I calmly reached out my hand, and grabbed the delicate foot flying towards me. Calm down. The ghost has turned into little Mew Mew and started speaking human language. Liu Ruyan shouted loudly. Thump. I gave Liu Ruyan a knock on the head. Ouch! That hurts! Liu Ruyan clutched her head, rolling around on the bed like a spinning top. Only then, coming back to her senses, did she realize I wasn't a ghost. Are you calm now? I said, without turning my head. Liu Ruyan sat cross-legged on the bed, pouting indignantly. You hit me, because only then would someone stop acting crazy and wasting my saliva. I explained nonchalantly. You hit me. This was a last resort. You hit me. Liu Ruyan's indignation seemed to overflow the screen. I glanced at the young girl, then looked at the novel in my hand. Finally, I helplessly spread my arms. Come here, give me a hug. Hooray. Liu Ruyan's indignation immediately vanished without a trace. She directly plunged into my cool embrace. Hey, you're hugging too tight. I felt a softness. I cleared my throat twice. Liu Ruyan pouted, completely unconcerned about it. So what? Didn't we used to hug like this when we were little? I smiled helplessly. We're not lovers. Things are different from when we were kids. If someone sees this, how am I going to find a girlfriend? Oh, not lovers? Different now. Liu Ruyan covered her small mouth and spoke with a mocking tone, as if without me, someone would even find a girlfriend. You lonely dog. But take responsibility. Hearing that, I was a little puzzled. Responsibility for what? Responsibility for little Mew Mew later, not being able to find a girlfriend. Liu Ruyan slowly sat up, her hands cupped my cheeks. A faint smile graced the corner of her lips. Our eyes met. The two of us could even hear each other's breathing. The atmosphere gradually grew ambiguous. Suddenly, the room door was pushed open. Mu Tang Chun's figure suddenly appeared. Everyone, hands up. Time rewound to 5 minutes earlier. Mu Yu Lu was waking up from her stupor. Wah! Mu Tang Chun sat on Mu Yu Lu's stomach, letting out a terrifying howl. Ghost! Mu Yu Lu was startled and terrified, and instinctively threw a punch. Thud! Mu Tang Chun's cheek was hit, and she immediately fell off Mu Yu Lu. Defeat CG activated. Mu Yu Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you idiot, little Chun. Don't you know eldest sister is most afraid of ghosts, and you dared to scare her? Mu Tang Chun pouted indignantly. Sigh. I just wanted to tease eldest sister. Mu Yu Lu said helplessly. You guys really are something. Oh no. Eldest sister is angry. The thing Mu Tang Chun and Mu Yu Yi loved to do most every day was to tease eldest sister. If they didn't do it once, their whole body would feel uncomfortable. This feeling, I am about to be scolded again. Don't bully eldest sister. Mu Nai Yi waved her small hands in front of Mu Yu Lu, hurriedly stopping Mu Tang Chun and Mu Yu Yi. Seeing this, Mu Tang Chun, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. All right then, I'll bully you instead. Having said that, she lunged at Mu Nai Yi. Claws. Bared. No, don't. Mu Nai Yi hurriedly covered her head and dodged. Meanwhile, Mu Yu Lu timely reached out and grabbed Mu Tang Chun. Stop messing around. Aren't you guys feeling hot? Ever since the power went out, the central air conditioning had shut off. The room temperature was slowly rising. A conservative estimate was that it was currently over 30 degrees Celsius. Mu Tang Chun wiped her forehead. It really is a bit hot. She had been playing too vigorously just now, completely oblivious to the change in temperature. Reminded by Mu Yu Lu like this, she immediately felt a scorching heat. Sweat ceaselessly streamed down from her forehead. Mu Nai Yi saw that Mu Tang Chun was no longer chasing her, and stopped her steps. It's all right, she thought, similar to Mu Yu Yi. She was the type to handle heat well. Mu Yu Yi fanned herself. It's not exactly hot, just feeling stifled. Mu Yu Lu's face was serious. If the power stays out tonight, how are we going to sleep? We won't be able to sleep at all. We'll die from the heat. No way. I don't want to wake up, covered in sweat and with a sore throat. Mu Tang Chun cried out in despair. For her, summer without air conditioning was more unbearable than anything. Mu Yu Yi teased. A calm mind naturally feels cool. Her sister Mu Yu Lu rolled her eyes in response. Throw me into a sauna, and I won't be calm either. So what do we do now? She suddenly felt that sleeping under a river might be acceptable. Mu Tang Chun, whose brain was overheating, was starting to get a little muddled. Ah, I've got an idea. Mu Yu Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. The other three heard her and craned their necks. What's the idea? Mu Yu Lu smiled mysteriously. It's simple. Just find a room with a low temperature. The three of them simultaneously froze. With the power out like this, what room could possibly be cool? Mu Yu Lu didn't say much. She just picked up her blanket and pillow and walked out. Everyone, follow me. Although the three sisters didn't understand Mu Yu Lu's intentions, they still brought their sleeping gear and followed. Very quickly, they arrived at my room door. Mu Tang Chun looked at Mu Yu Lu with suspicion. Eldest sister, Is this the cool place you were talking about? Mu Yu Lu replied. That's right. Haha. Are you telling a lame joke? It really is lame, Mu Tang Chun pouted. No. No. Brother Mu Xie, he's incredibly cold. Mu Yu Lu recalled the cool aura from my body. A look of happiness appeared on her face. He's really super comfortable. Mu Tang Chun helplessly clutched her forehead. Oh no. Eldest sister. After the college entrance exam, her brain has started to reformat. Mu Yu Yi yawned. I am going back to sleep. Ever since her heartfelt conversation with me, Mu Na Yi was a little afraid to meet me, both shy and anxious. Shy because I knew her so well, anxious that I would find her bothersome. Mu Yu Lu was a little speechless. Haven't you already come all this way? Before they could finish speaking, in my bedroom, a conversation that made one think improper thoughts suddenly drifted out. In that instant, Mu Tang Chun reacted instinctively. Before anyone could react, she kicked open my room door. Clear the room, everyone. Hands up. Her actions shocked everyone present. Mu Yu Lu and I both froze for 3 seconds. Mu Tang Chun, do you have a death wish? I said, gritting my teeth in anger. 5 minutes later, Liu Ruyan and I sat on the bed. Mu Tang Chun knelt on the floor in penance. The 3 sisters sat on the floor, wrapped in blankets, except they, who were originally drenched in sweat, now had expressions full of comfort and enjoyment, especially Mu Tang Chun. She was so comfortable she almost floated away. Even kneeling, she didn't complain. Eldest sister really didn't lie to me. That damn pervert really is cold. After hearing the explanation, I agreed to let them stay and sleep, and set 3 rules. Tonight, if you want to sleep here, it's fine, but no snoring, teeth grinding, or farting. No going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. No talking in your sleep, no making any sounds. Forbidden. No breathing, no heartbeats. Hey, are these terms for dead people? It's obviously aimed at me. Mu Tang Chun immediately complained. I glanced at her. It is aimed at you. You dare to scold people. You're not allowed to scold people, and you're especially not allowed to scold me. Mu Tang Chun almost choked with anger. If it weren't for wanting to leech off the cold air, she would have exploded in anger by now. Those under the eaves cannot help but bow their heads. She put up with him, pulled the blanket tightly around herself, shrinking into a turtle. It's fine. It's fine. This guy can only be arrogant for one night. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge later. Mu Tang Chun secretly comforted herself. Mu Yu Lu said gratefully. Thank you tonight, brother Mu Ka. Sorry for the trouble. Sorry for the trouble. Mu Yu Yi and Mu Nai Yi also said their thanks. I waved my firmware down our hand. It's nothing, brother Mu Xie. Tonight, if brother Mu Ka's body isn't feeling well, just tell me any time. Mu Nai Yi said, blushing. Ah, okay. I understand. My expression was a little stiff. This kid is kind-hearted. It's just that her way of caring has gone a little off track. I really don't want to drink that bathwater from the bottom of my heart. Do I? Body not feeling well. Where? Liu Ruyan began to probe me. Nothing, you misheard. Stop talking nonsense. Let me see. No. Sister Liu. Liu Ruyan pressed me onto the bed. Both hands acted simultaneously, utterly joyful. We immediately began to play and tease each other. The 4 sisters looked at each other, suddenly feeling a bit superfluous here. These 2 treated them like air. Mu Yu Lu on one side watched Liu Ruyan and me playfully wrestling loudly. She didn't know why. She just felt a slight blockage in her heart. Her thoughts also became a little chaotic. How strange. Why do I feel panicked? 3 a.m. Mu Yu Lu woke up from a dream. The room was very quiet. Only the steady breathing of everyone could be heard. She slowly stood up, glancing at me, lying on the bed, hesitated for a moment. Finally, she tiptoed to my side. Mu Yu Lu carefully squatted down, her hands resting on the edge of the bed, her hands cupping her chin. Brother Mu Xie, if we had met a little earlier, how wonderful that would be, since I was little. I've always wanted an older brother. I wanted an older brother to dote on me. That way, I wouldn't have to suppress my emotions, or restrain my true nature. I could freely act spoiled with mom, ask for the toys I wanted, the clothes I liked, the delicious food I craved. I could also bully my older brother, after twisting in his heart's darkness. Here's something like, are you sick? Instead of always indulging my sisters, always being an understanding child. Every decision had to go with the flow. My own wishes always came after everyone else's, and I even had to pretend to be very happy, very delighted, sacrificing myself for the group. I can't do what's called no resentment, no regret. Sometimes, I also want to be a little selfish, to make myself a little happy. I don't like it that way. I also want an older brother to dote on me. But why couldn't we have met a little earlier? You're clearly such a good person, but it can't be. Being my older brother for a few days, you might have to leave, to do your own thing. You might also date a girlfriend, become someone else's family. What hateful fate, don't you agree? Brother Mu K. Mu Yu, Lu said. A bitter smile involuntarily bloomed at the corner of her mouth. She reached out and gently pinched my cheek. Then, like a child who had done something wrong, she quickly burrowed back into her blanket, as if nothing had ever happened. At 3:20 a.m., Mu Yu Yi woke up from a dream. She ran out to use the restroom. Ah, what a truly comfortable night. Thank you, brother. Brother Mu.ca, it's so good to have you here. Mu Yu Yi said a word of thanks to me. Then she immediately fell back asleep. At 3:50 a.m., Mu Nai seemed to have a bad dream. Cold sweat streamed down her forehead. No, don't. Mu Nai suddenly opened her eyes. Waking up abruptly from her dream, her entire body shot up instantly. An unconscious stream of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes, falling onto the blanket. It happened again. Mu Nai hugged her slender legs. Her entire body curled into a ball. Her soft body trembled helplessly. This was already countless times. She had woken up from a nightmare again. Every time it was the same dream, the same experience, the same person. What did she do wrong? After all, Mu Nai softly murmured. The moonlight outside the window shone down, but it couldn't cover her gloomy soul. A moment later, Mu Nai's emotions had calmed down a bit. She raised her head and looked at me, slowly stood up. Big brother Mu, help me. 4:30 a.m. Mu Tangshan was so hot she woke up completely, even though I was the central air conditioner in the room. Unfortunately, too many people were sleeping here, which meant the cool air she received wasn't enough. It's so hot, I am going to die from the heat. In a daze, Mu Tangshan first raised her hand, wiping the sweat from her cheek. Then came a dull wave of discomfort, crawling and tossing and turning. There was absolutely no cool spot. Mu Tangshan gradually became irritable. After rolling around on the floor for a while, the young girl suddenly felt something. Her spirit trembled. Her body instinctively moved towards the source of the cool air. I want to be cool. I don't want to be hot. Very quickly, Mu Tangshan, in a completely unconscious state, had climbed into my bed. The next morning, I slowly woke up from sleep, so heavy. I felt as if something heavy was pressing down on me. My breathing also became difficult. I immediately turned my head to look, only to see on my left side. It was Liu Ruyan in the wildest sleeping position. At this moment, she was digging her knee into my kidney. It looked as if she wanted to permanently damage my kidney. I turned my head to the other side, and saw Mu Nai, who was supposed to be sleeping on the floor, had somehow climbed into bed, lying right next to me, her head resting on my arm. Curled up in my embrace, I continued to turn my head, only to see Mu Tangshan, this troublesome girl, was currently like a python, tightly wrapped around my body, both hands around my neck, both legs gripping my waist, her long pink hair spread out freely, her pretty little cherry-like mouth. And to make matters worse, she was biting my neck. Drool soaked the pillow. Hey, wake up. I nudged Mu Tangshan, but the young girl remained motionless. Mu Yuye is about to eat all the breakfast. I continued. Mu Tangshan still didn't move. I'll strip you, take nude photos, and post them on a lolly website to swindle money. I played my last card. Mu Tangshan's eyes immediately widened. She sprang up like a spring, sitting bolt upright. Don't post it on a lolly website, along with Mu Tangshan's loud scream. The others also woke up from their dreams, except for Mu Yue, who had already gone out for her disciplined morning run. After they woke up, the first thing that caught their eye was me and Mu Tangshan, in a strange pose together. Could it be? Wait, things aren't what you all think. Mu Tangshan hastily explained. However, Mu Yulu got up and left first, without saying a word. I am going to brush my teeth and wash my face. She didn't seem too happy. I'll go first. Mu Nai hurriedly left my side, cowering, hugging her pillow, and running away. So incredibly embarrassing. Liu Ruyan didn't offer much explanation either. She just left a faint, sarcastic remark, then turned and left. Mu Tangshan was about to collapse. Why wouldn't anyone listen to her? Well, I am leaving too. Bye-bye. I awkwardly sat up from the bed, preparing to leave. Mu Tangshan saw me acting as if nothing had happened, and an unknown fire immediately flared up within her. Stop right there. What? Do you really want nude photos? I looked at her suspiciously. Explain it to me quickly, Mu Tangshan said, gritting her teeth. Explain what? You were the one who climbed onto me last night. Okay. I glanced at her. Mu Tangshan said fiercely. You're lying. I am leaving. With that, I walked away. This bastard. You damn pervert. I am going to kill you. Mu Tangshan was so angry she broke through her defenses, and immediately lunged at me. Seeing that, I sighed helplessly. Hayes, what's the need for this? I immediately took a step back, and casually grabbed her small hand. Then came a perfectly executed shoulder throw, spinning 360 degrees in the air, throwing her back onto the bed. Ah! My waist. Mu Tangshan screamed in pain, Everyone sat down at the dining table one by one. Mu Yuye was engrossed in eating breakfast, oblivious to everything, completely unaware of what had happened this morning. Mu Yulu rested her chin on one hand. On one side, she speared bread with her fork. On the other, she glared gloomily at Mu Tangchun. Clearly, she came first. She had never been so intimately embraced by Big Brother Mu. Yet this youngest sister got there faster. Mu Nai kept her head down, completely afraid to look anyone at the table in the eye. She was afraid her little secret would be discovered, and also afraid of me asking about last night. It was truly mortifying. Mu Tangchun, sitting next to me, was even more miserable. While rubbing her waist, which I had hurt, she anxiously searched for the source of the gloomy gaze fixed on her. Who dares to harm me? Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan and I remained unperturbed, very leisurely eating breakfast, completely without any psychological pressure. Cheers to a good morning. The two of them clinked glasses, smiling at each other. Mu Feng was a little confused. What is this otherworldly relaxed feeling? Don't these two realize? The atmosphere at the dining table is a bit subtle. Xiao Mu, were there mosquitoes in the room last night? Why is your neck red? Mu Qianxian suddenly asked. Last night, the hickey that Mu Tangchun accidentally left on my neck seemed a bit too prominent. It couldn't disappear in a short amount of time. There was a puppy. I thought for a moment, then said. Mu Tangchun heard that, and immediately exploded. Who are you? Calling a dog. In an instant, everyone looked towards Mu Tangchun. I was speechless, looking at this girl. See, Shay's flaring up again. Isn't she just giving herself away? Mu Tangchun felt everyone's gazes, and reacted. She weakly sat down. I am a puppy. No. I am not a dog. That's not right either. Am I a dog after all? Oh no, Xiao Chun. My lifelong reputation is about to be ruined here. You punk, are you bullying your sister? Mu Feng saw that things weren't good, and immediately took out his leather belt, preparing to enforce family law, although he still didn't know the full story. But as long as I was his son, I had to bear the main responsibility in this matter. Moreover, he couldn't scold those 4 sisters. At most, he could secretly apologize to Big Brother Mu later that night. Right, Bang, calm down a bit. Mu Qianxian suddenly spoke up from the side. She narrowed her eyes, a smile on her face, stopping Mu Feng, who was about to whip me with his belt. Qianxian, I am fine, let me handle this. Mu Qianxian comforted Mu Feng with a word. Immediately after, she looked at Mu Tangchun. Xiao Chun, apologize to your big brother Mu. Huh? Me apologize? Mu Tangchun pointed at her own small, cute face, immediately filled with indignation and grievance. On what grounds? Clearly, I am the one who suffered. All right then, that's right. Apologize. Mu Qianxian was still smiling. Her voice was as gentle as ever. Only, the undeniable certainty mixed within that gentle tone made one feel an oppressive pressure. I couldn't help but look at Mu Qianxian a few more times. It was truly a bit unexpected. Aunt Mu usually seemed quite gentle, but behind that, she had such a firm side. No wonder she could so easily train my old man to be as obedient as a puppy. Mom, this isn't my fault. Clearly, that damn pervert, Mom said to apologize to your big brother Mu, right now. Mu Qianxian interrupted Mu Tangchun. Her gentle tone now sent shivers down one's spine, especially Mu Tangchun. Her body instinctively trembled. Unconsciously, she had started to sweat. She could feel that if she argued back again, something big would definitely happen. The young girl dared not gamble. Xiao Chun, apologize. Apologize. Mu Tangchun, under her mother's authority, finally had to reluctantly apologize to me. Mu Qianxian spoke up, a little louder. I am sorry. Mu Tangchun bowed 90 degrees. Her voice resonated. Only, in those beautiful eyes, were filled with tears of humiliation and unwillingness. It clearly wasn't her fault. Clearly, she was the one being wronged. Why did she have to apologize? From childhood until now, she had always been pampered. Never had she experienced such great humiliation. My dear concubine, you may rise. No. Little sister, stand up. I forgive you. At this moment, Mu Qianxian also put me in a difficult position. I couldn't not forgive her, even though I didn't care at all about what happened this morning. Mu Tangchun slapped my hand away. Who needs your forgiveness? You damn pervert. Fine. Are you satisfied now? Wasn't this your goal all along? Didn't you want me to bow my head to you? Now, I've satisfied you. Is that enough? Mu Tangchun screamed in despair. Then she ran barefoot, crying as she ran out of the house. Xiao Chun. Mu Yulu hastily called after her. Mu Yuye immediately stood up. Let me go after her. No. Let me. I raised my hand and pushed Mu Yuye back down. Then I quickly chased after her out the door. The one who tied the bell must untie it. It was most appropriate for me to go find Mu Tangchun. Moreover, no one else could catch up. Mu Tangchun was running at full speed. Mom, You spoke too harshly to Xiao Chun today. This was the first time Mu Yulu had seen Mu Qianqian speak such words to Mu Tangchun. Mu Qianqian slowly stood up and began clearing the dishes from the table. No, Mom didn't. Why not? Xiao Chun, she already. This is something she must go through. Mu Qianqian finished speaking, then turned and left. Why? On what grounds? I clearly didn't do anything wrong. Why was I scolded? Why did I have to apologize? Was it my fault that my entire body was seen by someone? Was it my fault that I was hit? Wasn't it just scolding him a few times? Did I say something wrong? He's a super pervert from childhood until now. Mom never scolded me. It's because I came here that things turned out like this. I hate this family. Mu Tangchen broke down, crying loudly on the road. Her steps also grew faster and faster, as if only by doing so could she calm the resentment in her heart, because it was still early. There was almost no one on the road. Of course, no one noticed Mu Tangchun's state at this moment. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet, so Mu Tangchun just ran without a destination. Even as pebbles cut and scraped her soles, she didn't notice. Suddenly, she stumbled. Mu Tangchun missed a step and fell flat on the road. Both her knees were scraped. Mu Tangchun, at this moment, had unconsciously run right into the middle of the road. A deafening horn suddenly blared. Mu Tangchun hadn't even had time to react when, in the corner of her eye, she saw a large red truck speeding rapidly towards her. It's over. Mu Tangchun's eyes became dull. She was going to die here. All events from the past flashed like a kaleidoscope before the young girl's eyes. The piercing noise made Mu Tangchun clearly realize she was beyond saving. Mom, big sister, you damn pervert. After chasing her out of the house, I hadn't even had time to call out to Mu Tangchun when I saw her carelessly fall into the middle of the road. Immediately after, a heavy truck also roared towards her. This idiot! I cursed under my breath. I immediately rushed forward, ahead, with the fastest speed I'd ever mustered, rushing to Mu Tangchun's side and embracing her tightly. Big brother Mu. Mu Tangchun saw me appear and froze on the spot. Why would Big Brother Mu risk his life to save her in this situation? Is he an idiot? Why would he do that? Doesn't he know hell die if he does that? Mu Tangchun's mood became more complex than ever in this moment. On my side, I had no time to pay attention to Mu Tangchun. 1 second before the heavy truck slammed into us, I quickly extended my left hand, along with the system-granted ability being activated. My eyes instantly filled with a fiery red. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted from within my body, spreading to every cell. My entire body's muscles visibly bulked up. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash, my palm violently collided with the truck. Mu Tangchun screamed in terror, instinctively closing her eyes tightly. Her whole body curled up in my arms, both hands clutching my shirt. Her feet left the ground, reducing her own resistance to the lowest level. In an instant, under the truck's roaring engine and sheer mass, both of our bodies were immediately pushed backward by it. As for me, I was under pressure, wanting to use my strength to stop it. Infinite value, 216 points, 200 points, 150 points. As time passed, the infinite value accumulated all night was continuously decreasing. At the same time, my knees, which were pressed against the ground, were also scraped raw. The sleeve on my left arm also tore open due to the intense impact force. My expression at this moment became incredibly fierce. Stop right there. The red in my eyes became even more brilliant. Just like that, I held Mu Tangchun and was dragged how far by this truck, until a long streak of blood appeared on the ground. Before it slowly came to a halt, the infinite value was just perfectly depleted, along with the disappearance of the ability. My muscles, which had been bulging, immediately emitted a dense white vapor. The red glow vanished. My face immediately became incredibly pale. My heartbeat and breathing rate were also incredibly rapid, truly worthy of being called the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Indeed, strong enough. After I said this, my head immediately felt heavy, and I directly fainted. Mu Tangchun was the same. Her small body couldn't withstand such a powerful impact. The moment I collided with the truck, she fainted immediately. In the dim darkness, Mu Tangchun walked on an unknown road, surrounded by passing crowds. She didn't know how long she had been walking. She only knew she kept wandering here endlessly. As time passed, the fear in the young girl's heart grew incessantly. Just as she was so helpless, she wanted to burst into tears. A hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. The young girl turned her head to look, only to see a truck monster with arms and legs was smirking at her. Between its abstract eyebrows, a vulgar and teasing look was clearly visible. Young girl, it's time to be reincarnated into another world. Tangchun was stunned and immediately screamed. Wah! A truck! A truck! Her whole body sprang up from the hospital bed. She quickly looked around, but there was no ghostly world here, no silent crowds, and no truck monster either. Only her family members were looking at her with concern. Xiao Chun. You're awake. Mu Yulu saw Mu Tangchun wake up, and immediately excitedly hugged her tightly. A stream of tears continuously fell. It's so good. So good. Her little sister is okay. She's still alive. When she received the call from the hospital, saying that I and Mu Tangchun were hit by a truck, she was so scared her soul nearly left her body. She almost fainted on the spot. It's good that she's okay. It's good that she's okay. Mu Feng stood by, hugged Mu Qianqian, whose face was a little pale, also breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chun, do you feel any more discomfort anywhere? Mu Neiyi asked with concern, immediately stood up. Let me go call the doctor to check. Everyone in the hospital room became flustered, but the atmosphere was quite relieved. A moment later, the doctor came to the hospital room and performed a series of checks on Mu Tangchun. Mu Qianqian hastily asked the doctor, "How is my daughter?" "Don't worry, parent. Your daughter is very healthy. Aside from some minor superficial injuries, she just needs to rest for a while." The doctor offered a word of comfort. Mu Qianqian heard this. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled. "That's wonderful. Your daughter is okay. Big brother Mu." "That's right. Where is big brother Mu? How is he?" "Earlier. To protect me." Mu Tangchun at this moment finally regained her senses after being dazed. She hastily asked about my condition. She knew very well. With such a collision speed, she had fainted immediately, let alone me, who was shielding her from the outside. Why would he risk his life to protect me like that? I clearly scolded him all day long. Mu Tangchun completely didn't understand my actions. Weren't the two of us supposed to be arch-nemeses? But I don't know why. Now, just thinking of him, made her heart ache as if being cut. Big brother Mu. Everyone's faces darkened. The originally relaxed atmosphere in the hospital room suddenly became heavy. Could it be? Mu Tangchun saw this, and her heart sank. Her lips trembled. Her eyes also lost their radiant sparkle. All the strength in her body seemed to have been drained away at this very moment. Although no one explicitly said it, Mu Tangchun looked at their reactions and had already guessed part of it. Drip. A tear rolled down from the corner of Mu Tangchun's eye, falling onto the bedsheet. Mu Tangchun was crying. It was the first time she had cried out loud because of me, and perhaps the last time. Idiot. Idiot. Mu Tangchun's tears continued to fall ceaselessly. A pair of small hands clutched even tighter onto Mu Yuli's sleeve to release her emotions. With a click, the room door was suddenly pushed open. I held an IV bag in one hand and a cast on the other. With Liu Ruin's help, I limped in from outside and walked up to everyone. "Yo, my little sister looks pretty awake, huh? Actually, I woke up much earlier. On the way to the hospital, I sprang up like a coil, sitting bolt upright instantly, frightening the nurse beside me into fainting on the spot. The emergency doctor who received me was also completely stunned. What the hell? You're telling me this kid, strong as an ox, who could even last 10 rounds, was just hit by a heavy truck? Stop messing around. He should have been sent in pieces for reassembly." After that, through a series of doctors' examinations, they found that my body, apart from a slight hairline fracture in my left arm, slightly malnourished muscles, and scraped skin on both knees, had no other issues at all. I was practically a minimalist homelander. The doctor, who had practiced for so many years, had never encountered anyone so tough. If it weren't for his rationality telling him that there were no superheroes in this world, he would have almost sent someone to investigate if I had a habit of not eating beef. Finally, I realized I might be a bit too overbearing, to not be too flashy. I had to tell the doctor that I was only lightly grazed by the truck, which was why I wasn't seriously injured. Only then did I manage to fool him into letting it go. Coincidentally, this morning, the area near the Mu family's house had a power outage. Surveillance cameras also stopped working, so my dominant scene wasn't recorded. It was a blessing in disguise, saving me a lot of trouble. The reason Mu Feng and everyone else looked like that was simply because they saw me, completely bandaged like a rice dumpling, and instinctively thought I was severely injured. Very quickly, with Liu Ruian's help, I returned to my hospital bed and lay down. Mu Feng took a step forward and patted my shoulder. "Son, that was awesome. Nothing else matters. Just the fact that I'll have new material to brag about with my buddies when I drink. It's great." What's so special about his son getting into Ding Dang University? My son has an iron head. He can ram a truck head-on. My shoulder had just been cast. I was a bit speechless. Old Dang definitely didn't do that on purpose, right? Hee. Mu Feng quickly withdrew his hand and gave 2 light coughs. My mistake. Completely my mistake. Go, get out of here. Since both my hands were busy, I had to use my tongue to shoo him away. Seeing this, Mu Feng not only didn't retreat, but smoothly turned around and knelt on one knee. I was stunned on the spot. What is this charade? Is old Deng tired of living? Does he want to shorten my lifespan? Father of my super tough son, I wish to recognize you as my godfather. Heaven and earth bear witness. From today onwards, let's each take care of our own. Dad calls you godfather. You call Dad father. Mu Feng's absurdity was astonishing. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Usually, in this situation, if I am not mistaken, he must have something he wants to ask of me, right? Godfather is indeed wise. Tell me about it. As long as you block another truck, and let me record it, that's all. Considering your health condition, I won't ask for much, starting with 100-ton truck, no upper limit. Mu Feng rubbed his hands together with an expectant look. It was clear he really wanted to brag to his buddies. Holy crap, why didn't that truck driver just run over this old man back then? Listen, is that even human speech? All right, stop messing around. The child just woke up. Don't disturb their rest. Let's go home and cook lunch for everyone. Mu Qianqian then stepped forward to stop Mu Feng from continuing his antics. I didn't. I just, well, head back first. You all rest well. Mu Qianqian smiled gently at everyone. Then old Deng was forcibly dragged away. Godfather, wait for me to recover, then let's film. Mu Feng, even while being dragged away, still didn't forget about filming a video to show off. Truly speechless. Is this old Deng really my biological father? Mu Yulu then stepped forward and asked with concern, Brother Mu, is there any other discomfort in your body? I am all right, not at the moment. That's good. If there is, you must tell me. Okay, great. What if there is? What good would it do for him to tell you about his discomfort? I am asking. Liu Ruyan beside me spoke casually. Mu Yulu paused. I really can't do anything. You're speechless, right? I am sorry. Stop. You don't need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. Her mind isn't always normal sometimes, I interjected, while winking at Liu Ruyan. Out of respect for me, Liu Ruyan finally stopped pushing. I am fine, Brother Mu. Please rest well. I am going home to help Mom cook. Mu Yulu gave a forced smile. Then she turned and left. Mu Yuye also stood up. Brother Mu, you and Xiaochun rest. I'll go home too to see if I can help. Saying that, she looked at Mu Nai. Let's go. Huh? Mu Nai was slightly startled. The little girl still wanted to talk to me for a bit longer, but Mu Yuyi clearly didn't give her that chance, and directly pulled her away. Seriously, what are they doing? I saw that everyone had almost left, and gave Liu Ruyan a helpless look. Liu Ruyan then stood up again, and shoved an apple directly into my mouth. I am going to arrange for you to be moved to a private room. Well, talk tonight. After Liu Ruyan finished speaking, she left decisively, completely without giving me a chance to retort, and just like that, the bustling room now only had me and Mu Tangchen left. The silence was terrifying. The young girl hid under the blanket, not daring to look at me directly, perhaps out of shame, or perhaps because she temporarily didn't know how to face the person she hated the most, but who had just saved her life, especially after knowing I was still alive. The girl's heavy heart suddenly felt relieved. Kid, I spit out the apple in my mouth and actively called out to Mu Tangchen. Yes, hearing my call, Mu Tangchen couldn't pretend not to hear, so she crawled out from under the blanket and obediently sat on the bed, lowering her head and looking at her fingers intertwined nervously. Am I about to be scolded? It's true. I brought it upon myself, who told me to almost kill Brother Mu. A scolding is deserved. Next time you're on the road, remember to watch where you're going. Understood? I instructed her. Mu Tangchen was slightly startled upon hearing that. Her small nose couldn't help but sniffle. A little sting. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yes, I will be careful. He didn't scold me, and he didn't mock me either. She had originally thought I would hate her. After all, she really was too much this time. Why are you suddenly so obedient? I am not quite used to it, I teased with a light laugh. I still prefer the little girl who constantly opposes me and scolds me as a pervert more. Mu Tangchen quickly said upon hearing that. Sorry. I was ignorant before, always judging a book by its cover, always thinking that wearing earrings and talking to thugs meant they were all bad guys. Hey, that's too much of a generalization, but you are actually a very good person. Whether it was saving someone from the bridge before or saving me now, I saw it all. I acknowledge what you've done. I just, Mu Tangchun suddenly became speechless. She was just too proud, because her ego was too big, so she didn't want to deny her previous judgment. At the same time, she also didn't want to admit that the standards she had believed in for so many years were flawed. You fool. I couldn't help but laugh. Huh. Mu Tangchen raised her head in a daze. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to. No one is forcing you. Just know, I've always been your older brother, and that's enough. My tone was very gentle. The moment Mu Tangchen apologized to me, I had already accepted this slightly proud little sister. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the young girl's pink hair, dancing in the pristine white hospital room. That night, under Liu Ruian's arrangements, I was quickly moved to a VP private room. The price was very expensive, but the Liu family was very rich, and Liu Ruian herself was even richer. I leaned against the headboard, watching Liu Ruian peeling an apple beside me. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Second sister, just say what you need to say. Don't peel that apple anymore. Honestly, with this atmosphere and lighting, I suspect if I say anything wrong, Liu Ruian might just stab me to death with that knife. Liu Ruian's expression was calm. I don't like your 4 little sisters. Why? I was very confused. Ever since they came to your house, you keep getting hurt. What do you mean keep getting hurt? It's clearly only been this one time. Liu Ruian heard this, and immediately raised the knife, pointing it directly at my face. I flinched in fright, hastily raising my remaining right arm. Don't be rash. Knives have no eyes. The previous bridge jump counts too. That counts? Obviously. Liu Ruian was furious when this was brought up. She immediately stood up and pressed herself against me. The knife pressed directly against the young man's slender neck. Seeing that, I was so scared. I shriveled up. It's over. I'll probably die here tonight. Truly. If it weren't for you, Liu, would you have bothered to visit your old school that you haven't returned to in 4 years? Liu Ruian challenged. I felt a bit guilty. Probably. Something like that. Stop spouting nonsense. Uninstall DingTalk. I absolutely wouldn't go back. I confess completely honestly. Liu Ruian heard my answer, and let out a soft snort. See? You said it yourself. Isn't this Yula's fault then? But when I jumped down then, it was because I could protect myself. I am not brain damaged. To show off, would I sacrifice my own life for it? What about this time? Do you also have self-protection abilities? That's right. Otherwise, who do you think would dare to go head-to-head with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and still survive? I retorted. Liu Ruian fell into deep thought upon hearing that. Indeed, with the physical strength of a carbon-based life form, it's impossible to withstand a direct impact from a fully loaded truck. And analyzing the wounds on my body, it was clear I had taken the full frontal attack combo from the opponent, plus the fact that this kid didn't know how to swim before. But yesterday, he could swim like a fish in turbulent waters, and even saved a suicidal young woman. Under a series of coincidences, in Liu Ruian's heart, a startling conclusion suddenly emerged. Kid, you're not the legendary novel's male lead, who awakens a system after getting 4 adoptive sisters. Are you? The young woman's gaze at me was full of suspicion. Alarm bells rang in my heart. Holy crap! A cheat! I could never have imagined that Liu Ruian would rely only on my recent actions to deduce such a shocking conclusion. Most importantly, this girl even guessed it spot on. Damn it. No answer? Did I guess correctly? Liu Ruian gradually moved closer to me, wanting to see the hesitation in my eyes. Ding! Warning! Warning! System detected to be at risk of exposure. Host. If you do not act to quell the opponent's suspicion, the system will activate self-destruct mode. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. I thought. There's a self-destruct mode too. Why didn't you say anything when we linked? Answer me. Kid. Liu Ruian continued to apply pressure. The system side was also acting up. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. I couldn't help but swallow. Cold sweat poured down. This is a high-stakes situation. Without time to think, I looked at Liu Ruian in front of me, and immediately made a reflexive response. I directly extended my right arm, and pulled Liu Ruian into my embrace. Before the young woman could react, I spoke first. My voice was filled with deep affection. I am sorry, Ruian. I thought these tricks to deceive girls. For me, there really shouldn't be secrets between us. This matter, I was wrong. I apologize to you. My tone was unprecedentedly serious and sincere. Liu Ruian was completely stunned after hearing that, temporarily forgetting to struggle. I thought to myself, no way, bro. Going all out like this? I am truly sorry. What good is just apologizing? After all, apologies don't work. But showing my sincerity, to you and me, is extremely useful and important, and this must be what you want to hear the most. My complete sincerity. Oh. So cheesy. I know it's cheesy, but in sincere words, always lies a person's purest feelings. That's even cheesier now. In short, from today onwards, let's be sincere with each other again, okay? Ruian, no more keeping any secrets. Can we go back to how our relationship used to be? My tone, words, heartbeat, and breathing all reached the most affectionate realm at this moment. Even though Liu Ruian knew I was just talking nonsense, her body still honestly accepted it. Simply put, she was fooled to the point of daze. She instinctively rested her chin on my shoulder, quietly feeling the warmth that belonged only to them. Okay, The young woman's voice was very soft. So soft it was mixed with a hint of tenderness. This was an emotion she had never revealed in front of me before. Whatever, I thought. At least the fractured feelings between us had been mended. We are still the close childhood sweethearts we once were. Ding, target detected to be fully convinced. System self-destruct sequence aborted. Host is truly awesome. Your flirting skills are indeed professional. The system, while aborting the self-destruct sequence, didn't forget to give me a compliment. My recent maneuver was absolutely the greatest it had ever seen since becoming a system. A solution requiring no technical skill, purely emotional. Most importantly, I poured my emotions into it, and that's one thing. But I didn't even say anything substantial and still managed to sweet-talk her. Amazing. Truly too amazing. If it had such high emotional intelligence like me back then the goddess Tongzi it secretly admired, perhaps in the end, wouldn't have married a rich fat pig system. The more I talk, the more heartbroken I become. Xiao Mu. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan spoke up. I replied, "What's wrong? You said so much just now, but it seems you still haven't told me whether you actually have a system or not." Ding. Warning. Warning, system detected to be at risk of exposure. Host, if you do not act to quell the opponent's suspicion, the system will activate self-destruct mode. Countdown. I thought. Get lost. This trick can be extended too? I am sorry, I've hidden it from you. Without a second thought, I decisively apologized. Liu Ruyan was stunned. Actually, my abilities are all because old Dang took me to Hawaii to train for them. Hawaii. Do they also teach people how to use their body to stop a truck there? That's right. Because it's not normal Hawaii. It's the Hawaii from textbooks, so that's how it is. Liu Ruyan immediately understood after the explanation. That explains it then. If it's that legendary Hawaii, then even if I were to barehandedly rip out a heart now, Liu Ruyan wouldn't find it strange at all. In short, it was perfectly logical. 1 week later, Mu, Tangchun and I were successfully discharged from the hospital. Our injuries were not severe to begin with. We could have returned home for recuperation earlier, but at Mu Changqian's strong request, we had to stay here for a while longer. The entire Mu family sat at the dining table, raising their glasses, congratulating Xiao Mu and Xiao Chun on their successful discharge. Everyone clinked their glasses together. The atmosphere was very joyful. After drinking, Mu Qianqian actively stood up and led the 4 Mu sisters in front of me. They simultaneously bowed to thank me for this incident. Thank you very, very much. Xiao Mu, thanks to you, Xiao Chun was able to get her life back. My 5 children and I are extremely grateful for your selfless help. Mu Qianqian's tone was very sincere. A few tears still lingered in her eyes. If I hadn't chased after them that day, perhaps she would have had to bury her own child. Such a great kindness. I don't know how to repay it. It's not necessary. We are all family. Auntie, please don't say such things. I quickly reached out to help Mu Changchen up, my elders bowing to me. What kind of propriety is this? I thought to myself, if it were old Dang, that'd be fine. That would be somewhat acceptable. At least I'd feel comfortable inside. No. Business is business. I definitely must thank you properly. No, absolutely not. It's natural for an older brother to protect his younger sisters. No. Protection also has limits. This is a debt of gratitude. Mu Qianqian and I put on a show of mutual assistance. I helped Auntie up once. Auntie helped me up once. A moment later, both of us were prostrate on the ground. I wouldn't get up. Auntie wouldn't get up either. The 4 daughters looked at each other. All saw surprise in each other's eyes. So Mom is usually this abstract too. All right. If you two keep this up, you'll end up bowing and getting married. Then what am I? The useless husband in a drama, I guess. Mu Feng stepped forward at this moment to smooth things over and reconcile. At the same time, he reached out his hand to help Mu Qianqian, who was prostrate on the ground, get up. Only then did this family's ridiculous drama of gratitude finally end. All right, let's stop this here. You've thanked our son already, and he's received your thanks. Everyone is still a happy family. How delightful. How delightful. Truly delightful. Mu Feng was the first to applaud, immediately agreeing. Well said, he exclaimed, and his 4 daughters followed suit with applause. Excellent, excellent. Just like that, what was supposed to be a simple celebratory dinner suddenly turned into a game to see who could clap the loudest. Liu Ruyan watched this scene with a face full of dark lines. This family truly has a bit of an unbearable quirk in everyone. A moment later, everyone finished eating. Liu Ruyan stood up first and slung the pre-packed backpack over her shoulder. Uncle Mu, Auntie Mu, and my little sisters, I won't bother you anymore. Take my leave first. So soon? Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Mu Feng spoke, trying to persuade her to stay. No, thank you. I have to go back to school tonight, and then I have other things to do, Liu Ruyan said with a hint of regret. I secretly leaned closer to tease her. What's so important? Are you going to find a boyfriend, Mu Jae? Could you please not make me want to beat you up? At this moment of farewell, Ruyan smiled gently. Her eyes narrowed, her tone sounding extremely dangerous. Hearing that, I immediately and cowardly shrank my neck. I'll go get the car. Then I quickly scurried down to the parking garage. After I left, Ruyan very politely bowed to Mu Feng and Mu Changxian, bending slightly. So that's how everything is. Goodbye, Uncle Mu, Auntie Mu, and my sisters. I'll come visit again during summer vacation. Mu Feng waved his hand. All right. Be careful on your way. I sent you some red envelopes. Consider it living expenses. Remember not to tell your old man about it. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Mu. Mu Changxian smiled gently. Auntie will wait for you. Next time you visit, Auntie will cook delicious food for you. Yes? I'll definitely come. The three sisters simultaneously waved goodbye to Liu Ruyan. Goodbye, Sister Liu. Goodbye. I'll bring you gifts next time. After Liu Ruyan bid farewell to everyone, she turned and walked down to the parking garage. Oh, wait. Why were there only 3 sisters? Liu Ruyan suddenly wondered. Could it be that she miscounted? She spread her fingers and counted, but eventually found she couldn't keep track, so she stopped thinking about it. Never mind. Let it be. At the airport, I drove Liu Ruyan there. The young woman quickly got out of the car. All right, dropping me off here is fine. Thanks. Xiao for driving me this far. Are you giving a tip? No, then you can scram. With that attitude, Liu Ruyan looked at me with a slightly disdainful gaze. Immediately after, she took out her phone and started doing something. Ding. WeChat received 8,000 yuan. The phone notification rang. I was a bit stunned. This is the red envelope Uncle Mu gave me. I still have some money in my bank account, so I am giving it all to you. Consider it startup capital for your studio. Remember to save me some shares when the time comes. Liu Ruyan smiled at me. Then she turned and left. Watching the young woman's retreating figure, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. You silly girl. I would have saved you a share, even if you hadn't said anything. The feelings between Liu Ruyan and me had already surpassed normal sibling and friend affection. Then you must keep your word. Okay? Liu Ruyan suddenly turned back, startling me. Hey, you. All right, I am really leaving this time. Remember to take good care of yourself. This time. Liu Ruyan really left. Even when leaving, she didn't forget to tease me a bit. I watched her as she entered the airport. My lips slightly pouted. Such a busybody. Inside the airport, Liu Ruyan looked back at my car. Her lips slightly parted. Between the two of us, who is truly the foolish one? Fool. With that, she left. The young woman quickly walked towards the boarding gate. Sitting in the car, I took out my phone and started booking a plane ticket for myself. I had been preparing for a beach vacation for a long time, to fully relax. Now, it's convenient to participate in a competition. No need to study for the July final exams. Plus, it's currently the off-peak travel season. There will probably be fewer people at the beach. Absolutely perfect. Let's see. Tomorrow's plane ticket. Brother Mu Ji. I want to go too. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Hearing this sudden statement, I was startled and hastily turned around to look behind me. I saw Mu Tangchun, who should have been at home, had somehow snuck into my car. The little girl was currently curious, looking at the ticketing app on my phone. I guess this little imp wants to tag along too. This little rascal. When did you get in? Right before you got in the car. I don't have the keys. How could I get in? Our car in the garage is never locked. Didn't you know? Mu Tangchun teased. Ever since we went through life and death together, my relationship with her had clearly become much closer. I was a bit speechless. How long has this little girl been with the Mu family? She's already started rummaging through our garage. Aren't you supposed to be in school? I asked back. Mu Tangchun pouted. What is there to learn in those summer classes? They're just there to soothe parents' anxiety. She might be right. I couldn't argue with that, because I used to skip school all the time too. Besides, my mom will ask for leave for us anyway. Even if Auntie Mu asked for leave for the kids, it would still be a bit much. Wait a minute. What did she say? Us? I suddenly froze. Then, before I could even react, by my car window, 3 adorable young women's heads unexpectedly popped up. Brother Mu, we also want to go to Swan Lake Mall. I looked at the 4 plane tickets that appeared on my phone, and the 4 Mu sisters, walking hand in hand in front of me. The corners of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. Wasn't this supposed to be my personal vacation? How did it suddenly turn into 5 people? Speechless. I couldn't figure it out. Even now, I still vaguely remember the scene last night after returning home. Mu Feng and Mu Qianxian, with serious expressions, entrusted the 4 sisters to me. Mu Feng wailed, My four daughters. Their future is entirely entrusted to you. Wah! Mu Qiang shed tears. From birth until now, they've never traveled so far. If they do anything wrong, please be more forgiving and overlook their mistakes. Okay? Wah! The four sisters also cried along at that moment. They embraced each other with immense affection. So, I am an outsider. Huh? If my self-control hadn't been strong enough, I probably would have flipped the table right then and there. Damn it. I am not marrying all four sisters. Do they really need to be so melodramatic? And that old man. He didn't even bother giving me travel expenses, and even said good things like, as the eldest brother of the bunch, you are responsible for covering all travel expenses for your sisters. As for financial assistance or anything like that, there's not a single penny. Damn. Does this old man think my money grows on trees? Thinking of this, I opened my bank account to check. Balance. 200,000 yuan. Indeed. I am still a penniless nobody. Brother Mew, hurry up. Mu Yuye walked ahead, waving at me. So they went up to the clothing store on the third floor. The plane tickets were booked for 6 p.m., so the four sisters decided to buy swimsuits for the beach at the clothing store first, before heading to the airport, and I, as their temporary guardian, naturally had to follow the four of them. I sighed helplessly, then followed in the footsteps of the four sisters. Swimwear store on the third floor. Since today was a work day, there weren't many people in the store. The mall looked a bit deserted. Welcome to our swimwear store. May I help you with anything? The enthusiastic sales clerk approached. Mu Yulu adjusted her glasses. Well, browse by ourselves first. If we need anything, we'll call you. Yes, miss. All swimsuits in our store can be tried on. The fitting rooms are over here. Enjoy your shopping. The sales clerk finished speaking and turned to leave. No need to introduce products. She was happy to be at leisure. Mu Tangshun looked at all sorts of swimsuits in front of her, with stars sparkling in her eyes. This is so cool. This is my first time buying a swimsuit. Their family wasn't overly poor before, but they weren't exactly rich either. Plus, there were many chores at home, so they had never been swimming since birth, nor had they ever been to the beach. This was still the first time. Mu Yuye picked up a three-piece bikini to look at. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are we really going to wear this set? This is too revealing. It's practically like not wearing anything. Mu Nai covered her eyes with both hands, her small face blushing. Don't look at indecency. Don't look at indecency. Don't look at indecency. Oh, it's just a small matter. I see people wearing them like this all the time in TV dramas. Mu Yulu didn't pay much attention to this matter. She glanced at Mu Tangshan and casually picked out a child's swimsuit for her. Xiao Chun. This swimsuit would look great on your figure. Hey, eldest sister. This is children's clothing. Oh. Is it? I clearly chose it according to your figure. I don't have a child's figure. Mu Tangshan was furious. She hated it most when anyone mentioned her figure, even if it was her own eldest sister. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Sorry. Mu Yulu apologized without a hint of sincerity. Mu Tangshan angrily puffed out her cheeks and pouted. Beside me, Mu Nai held a swimsuit that wasn't too revealing. It wasn't backless, was white, and had straps. She walked up to me and quietly asked, Mu, Brother Mew, what do you think of this one? Hearing that, I observed it carefully. It's pretty good, really? But the top is a bit small. You'll surely need something larger than this. More nourishment. I was about to say Munei is actually quite well endowed, but I suddenly felt that saying it like that would be too rude, so I corrected myself. Munai's face flushed crimson, her mind reeling. I'll go change to a larger size right away. After speaking, the young woman scurried away. So, in Brother Mu's eyes, I am actually that big. Mu Nai recalled my unfinished sentence just now, and felt her cheeks burn. How embarrassing. Just then, Mu Yuye, wearing a black sports swimsuit, walked up to me, very generously, showing off her incredibly hot figure. Yo-hoo, big brother, how about this set? I was a bit helpless. Hey, how much do you actually like black, Mu Yue? No matter if it's everyday clothes, household items, sports headbands, or the basketball she's using, they're all black. She looks like a gloomy shut-in. Huh. It's not pretty. The sun is very intense at the beach. Black absorbs heat. Do you want to get baked? So that means it's very pretty. Boss, wrap this set up for me. Mu Yuye completely ignored the main point of my words and skipped away immediately. I thought to myself, all right then, another one who doesn't understand human speech. Brother Mew, can you help me choose a set? Mu Yulu came to my side at this moment. She believed that, with my aesthetic taste, I could definitely help her choose a fantastic swimsuit. Me? Yes. All right. Let me see. I didn't refuse. I vaguely remembered Mu Qiangqian once saying that I should guide the four sisters' fashion sense, but looking at the current situation, I think Mu Yuye can be ruled out already. This girl is completely obsessed with black. I pushed up the sunglasses on my face and began searching through a sea of swimsuits. Very quickly, a swimsuit woven from platinum-colored fabric, a separate short skirt style made of thin chiffon, caught my eye. Under the surrounding lights, that outfit seemed to emit an angelic glow. Important areas were not exposed, while also being very cool. It perfectly matched Mu Yula's golden hair. How about this one? I said. Mu Yulu followed my gaze, and also saw the swimsuit, that platinum-colored one. Her beautiful eyes lit up. So beautiful. The young woman loved the swimsuit at first sight. I am going to try it on. Mu Yulu grabbed the swimsuit and dashed into the fitting room. She seemed very excited. She must really like it. She really likes that style. Hey. Mu J. Suddenly, Mu Tangchun's voice rang out. I turned my head to look, only to see in the fitting room next door, Mu Tangchun, revealing her fair shoulders, was now blushing, peeking out from the door cautiously, calling me in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's. What's wrong? I asked casually. My hair is stuck. In the fitting room, Mu Tangchun blushed and leaned her hands against the wall, her soft body trembling slightly. The air temperature around seemed a bit high, perhaps due to the breath of the two of them. Behind Mu Tangchun was me, who had just stepped in. I was currently helping the young woman untangle the strands of hair caught in her zipper, but because the space in the fitting room was very small, our bodies were forced to be close to each other. I was compelled to feel the other's body temperature, and I didn't know if it was Mu Tangchun's illusion or not. The girl seemed to feel a hidden weapon. Still not done. Mu Tangchun's voice had a hint of subtlety. Before, she probably wouldn't have reacted so strongly, and might have even felt disgusted. But ever since the two of them resolved their differences, Mu Tangchun's favorability towards me had changed drastically, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed, even though she had already been seen entirely by me once before. Your hair is too long, and it's tangled in the zipper a lot. Of course, it's going to be slow. Don't you usually tie your hair up? I asked. Mu Tangchun shook her head. No. Doesn't it bother you? It does. So why don't you tie it? I don't know how to tie it. Mu Tangchun pouted. She doesn't want to tie her hair. She wants to desperately. It's just that. Her practical skills are too poor. She can never learn. I couldn't help but laugh. So there are times when you're this silly too. HMH? You can't talk to me like that. Mu Tangchun puffed out her cheeks. I raised my hands in surrender. All right. I won't say it anymore. You're the best. Perfunctorily. Normally, when answering perfunctorily, you wouldn't even bother saying a word. HMPH. This is barely acceptable. The young woman's temper was erratic, came quickly, and left quickly. A moment later, I finally helped Mu Tangchun untangle all the hair stuck in her zipper. Ah, that hurts. Mu Tangchun unconsciously clutched her head, because the last strand of hair was forcefully pulled out by me, so the pain was quite distinct. This is a punishment for a silly kid. I placed that pink strand of hair into Mu Tangchun's hand, as if to make her remember the lesson. The young woman puffed out her cheeks. I am not a silly kid. You got your own hair stuck, and you're not silly. I just wanted to create an opportunity for a big brother like you to show off, just a little. Mu Tangchun turned her head away petulantly. That's right. She didn't get her hair stuck due to carelessness. She just wanted me to be less idle, to have a sense of participation between siblings. Yes, then thank you, my little sister, my youngest little sister. I smiled meaningfully. Then I turned and walked out of the fitting room, leaving Mu Tangchun alone inside, fuming but unable to do anything. I mentioned again that she was small, but she couldn't refute it. This guy is truly infuriating, as expected. After I entered the fitting room, there were no suggestive scenes, often found in light novels, nor was there any so-called steamy scene. It was just an atmosphere filled with a bit of hormones. Sometimes, I even doubted if I was truly a light novel protagonist. Come on. Bring on the steamy scenes. After a while of busyness, the four girls finally finished choosing their swimsuits. I swiped my card, and the bank deducted 2,011 yuan. Great! 4 swimsuits instantly cost over 2,000 yuan. The most expensive one among them was the platinum-colored set I chose for Mu Yulu, over 800 yuan. Even if I wanted to cry, I still had to pay this amount. This time, Big Brother spent a lot. Mu Yuye raised her hand and patted my shoulder. Her radiant face showed no hint of embarrassment. I have to say, this girl is truly carefree. She completely regarded me as her biological older brother and started extracting money from me. It's fine, just pocket change. I forced a generous smile. Mu Tangchun spread out her small hand. Give me 10,000. To see your true strength. I think you look like 10,000. I said, annoyed. We just made up. This little imp is already taking an inch when given a mile. Mu Yulu took a step forward at this moment. All right, everyone. We've finished buying our swimsuits, so let's head to the airport. Let's go. The other 3 responded in unison. Mu Yulu tilted her head and looked at me. Brother Mu, let's go. Wait a minute. I am going to buy this. After saying that, I turned and walked into the accessory store next door. I raised my hand and gently tapped her head. Enough with the sass. You hit me again. Mu Tangchun was a bit dissatisfied, but in the end, she still obediently turned around and said nothing more. Seeing that Mu Tangchun was obedient now, I immediately took it out from my shirt pocket. Took it out. The little crow-shaped hair tie I just bought at Swan Lake Mall. I skillfully started tying my little sister's hair. Every word the young woman said, I kept in my heart. You know how to tie hair? Mu Tangchun was a little surprised. She hadn't expected me to know how to do this. Before, I used to have really long wolf-cut hair, so I taught myself for a while. I explained briefly. Oh, I see. Mu Tangchun first enlightened. Then, with a teasing tone, she said, I thought you used to tie it for your girlfriend. Even if I have a girlfriend, that's not something a little sister should meddle with. You really do? You talk too much. Don't. Just tell me. I am super curious about your past love life. Sorry. No comment. I won't casually reveal the shameful truth that I've never had a girlfriend before. I quickly finished tying Mu Tangchun's hair. Then I patted her little head. Done. This way your hair won't get caught anymore. Mu Tangchun puffed out her little mouth. I already said it was just a small accident. All right. Small accident. Small accident. I yawned indifferently. Mu Tangchun didn't press the issue much further. She looked in the mirror, admiring her completely new appearance reflected there. A sparkling glint gradually appeared in her beautiful eyes. It's beautiful. Not just her, but the hairstyle I tied for her is also very beautiful. He's really multi-talented. Moreover, Mu Tangchun suddenly thought of something. A faint blush unconsciously appeared on her small face. He actually kept that in mind and quickly took action. This made Mu Tangchun feel, after such a long time, the feeling of being valued again. Her heart also warmed with it. Clearly, her hair issue was just a small thing. What's wrong? Not pretty, just so you know. You can't return it if you don't like it. I saw Mu Tangchun spacing out and immediately issued a disclaimer. The young woman snapped back to reality. She haughtily turned her head to the side. That's right. It's not pretty. Your skill is truly terrible compared to my eldest sister. TSK. I thought to myself. I was just being polite. She actually took it seriously and evaluated it. Therefore, to improve your skill, I've decided. My hair will be entirely entrusted to you to tie from now on. Mu G. Little classmate. For my ego, I am willing to sacrifice my flowing hair. Hey, aren't you just trying to exploit my labor? Just happily. Let's decide on that. Mu Tangchun turned and ran into the restroom, giving me no chance to refute. I helplessly put both hands in my pockets. Honestly, little sisters are really hard to please. Immediately after, I also turned and entered the restroom. 5 minutes later, I was washing my hands at the sink. A beautifully dressed woman suddenly approached and came next to me. Hello, handsome. Your style is so unique. Can we be friends? The woman took the initiative to speak very politely. At the same time, she held out the QR code on her phone. All right, I am not against girls proactively asking for contact information. I don't reject it at all. After all, I am not Liu Xiaohui. What kind of noble gentleman? Plus, I don't have a girlfriend right now. Why not? The woman's eyes lit up slightly. That's great. Nice to meet you. Sorry about that. I don't agree. Just as I was about to scan her QR code, Mu Tangchun suddenly rushed out from beside me and hugged my arm tightly and directly snatched my phone. The woman was a bit surprised. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? No. She's just. I am his girlfriend, so sorry, miss. Mu Tangchun smiled very politely. Seeing this, the woman looked at me with a strange gaze. A strong look of disdain appeared in her eyes. At this moment, I also felt uneasy, wanting to explain that. Listen to me. You scumbag. Asking for contact info when you already have a girlfriend. Wasting such a cute girl. Saying this, she put away her phone and quickly left the area. I watched the woman's departing back, speechlessly glancing at Mu Tangchun, who was secretly laughing beside me. Ruining your brother's love life. Is that really so fun for you? Huh. How did you know? It's written all over your face. Oh, come on. Don't mind the small details. Anyway, I don't think you liked her that much. Instead of wasting time later, it's better if I help you. Cut off all trouble from the start. Mu Tangchun swung her small hand in her pocket, meddling. This is called meticulous selection from your sister. Okay, sister. I remember, someone just said. She was my girlfriend. I looked at Mu Tangchun with a teasing expression. Mu Tangchun heard that and immediately averted her gaze, beginning to feign amnesia. Oh, was there such a thing? How could Zhao Chun, with such a good memory, not know? Suddenly, I moved very fast. Before the young woman could react, I pinned her against the wall The distance between our faces began to close. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Mu Tengchen, this isn't good. Is this the legendary sky of destiny? Your sentence just now. I heard every single word. You know, if I can't find a girlfriend later, you'll have to take responsibility. I looked down at Mu Tangchun from above. The young woman was now like a little lamb, hiding in the corner, trembling. Take responsibility how? Huh? What are you laughing at again? Hey, does that even need to be said? Of course, Mu Yulu was a little confused. She was just about to follow, but I quickly came out from inside. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Done, let's go. I walked at the front of the line. Mu Yulu thought to herself, Muji, is he always that fast? At the front of the line, Mu Yuye saw me arrive, and very naturally hugged my arm, and started introducing. Her basketball skills that night truly outclassed everyone, even though I didn't understand any of it. But Mu Yue still talked endlessly, forgetting everything else, as if they were truly biological siblings. After parking at the airport, I led the 4 girls through security. Let's go check in first. Then, after the second security check, we can rest, I said, looking at my phone. Mu Tangchen tilted her head in confusion. What is check-in? You don't know? I gave her a slightly strange look. Then I looked at the others, and found that they all had blank expressions. Bop. I slapped my forehead. I almost forgot. These 4 little sisters have never flown before. Of course, they wouldn't know about check-in, so I explained. Check-in is printing your boarding pass and choosing your seat. Only after checking in can you board the plane. It's not like everything is fine once you buy a ticket online. Oh, I see. The 4 of them suddenly understood. My knowledge has expanded. Going on a trip really does teach you a lot. Let's go. I'll take you through it once. The process. I led the way towards the check-in counter. The 4 girls followed closely behind, with me personally leading the way. The process then became very simple, since I advocated for light packing when traveling. So this time when we went out, we only brought 2 suitcases. After finishing the baggage check-in, the 4 girls looked at the boarding passes in their hands, as if they had seen something very new and strange. They picked up their phones and started taking selfies. To record our first time flying, it could be seen. The girls were all very happy, for everyone. The first time experiencing new things. Their hearts couldn't help but be excited. Muji, come here and take a picture with us. Mu Yulu invited me at this moment. I waved my hand. No. I don't have a habit of taking pictures. Huh? Is that real or fake? Mu Yulu was a little surprised. She saw me dressed so flamboyantly every day. She thought I loved taking photos. That's right. You guys can just take pictures. No. I still want to take a picture with Muji. Mu Yue suddenly took a step forward and tightly hugged my right arm. I want to too. Mu Nai also became bolder, quickly hugging my other arm. Today, whether you want to be this bodyguard or not, you have to. Mu Tangchen got a running start and directly jumped onto my back. That's right. A family should be complete. This is how it should be. Mu Yulu, in front of me, also rarely, revealed the innocent and romantic characteristic of a young girl. She stepped back and leaned into my embrace, then raised her phone towards everyone. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. Click. Along with a soft sound. The first group photo of me and the 4 sisters was born. After passing the second security check, everyone went to the waiting area to rest. After I arranged seats for the 4 girls, I stood up and headed towards the restroom in the waiting area. Today, it seems I ate something wrong. Mu-Ge, are you going to the restroom too? Suddenly, Mu Tangchen mischievously jumped out from behind me and lightly bumped me with her butt. Yeah. What a coincidence. Me too. I was a little helpless. This kind of thing doesn't need to be reported, right? How should I put it? I feel like I should still tell you. What if I fall into a pit? At least you'll be there to pull me out. Going into the woman's restroom means 3 years in prison. You know, I don't want to waste my youth. It's fine. I'll bail you out then. Mu Tangchen grinned. I glared at her. HMPH. You'll definitely stab me in the back then. Oh, come on. How could you expose my thoughts like that? Are you really planning to stab me in the back? Hee hee. Whether you get stabbed or not, it still depends on your performance. Mu Tangchun covered her mouth and laughed, then turned and headed towards the woman's restroom on the other side. I tilted my head slightly, seeing the pink hair of the young woman flowing freely. I called the young woman back. Mu Tangchun turned her head to look at me with a little doubt. What's wrong? Come here. I waved my hand at her. Although Mu Tangchun had some doubts in her heart, she still walked up to me. What's up? Turn around. Huh? What strange line is that? I feel like I've heard it in some obscure movie before. Mu Tangchen suddenly felt a little chill. Over there, Mu Yulu and the other 2 were sitting in the waiting area, also encountered a situation similar to this. three handsome young men, came to ask for their contact information. After all, the four Mew sisters each had their own unique beauty. Even if they didn't intentionally dress up, they still stood out in the crowd like cranes among chickens. However, compared to my attitude of not refusing anyone who came, the three sisters had a different way of responding. Mu Yulu coldly pushed up her glasses. Sorry, I have no intention of dating at the moment. Mu Yuye laughed heartily. If you want to play basketball, then sure, but what good is dating to me? Can it help me improve my basketball skills? Of course, if you can beat me, then it's not impossible to consider. Mu Naiyi directly threw her phone away. I don't have a phone. The young man opposite, well done. He's become a clown. After that, those who brought boredom upon themselves didn't linger and quickly turned around and left. However, among them, a Beifa Shaonian before leaving, turned his head to look at Mu Nai again. His expression was a bit pensive. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. Very quickly. Mu Tangchun. And I walked over from not too far away. Mu Yulu saw Mu Tangchun's slightly flushed cheeks and curiously asked, "What's wrong with you? Too hot? It seems like there's air conditioning in the airport." "No, I am fine. Nothing's wrong with me. It's just that the amount of activity was a bit much." Mu Tangchun raised her hand to fan herself. Her voice was a little flustered. A lot of activity. Mu Yulu was confused. What kind of activity is involved in going to the restroom? Mu Yuye then leaned closer. "Xiao Chun, your new hairstyle is so pretty. Did you tie it yourself?" Mu Nai also agreed. "Pretty." Mu Tangchun glanced at me and said somewhat triumphantly, "This small matter. Of course, I don't need to do it myself. Little Mu Ji can handle it right away." Wow. Mu Ji is so skilled. Mu Yu was not stingy with her praise. Mu Yula's eyes also lit up. Mu Ji really knows a lot of things. Mu Nai whispered, "I wanted to. Don't fuss. This is nothing big. It's very simple." Being flattered by three little sisters like this, I felt a secret joy in my heart. But outwardly, I maintained a very humble demeanor. Hey, I shouldn't say it. Ever since I got sisters, many things I learned before all had a chance to be shown off. A sense of accomplishment naturally arose in my heart. I walked to one side, picked up Mu Nei's phone and handed it to her. "Why throw your phone away? This isn't an old brick Nokia." "No, it's fine." The young woman took the phone and didn't say that she herself didn't want to give others her contact information, which is why she threw her phone. Mu Yu then stepped forward and directly used her head to butt my chest. "Mu Ji, I want my hair tied too. Does this girl want to headbutt me to death?" "Oh, my bad. Playing basketball always involves some small movements. I am used to it." Mu Yuye smiled somewhat awkwardly. I have to say, the people in this city are still too civilized when playing basketball. If this were back where she came from, as soon as physical contact started, opponents and teammates would already be elbowing her. In order to win in confrontation, she even specially trained in this elbowing skill. Heaven-defying. Let's talk about heaven-defying things later. You tie my hair first. "No. Your hair is too short." "No way. It's not short at all. Even if it's a small braid, I won't mind." "I mind. It's a waste of skill." "Don't scold. Don't scold." Mu Yuye clung to me, insisting that I tie her hair. I waved my hand in refusal, and so, the two of them kept competing. Mu Tangchun, beside them, helplessly held her forehead. Honestly, this second sister of hers sometimes gets so playful. Her childishness is even more concentrated than hers. Mu Nai happily watched all of this. She really liked these warm family days. Only Mu Yulu saw the intimacy between Mu Yuye and me as we played around. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Her small hands clenched together. She wanted to. She also wanted to play around with me like that, but as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, could she really, in front of her younger sisters, freely express her immature feelings? Mu Yulu didn't understand, and it was this very lack of understanding that plunged Mu Yulu into a dilemma. Very quickly, it was 6 p.m. I, along with the four sisters, had already passed through the ticket gate and boarded the plane headed for the seaside. Our seats were very good, all in one row. I sat in the outermost seat. Mu Yulu sat in the middle. Mu Tangchun, with the most active personality, sat in the window seat. She wanted to admire the view after the plane took off. On my other side, which was the left half of the entire row of seats, the window seat was taken by Mu Yuye. She and Mu Tangchun had the same idea. The middle seat was Mu Nai. She looked a little tense, probably feeling scared of new things. Next, the two young women. The last seat in that row was actually the Beifa Shaonian who had previously asked for Mu Nai's contact information. He looked at Mu Nai with an astonished expression. The corner of his mouth curled up. "Oh my, what a coincidence. miss. I didn't expect our seats to be so fated. Today, even heaven is helping him. Hello. Mu was also a bit stunned at this moment. She hadn't expected such a coincidence to happen in the world. It's just that she didn't want this kind of coincidence. The Beifa Xiaonian quickly sat down and immediately started chatting with Mu. Miss, your phone throwing move today was really accurate. Did you train in some kind of technique? I really couldn't tell. But then again, if you didn't want to be friends with me, you could have just said so directly. Why throw your phone? Aren't you afraid of wasting money? Or maybe, miss, you're a rich person. You don't care about this small change. I didn't expect that while traveling, I could meet a young lady who is beautiful, kind, and so wealthy. What good luck. I feel like I can buy a lottery ticket when I get home. The Beifa Xiaonian's mouth certainly knew how to talk. Once he started, he couldn't stop at all, especially since Mu was sitting right next to him now. He naturally had to seize this opportunity well. However, Mu was continuously bombarded by the Beifa Xiaonian. She just felt her head was about to explode. Too noisy, too noisy, too noisy. Mu hated noisy environments. Loud noises would make her recall past traumas. Their voices were also that noisy. Hello, young lady. If you just let me talk by myself like this, you should say something too. Otherwise, it will make me feel a little awkward. Tell me, isn't that right? You know you're awkward, yet you keep talking there. Is your face made of city walls? Just then, I, sitting one aisle away from the Beifa Xiaonian, suddenly spoke up. I pulled down the pink sunglasses on my face. My eyes were full of indifference. TSK. What an annoying brat. The Beifa Xiaonian looked at me, who had suddenly spoken, and was momentarily stunned. Excuse me, are you talking to me? Although the young man was a bit confused, his outer appearance remained as smiling as usual. Only his eyes unconsciously narrowed, looking a bit dangerous. I casually said, human language is for humans to hear. If you're not human, you won't hear it. Then let's just say I am casting pearls before swine, my friend. Although everyone has the right to free speech. But talking like this is undeniably too hurtful to others. Is that so? Then I am truly sorry. I usually talk like that. Please be a bit more tolerant. Oh, that's not right. Now, I should say you'd look a bit more handsome if you lost weight. I have only one principle when it comes to dealing with people and things. That is, I cannot allow myself to suffer a loss. The Beifa Xiaonian, being spoken to like that by me, immediately looked a bit unable to hold back. My friend, please tell me, have I offended you in any way? If so, I can apologize. But if you just want to show off your rudeness in front of this young lady, then I ask you to retract that impoliteness. Don't spoil everyone's mood for the flight. The white-haired youth presumptuously regarded me as his rival, and subconsciously, he thought, I wanted to use him as a stepping stone to impress Mu, to leave a really good, cool impression. I retorted with a question. You already know you're wrong, so where's the apology? The white-haired youth, being adaptable, immediately opened his mouth to apologize. My brother, I apologize for speaking a bit too loudly and disturbing you. Please forgive me. He was very clever with his words, whether it was stirring up trouble earlier or his apology now. Every word turned me into an unreasonable troublemaker and a delinquent youth with violent tendencies. Moreover, my way of dressing also perfectly fit the prejudice of a delinquent youth in everyone's minds. You're apologizing to the wrong person. It's her. I pointed towards Mu next to the white-haired youth. The young lady was also looking at me at this moment. Brother Mu. The white-haired youth decisively turned his head to apologize to Mu. I apologize, beautiful young lady. I apologize to you for my mistake of speaking loudly earlier. Suddenly, I couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Hearing that, the white-haired youth faltered slightly, but still suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and smiled, saying, Brother, may I ask, did I do something that made you laugh? Oh, my bad, my grandma is having a baby. Can you come up with an even more perfunctory excuse? Of course I can. Let's hear it then. Tesk. Tesk. Your taste is quite peculiar. I mocked him without hesitation. No wonder you're a trendy youth. Your taste is truly unique. You actually enjoy hearing these kinds of things. The white-haired youth was almost at his breaking point with this guy. I looked at my phone. While continuing to speak, your mistake is going against the young lady's wishes and continuously chattering, affecting others. Please stop attributing your mistakes to those inconsequential points. All right, you idiot. That last sentence, wasn't it still implicitly defending yourself? Have you no shame? The white-haired youth took a deep breath and said with a half-smile, Sir, may I ask what I do has anything to do with you? Or perhaps, do you and this young lady have some special relationship? You're not perhaps eyeing her beauty out of greed, and then develop malice towards me, are you? The white-haired youth was still trying to use words to make those around him grow suspicious of me. After all, his image was infinitely better than a delinquent youth like me. However, Although the white-haired youth's words were sharp, the people around him weren't fools. Seeing my attire, they wouldn't actively help an outsider by condemning someone who looked hard to mess with. Furthermore, they were currently in a confined space. If they were targeted by me due to a moment of impulse, then this flight wouldn't be pleasant at all. Everyone was an adult, as long as what I did wasn't too excessive. They would all turn a blind eye. Unlike those hot-blooded youths, who would act impulsively with their blood rushing to their heads, you must know. Most people on this flight were traveling with their families, who would want to take such a risk. I also guessed this point. That's why I had a backing and wasn't afraid. It's alright, I couldn't help but chuckle, and immediately tilted my head to speak to Mu-Nai. Scaredy cat, come here. Seeing this, the white-haired youth couldn't help but burst out laughing. No way, bro. You're not. You don't actually think that using your delinquent status can intimidate this beautiful young lady, do you? This is a society governed by law now, and you're calling her Scaredy Cat. Do you even know her? Whose name's Scaredy Cat these days? If you're just showing off, forget it. To truly lose all face, it's truly more harm than good. The white-haired youth observed and realized the Mu sisters all had their own unique natural hair colors, while my wolf-cut hair was clearly dyed. No matter how you look at it, there's no way he could be related to these beautiful young ladies. No way. Absolutely no way. Come here. Mu-Nai heard my call, and immediately stood up, carefully and cautiously avoiding the white-haired youth, and walked up to me. Mu-Yu-Ye, who was next to her, also followed closely. She had long found this guy annoying. If it weren't for not wanting to cause trouble for me, she would have already given him a fatal elbow jab. Not only that, Mu Tangchun and Mu Yulu, who were sitting next to me, also stood up, determined to back me up. In an instant, 4 beautiful young ladies with exquisite looks surrounded me. The white-haired youth, no, that's wrong. They actually seem to know each other. Damn it. Why? Why do all the good girls end up following a delinquent youth after comforting them? Can I finally meddle in others' business now? I politely asked. The others stood behind me with determined expressions, unanimously presenting a united front. Even Mu Tangchun, who usually loved to play tricks, was incredibly keen on saving face at this moment. The white-haired youth's mouth twitched. Heh, this time, he's truly become a clown. Just at this moment, the flight attendant walked over and reminded us, "Passenger, our plane is about to take off. Please take your seats according to your tickets, in your designated positions." The white-haired youth also grasped the key point at this moment. A cold, teasing smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, did you hear that? The plane is about to take off. So what if you all know each other? That woman will still have to sit next to me in the end. Won't she? What should I say then? Isn't that my business?" That's right. That's right, that's how it is. As soon as the plane takes off, he'll have plenty of opportunities to discuss that woman and that man. What he couldn't have. He absolutely wouldn't let the other party live in peace. Hearing the white-haired youth's words, all 4 girls looked indignant, glaring at him. Mu Yulu even clenched her small fists. This guy. Mu Yu-Ye cracked her knuckles. Nobody stop me. Let me punch this scumbag to death. Mu Nei clutched the corner of my shirt tightly. I don't want to sit with him. Mu Tangchun was also seeing this kind of scene for the first time in her life. Damn it. Only today have I discovered that there's someone in this world even more shameless than you. Brother, say whatever you want. Anyway, I'll do what I am supposed to do. If you've got the guts, then don't take this flight. The white-haired youth shamelessly resorted to dirty tricks. Today, he didn't believe that the 5 of them would be willing to forfeit their plane tickets. You should know that plane tickets from inland to the sea were not a small sum. The 4 girls saw the white-haired youth acting shamelessly. Although very angry, they were helpless. After all, these plane tickets were indeed very expensive, and they truly couldn't bear to forfeit them. The white-haired youth looked at everyone's expressions, and immediately showed a smug, villainous face. What now? No way out, right? Well, too bad then. Someone like me usually has no hobbies. I just like seeing you all hate me, but can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Who said there's no way? At this moment, I stood up, walked past the 4 girls, and went up to the flight attendant, and took out my bank card. All right. We're upgrading. Yes. Yes. Sir, may I ask if you'd like to upgrade to premium economy? No. We're upgrading to first class. 5 people. Upgrade all of us. I spoke very generously. In an instant, the white-haired youth's smug expression immediately froze in place. No way, bro. You actually have this much power? Then why were you sitting in economy in the first place? Oh. Right. Didn't someone want to pursue my scaredy cat? Then if you have the ability, follow us to first class. I added. Well. Surely someone doesn't lack this kind of power, do they? Kid, listen to me carefully. When you're out there, You talk with financial power. You talk with confidence. You're all talk. What good does it do? Without backing, you're still just a nobody. Damn you. Excuse me, sir, since you've insulted our esteemed guest. Therefore, we need to re-verify your plane ticket, as well as your personal information. Please cooperate. The flight attendant, before the white-haired youth could speak, actively stepped in to interrupt him. The white-haired youth. No way, sister. You're changing your tune way too fast. Afterwards, under the coordination of the flight attendant, the white-haired youth was ultimately escorted off the plane. After all, for them, every time there was an additional first-class esteemed guest, their revenue for this flight would increase several-fold. Not to mention, someone like me. Upgrading 5 people at once was truly the mark of a super-rich magnate. Very quickly, the plane took off. The white-haired youth watched the plane fly away and could only remain in the waiting area, powerlessly raging. Damn it, I only managed to buy this plane ticket by swiping my credit card. On the plane, I watched the continuous stream of light outside the window. The system panel appeared before my eyes. Master. Current abilities, extreme heat resistance physique, riding the wind and breaking the waves, limitless. These are the system rewards I've recently received. Honestly, I felt that the system rewards given to me were completely unlike anything that should appear in a slice-of-life story. Instead, they lean more towards high martial arts urban fiction, especially that limitless ability. It was truly heaven-defying, making an ordinary person like me possess the ability to single-handedly stop a heavy-duty truck. Although I got a little injured, the results were still incredibly explosive. Sometimes I also wondered, if I continued completing system missions, how abnormal would I eventually become? Thinking of this, I looked at another one of my system missions. Plum blossoms bloom thrice. Unfinished. Ingredients: peach branch enchantment, peach blossom wine, gentle breeze in bamboo grove pond, purple clouds, smoky red grapes, scarlet leaves, yellow osmanthus hidden. Ability: heat up. Heat up? What kind of strange thing is this? Could it be for my future girlfriend to experience what it's like when I raise the temperature to 70 degrees Celsius? I began to feel curious, but these weren't the most important things. The important thing was, how was I supposed to gather all the prerequisites for the third mission? As an academic ace, I could naturally understand what was represented. In the classical language of the system mission, peach blossom paste was peach blossom wine, bamboo grove pond was bamboo juice, red grapes were grapes. As for osmanthus, yellow hidden at the end, it was probably tropical durian. Thinking of this, my expression suddenly turned a bit strange. Wine, fruit, bamboo leaves. Damn it, isn't this literally marinating meat? Moreover, what good person would put something like durian into bathwater, a dark dish like this? How am I supposed to coax my sister to soak in bathwater like that? Definitely, still be called a pervert, right? I couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Boom. Suddenly, the plane shook violently. Mu-Nai, sitting next to me, was startled. She subconsciously reached out and tightly hugged my arm, and buried her small head into it. Ah! The young lady's delicate body trembled non-stop. Her mood had been very tense ever since the plane took off. Now it seemed even more serious. Don't worry, the plane just encountered some strong turbulence. It'll pass very quickly. I calmly reached out my hand, and gently patted Mu-Nai's small head. The young lady timidly looked up. Brother Mu. Yes, I am here. We won't crash. Will we? Don't worry. The annual probability of a plane crash is countless times lower than other forms of transportation. Basically, it can be counted to several decimal places. Unless what? Mu-Nai asked curiously. I began to ponder. Unless. My words weren't finished yet. A melodious tune suddenly played. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Not only that, several voices also echoed from the seats next to us. When this business trip of mine is over, we'll get married. A man was talking on the phone with a woman. Our research has achieved completely new results. I'll announce them after I land. That was an elderly scholar. Welcome, passengers, to the final flight of my career. After this flight, I will resign and retire. The captain's voice echoed over the loudspeaker. I swear, wife, in this entire life, I will forever only love you. A man knelt to apologize to his wife. Man. What can I say? It was a bald man toying with a basketball in his hand. A black man. Next to him was a bottle of iced black tea. Not good. The boss prize pool is still accumulating, although I couldn't see it, but I could clearly feel. The V above my head was getting redder and redder. Cold sweat on my forehead also increased. Brother Mu. What's wrong? Mu-Nai noticed my abnormality, and immediately asked with concern. My expression was a bit stiff. I couldn't help but reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. We might be about to enter an island survival storyline. 9 p.m. The five of us landed safely at the international airport of the coastal city. The plane ultimately did not crash, even though the boss gauge was full, even though we encountered hurricanes, lightning, and thunder along the way, heavy rain, and a series of unscientific weather phenomena, but we still landed safely. I have to say, my luck is truly formidable. It's so strong, I could write it on paper and chop down trees with it. Not that soft. A moment later, everyone exited the airport with their luggage. A cool sea breeze immediately swept over us. Ah, it's so comfortable, Mu Tangchun said excitedly. Compared to the mainland, the temperature here was only slightly over 20 degrees. Very suitable for someone with a heat-intolerant physique like her. Traveling with brother Mu was indeed not a bad decision, Mu Yulu said, with a giggle. Mu Nai, leaning on my arm at this moment, her legs still trembling slightly. So scary. Just now, when the plane was landing, she felt like the plane's wings were about to be broken by the wind. Mu Nai was so scared that her heart rate almost exceeded 200 beats per minute. Mu Yuye looked up at the surrounding scenery and asked curiously, I wonder if there are any basketball courts here. With this cool breeze, playing basketball would probably feel amazing. Hey, you're a visitor here, and you want to elbow the locals? I couldn't help but glare at Mu Yuye. Why not? Don't be so excessive, you little devil. I really am impressed by Mu Yue. Weren't they supposed to be on vacation? What kind of vacation involves running off to play basketball? Brother Mu, where should we go next? Mu Yulu asked. I took out my phone to check, and suddenly realized something. I couldn't help but click my tongue. Oh no, I forgot something important. Hearing this, the four girls felt their hearts tighten. What is it? He didn't forget something on the plane, did he? Or has brother Mu run out of money? Do they have to be forced to dive into the sea to earn money, just to be able to go home? I swiped the screen for a moment. Only then did I turn my phone screen towards everyone. Actually, it's nothing major. It's just that my original vacation plan didn't include you all, so I only booked one homestay room. Plus, you all decided too late yesterday, and the time to buy tickets was too rushed. Didn't give me time to prepare, so I forgot to rebook the rooms. Therefore, it's too late for us now to book a second room, although it's the low season now. But the one thing Huaguo doesn't lack is people, and they particularly love to compete. They already started booking their rooms more than 10 days in advance, so even if I wanted to book a room now, there's no opportunity left. All rooms are booked? No way. Hearing this, the four girls were immediately stunned. At the same time, they also realized a problem, that all five of them would have to stay together in one room, in a dark, narrow alley. A flamboyantly dressed female student was currently with two subordinates, cornering a simply dressed female student, continuously using the wooden stick in her hand to frantically whip the girl. Each strike, you could hear the whistling wind tearing through the heavy air. One could imagine how much force they were using. You bitch! Take this for coming in first. Take this for coming in first. It's not just because that woman jumped off the bridge that you luckily got first place in class, is it? Look how smug you are. You even dared to collect our homework, and you dared to report us for cheating on the exam. Are you tired of living? Or do you want to try the methods we used to deal with that slut? The lead female student screamed at the beaten female student's face, angrily questioning her. The force of her hand also grew stronger and stronger. After just a few strikes, on the other female student's cheekbones, there were already horrifying streaks of blood. No, I didn't report anything. The teacher found out himself. I didn't report you guys. The female student whimpered. Then why did you raise your hand? And you still say you didn't report us? The lead female student questioned. I just wanted to go to the bathroom. I don't know anything. Who gave you permission to go to the bathroom? I had a stomachache at that time. There was no other way. I truly had no other choice. Please, I beg you, let me go. If you girls want to squeeze in a bit, it's not impossible. Why should we be the ones squeezing in? Mu Tang Chun questioned. I said casually. If you want to squeeze in with me, it's not impossible either. Tay, Empei, who'd want to squeeze in with you? The young lady proudly turned her head away. Mu Yulu thought for a moment, and then spoke. I think Brother Must division method is very reasonable. Mu Yuye had nothing to say, and immediately raised both hands in agreement. I have no objections. Mu Nai also chimed in. I don't have any objections either. Mu Tangchen had grasped the core meaning of Brother Must's words. But if it's divided like that, then someone will have to sleep with Brother Mu. Actually, it's not impossible for two people. Brother Mu added a sentence from the side. After all, Brother Mu could also sleep on the large bed downstairs. Brother Mu wouldn't mind. The fourth sister thought to herself, this guy's really clever. Mu Nei hid behind Mu Wulu. She cautiously glanced at Brother Mu. An indescribable affection flashed in her eyes. I actually can, that's what she wanted to say. It's just that her voice was too soft, so no one there heard her thoughts. In short, that's how it is. The four of you decide carefully. All right, with that, Mew stood up. Send me all the dishes you want to eat. I'll treat everyone to the first dinner by the sea. After speaking, Mew walked out of the room, leaving only the four sisters, staring at each other, as if asking, do you want to sleep with him? Downstairs, Mu's actions were very quick. At the 24-hour convenience store, Mew bought 2 large bags of snacks. In it, besides the usual instant noodles and the items the four sisters wanted to eat, Mew also bought necessary items mentioned in the system's mission. It just felt a bit difficult. Mew looked at the bright moon in the sky. He couldn't help but sigh at the mission's difficulty. Not to mention anything else. The fake illness trick he used before definitely couldn't be used again. Hello, handsome. Can we get to know each other a bit? Can I get your contact information? Suddenly, Mangji walked up to Mew. Her tone was somewhat flirtatious. Mew glanced at her and didn't refuse. All right. Mew never had stereotypes against girls. As long as someone asked, he would basically give it. It was a kind of equality, treating everyone the same. Thank you, handsome. You're really kind. Mangji smiled happily, then took out her phone. Mew casually put his bags down. Just as he was about to add Mengji's contact, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a few faint scars on her wrist. Though very light, they were incredibly clear. Seeing this, Mew immediately pulled his phone back. Sorry, my phone's out of battery. Sigh, let's just say, fate will decide later. After Mew spoke, he immediately picked up the snack bags and turned to leave, giving the other party no chance to react, leaving Mengji rooted to the spot, with a bewildered and confused expression. What the hell? Didn't he say he'd give it? Why did he suddenly change his mind? She clearly saw that his phone screen was still lit. Mengji glared angrily at Mus retreating back, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction and venom. Fine. If he doesn't want to be friends, what's with the pretense? I am not incapable of finding men. He's just a little bit handsome. What's there to be arrogant about, you damn man? With that, Mengji arrogantly turned and left, and the moment Mew turned around, Muni's figure suddenly ran out from the homestay's main entrance and crashed right into his arms. The girl yelped in surprise, but when she saw it was Mew, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Brother Mew, why did you come down here? Is something wrong? Mew asked. Muni shook her head. No. Nothing. I just wanted to help Brother Mew carry some things. The little girl simply wanted to help. After all, carrying things for 5 people at once would surely be very heavy. Mew couldn't help but chuckle. You think with your tiny frame, you can carry anything? I can carry it. Muni showed him her slender arm, completely devoid of muscle. It felt like a light touch would break it. Stop that. I can still carry these things by myself. You coming down here to help me already makes me very happy. Mew smiled gently. Muni stubbornly said, Brother Mew, I can do it. No, you can't. I definitely can. Muni was unusually persistent tonight. After speaking, the little girl immediately took action. Seeing this, Mew no longer refused and let the little girl carry one of the plastic bags. Muni immediately exerted all her strength, wanting to prove herself a little. Just give me a fulcrum. I can lift the entire world. Thump. Accompanied by a dull sound, the bag Muni had just taken fell steadily straight to the ground, without any resistance. PFAFT. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I just found this little girl silly and adorable. I reached out and gently stroked Muni's small, still striving head, his voice laced with a hint of affection. All right, I'll carry it. The elevator's here. Let's go up together. With that, I picked up the bag from the ground and stepped into the elevator. Muni trailed behind. The little girl hung her head low, her small hands clasped together in front of her. Brother Mew, what's wrong? Am I really that useless? Why would you say that? My academic performance at school isn't very good. My social skills are just average. I don't have any friends either, and my physique is also so weak. As Muni spoke, her eyes couldn't help but well up with glistening tears. Why did the Mew family have someone like her, so useless? Not only was she an introverted and incompetent child, in the eyes of adults, but also a vulnerable, incompetent, and useless target, most easily bullied by her peers. Don't talk about yourself like that. I remember you're very talented at gaming. I immediately offered words of comfort. Muni sniffled. But I've already played for 30 hours. Why did I only reach the solo Asura rank? Sigh. You're a beginner. It's normal. Everyone's like that when they start. It's just 30. How many hours did you say you played? My words were halfway out when I suddenly realized something. My expression immediately changed. Wait. Something seems off. 30 hours? Mu Nai mumbled. Holy cow, I thought to myself. Back then, I had to grind for a full 200 hours to climb to the peak of solo Asura rank. But now Mu Nai is telling me it only took 30 hours from starting to reaching the peak. She even complained that she played too slowly. Listen, is that even human? I forced a smile. You play by hiding and getting points, right? It's fine. Even so, 30 hours to Asura is already very impressive. Your average damage per match is 30,000. PFFT. A sudden knife plunged into my heart. Win rate 45%. PFAF8. One spin yielded 6 red items. PFT, PFT, PFT. It hurts too much. It's truly too heartbreaking. I could endure everything else. Except for this one-shot red item thing. I couldn't stomach it at all. You should know that I spun the permanent dragon transformation chest over 2,000 times, and only got one red item in the end. What is this? Am I considered addicted to gacha? Brother Mew. Alright, stop talking. If you say any more, I'll die of anger. At this point, I quickly interrupted Mu Nai's spell casting. Originally, I had intended to comfort Mu Nai a little, but I ended up being the one who needed comforting. Very quickly, the two of them arrived back at the homestay. As soon as I pushed open the main door, I immediately saw the 3 sisters were currently wearing their pajamas, sitting in a W-sit position on the large bed on the first floor, their eyes fixed on the spinning wheel, a colorful one placed in the middle of the bed. Brother Mew. Third sister, welcome back, both of you. Mew Wooloo saw them return, and greeted them. Hurry up, third sister, we're all waiting for you. Mew Tangchun quickly ran over, pulled Mu Nai's small hand, and led her to sit down on the large bed. What are you guys doing? I put down the things in my hands, and leaned closer, asking curiously. Mu Nai did the same. She also didn't understand what was happening. Mew Tangchun smiled suggestively. Poch. Poch. What's there to say? Of course, it's the invincible super random wheel of fortune, with no tricks, no manipulation, to choose who sleeps together. That name is too abstract. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Brother Mew. It's like this, since we only have 2 beds here. The room conditions are a bit cramped, and considering that no one wants to sleep on the sofa, so we decided to leave everything to fate. Mew Woody explained with a hint of excitement. Mew Tangchun added, this wheel was made by the 4 of us. One spin determines the winner. We spin it once every evening, to decide who gets to sleep with Brother Mew in the end. Mew Wooloo also said, the reason for this spin once every evening rule is also to give those who are not resigned a second chance to choose. That's right. That's exactly it. Mew Woody and Mew Tangchun high-fived in the air, praising their own intelligence. After hearing this, I helplessly clutched my forehead. What do you mean? Not resigned? Among the 4 sisters, could there really be someone who desperately wants to sleep with me? What kind of international joke is this? All things considered, we've only known each other for a little over a week. All right, Mu Nai heard this. Her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. A spinning wheel? Doesn't that mean she also has a chance? All right, everyone, let's begin. Mew Tangchun said, then proactively reached out her hand, placing it on the pointer of the colorful spinning wheel, then forcefully applied pressure. In an instant, the pointer on the spinning wheel spun rapidly. The eyes of the 4 girls were fixed on it, not daring to be distracted even for a moment. Very quickly, under the effect of friction, the pointer on the spinning wheel gradually stopped. It pointed towards one person, 2nd floor of the homestay. I looked at Mu Woody, who was doing warm-up exercises before bed. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this the legendary aura of a living person? It's a bit too passionate. That's right. The ultimate winner of tonight's spinning wheel was Mew Woody. Mew Wooloo was disappointed. Mew Nai froze. Mew Tangchun was furious. That's impossible. Didn't she adjust the pointer's magnet? Why did it still land on Mew Woody? The young girl couldn't understand. The young girl was extremely puzzled. Hiya. Done. With the final movement finished, Mew Woody finally stopped warming up, her entire body brimming with overflowing energy. For a vibrant young girl like her, if she didn't warm up before bed, she would be awake all night, unable to get any sleep. Tonight, please teach me more, Brother Mew. Mew Woody bowed 90 degrees in front of me. I was utterly speechless. We're not performing some secret ritual. There's no need to be so formal. This is the proper etiquette for a brother. It absolutely cannot be neglected. Mew Woody said with a solemn expression, her eyes wide like brass bells. I was too lazy to argue with her about this, so I took a pillow and placed it in the middle of the bed. Tonight, I'll sleep on this side. You sleep on this side. This pillow in the middle will be the boundary. Don't you dare say I have bad intentions towards you. I'll hit you. My words weren't even finished. Mew Woody quickly took a step forward and directly delivered a kick, kicking the pillow that was in the middle of the bed right off. Brother Mew. You're being too polite. A younger sister sleeping with her older brother, does it need to be so clearly divided? Mew Woody flopped down onto my lap, pouting her small mouth in dissatisfaction. That's right. Brother Mew is treating her like a stranger again. After all, we've only known each other for a week, and we're not like normal siblings. In some matters, of course, a little caution is needed. I leaned slightly, and picked up the pillow that had fallen to the ground. Mew Woody suddenly leaned forward, her two hands cupping my cheeks. What are you doing? I asked. Mew Woody looked into my eyes, and said with a serious expression, Brother Mew, I like you. Huh? My face went blank. This person suddenly said such aggressive words, in broad daylight like this. Mew Woody continued, as the brother of us 4 sisters, I really like you, so it's that kind of liking. I don't know about others, but for me, as long as I still call you Brother Mew, you will forever be my dearest older brother. It has nothing to do with time, nothing to do with the past. Mew Woody's tone gradually became more heartfelt. Of course, this is the deep affection between siblings. I slowly raised my hand, and gently removed Mew Woody's small hands from my cheeks. You suddenly saying that, it gives me goosebumps. Is that so? I am just speaking from my heart. Even if it's from the heart, don't suddenly say it so formally. It's quite unsettling. I am quite a sentimental person. I can't stand these cheesy, rule-breaking words, especially when Mew Woody still had such an innocent and adorable face. Yes, Brother Mew. I understand, Brother Mew. From now on, I'll definitely ask for your opinion before speaking, Mew Woody said with a solemn expression. She's extremely serious about everything she does. All right. I guess she did listen to what I said. I let out a helpless sigh. This little girl always misunderstands me. Brother Mew, can I have a small request? Mew Woody suddenly spoke. I was a bit doubtful. What kind of request? Can you sing for me the song Ancient Mambo to lull me to sleep? The young girl's eyes sparkled with stars of anticipation. I didn't understand, and fell into contemplation. Ancient Mambo? Mew Woody suddenly yelled. I was startled, nearly going limp on the spot. The next morning, I woke up early, dragging my aching body into the bathroom, for no other reason, except that this Mew Woody girl was truly too strong. Last night, while hugging me to sleep, I don't know what kind of nightmare she was having. Her 2 hands suddenly tightened, almost squeezing me out of my pants, making me unable to sleep well all night. My whole body ached terribly. If I sleep with her again, then I am a dog, I secretly swore. From now on, I must definitely keep my distance from Mew Woody, for my own safety. Click, I casually opened the bathroom door. A waft of fragrance hit me in the face, and before my eyes was a girl with somewhat disheveled clothes, revealing a large area of sacred light on her chest, her blonde hair a bit messy, her small mouth still holding a toothbrush. It was Mew Wooloo. Because she was doing her personal hygiene, she wasn't wearing her glasses, causing her to temporarily not recognize the person outside the door. You are. Mew Wooloo squinted her eyes, realizing she still couldn't see the other person clearly. Her vision was hazy, as if obscured. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was inside. Just wash your face. After glancing at Mew Wooloo, I was about to turn around and leave. Well, to see such a stimulating sight so early in the morning. Look not at indecency. Look, not at indecency. Please wait a moment. Brother Mew. Hearing my voice, Mew Wooloo also recognized who had arrived. She hurriedly reached out her hand, one hand instinctively grasping mine, the other adjusting the collar of her shirt over her chest. Her fair face couldn't help but blush. He probably didn't see anything, right? After all, she couldn't see anything herself, so the other person must be in the same situation as her. What's wrong? I forced a laugh. Now I just wanted to escape immediately. Hold on, let me say this first. I haven't seen anything. Okay, if you want to call me a pervert, then please give me 50 yuan for emotional damages first. I quickly spoke to prove my innocence. Mew Wooloo heard this, and said, both embarrassed and annoyed, I would never say such rude things. That's great then. I secretly gave Mew Wooloo a thumbs up. Then I asked, so, why did you call me back? I want to ask Brother Mew to tie my hair for me. The young girl's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. Her head also unconsciously bowed lower. Unfortunately, she didn't see the tile grout on the floor. Ever since she saw Brother Mew tie Mew Tangchen's hair, she didn't know why. Her heart also yearned greatly to have Brother Mew tie her hair just once, not wanting to receive less than her other sisters. Hearing Mew Wooloo's request, I immediately agreed. All right, I'll tie it for you. Ah, really? Thank you, Brother Mew. Receiving my definite answer, Mew Wooloo's mood visibly brightened. She hurriedly turned around, intending to look for a hair tie, completely oblivious to the metal clothes rack right next to her forehead. The distance between them was just a hair's breadth. Careful. On the large bed on the first floor, hearing the commotion in the bathroom, Mew Tangchen put on her slippers and slowly walked in this direction. As soon as she pushed open the door, The little girl saw me tying Mu Wula's hair. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Strange. Just now, she clearly heard a strange sound. Could she have misheard? Also, eldest sister was clearly washing her face. Why would she be wearing her glasses? I don't get it. Thinking this, Mu Tangshan was still groggy and yawned. She turned and walked towards the large bed, hugged Mu Nai. She continued to drift into a sweet dream. Hee hee. Third sister, you smell so good. And you're so soft. Even your butt is bigger. The young girl's small hands were extremely dishonest, fumbling haphazardly over Mu Nai's delicate body, making the other person writhe on the bed. In the bathroom, I looked at the back of my hand, which, from protecting Mu Wula's forehead, had been hit and injured by the metal clothes rack. I let out a helpless sigh. All right, injured again. What Liu Ruyan said, indeed still held some truth. Brother Mu. Suddenly, Mu Wulu, who was leaning against me, spoke up. The young girl's voice sounded a little shaky. I asked with concern, are you hurt? I am not hurt, it's just my hand. When Mu Lu spoke, her beautiful face flushed rosy like the sunset at the horizon. My hand? I oddly lowered my head to look. I just realized that because I was in such a rush earlier to help Mu Lu block the attack from the hanger, my other hand had instinctively placed itself in what I considered the most suitable spot to hold on to. That was none other than the girl's ample bosom, so soft. Ah. No. That's not right. It should be deadly society. Shouldn't it? The reason Mu Tang-chun didn't see anything just now was because of where the two of us were standing. I was standing outside, completely shielding Mu Lu. This situation, even for someone as thick-skinned as me, rarely brought a hint of embarrassment to my face. Can you forgive me? I let out a helpless sigh. I don't know why. Ever since the Mu sisters came to this house, my ambiguous fate with women started to spread uncontrollably. Almost every hour, every moment, I could encounter such beneficial situations. But the young girl had already spoken. All right, then there's nothing more to say. Just electrocute me. I surrender. At this moment, Mu Lu turned around, her face full of anger as she looked at me. Big Brother Mu. Are you an idiot? I didn't mean Big Brother Mu shouldn't apologize. You did that because you were protecting me. I am grateful to you. I wouldn't even have time to say anything that would hurt someone else. I am a person. I have a brain. I have my own way of thinking. I can also distinguish right from wrong. I can't slander my benefactor. Or, in Big Brother Mu's heart, am I such an unreasonable girl? Mu Lu spoke sentence by sentence, each word deeply felt, showing her upbringing and her own values. In my eyes, she was radiant, like an angel, so righteous it almost felt wicked. I don't know if it's because I've seen too many gold diggers online, but meeting a girl with such normal values for the first time actually made me feel a bit lost. My little sister? Big Brother Mu, tell me, can I kiss you once? I said with a very serious expression. I truly adored this little sister to death. Huh. Mu Lu heard that, and her brain, which had been thinking very clearly, directly froze. What is he saying? Why did the topic suddenly jump to this? Although it's not that he can't. But could he please brush his teeth cleanly first? Mu Lu's thoughts were completely chaotic. Her CPU was burning up. After an hour of frantic activity, the five of us finished tidying up. We then went to the car rental shop downstairs from the homestay. Since the coastal attractions are all connected in a straight line, self-driving for tourism is definitely the most convenient mode of transportation. Mu Tang-chun sat on a rock nearby, watching Mu Lu constantly check her reflection. She couldn't resist teasing her. Eldest sister, you've been looking at yourself for almost half an hour. No matter how pretty Big Brother Mu tied your hair, you don't need to be so over the top. If you give him too much emotional value, hell, get a big head. You wouldn't understand. Mu Lu said with just 3 light words, and instantly shut Mu Tang-chun up. He's different. This is the first time I've given him anything like this. He absolutely has to cherish it well. Mu Lu at this moment was just like a little girl, devoting herself to loving and preserving the small gift her big brother gave her. A gift that belonged only to her. Mu Tang-chun helplessly held her forehead. Eldest sister's brain has been completely formatted. Mu Nai stood beside them, saying somewhat enviously, I also want Big Brother Mu to tie my hair for me. Hey, if eldest sister wants her hair tied, fine. Why do even you want to join in the fun? Mu Tang-chun said with a speechless expression. You wouldn't understand. Mu Nai said, turning her head away a bit proudly. She didn't want to talk to the little sister, who had taken Big Brother Mu's first time. Mu Tang-chun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Seriously? Are they isolating her again? Second sister, did I say something wrong just now? Mu Tang-chun turned her head to look at Mu Yu, wanting to find a little sympathy. However, Mu Yu, who was wearing headphones, completely engrossed in music, directly blurted out an excited line. You wouldn't understand. Mu-Tang-chun was speechless. Now she wanted to tell a story about a third betrayal. Kids, get in the car quickly. In the empty lot not far away, I had finished renting the car, rolled down the window, and shouted for the 4 girls. Coming. Everyone eagerly replied. They scurried closer, then got into the car. Because Mu Yulu had already suffered enough torment from my driving skills, so, this time it was Mu-Tang-chun's turn to sit in the passenger seat. I looked at Mu-Tang-chun, and couldn't help but click my tongue. My eyes were full of disdain. Too small. Hey, what kind of look is that? Take it back right now. Mu-Tang-chun's face was full of annoyance and disgust. HMPH. It's an honor for you that this young lady is sitting in your passenger seat. Others would be overjoyed, so what are you complaining about? If you were me, and switched from a D to a B, you'd also click your tongue. Huh? What? Mu-Tang-chun was stunned, a little confused. What exactly did D and B mean coming from my mouth? I raised my hand, playfully messing with Mu-Tang-chun's innocent little piggy head. Go home, kid. Go home. The adult world isn't for you. Don't mess with me. Mu-Tang-chun was furious, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She brushed away my large hand from her head. Again, this guy is treating her like an idiot again. Big brother Mu, where should we go play first? Suddenly, Mu Yu Yi, sitting in the back seat, spoke up. I looked at the map on my phone and said slowly, the homestay we're staying at happens to be in the central area of the entire tourist route. There are many attractions in the upper area. The distances are quite close. Driving isn't very convenient there. As for the lower area, the attractions are more sparse, and the distances between them are also very far. Driving is the most suitable. In short, I decided to start exploring the lower area first. Well, go wherever we want. Anyway, we have plenty of time. There's no need to rush. After all, a vacation should feel like a vacation. Relaxation and comfort are our goals. Those quick sightseeing tours would be a waste of this beautiful beach scenery. I had planned this vacation very early. Now I just needed to add the 4 sisters. The 4 girls beside me, hearing that I had such a complete travel plan, who already didn't like to use their brains, immediately tossed their brains out the window. Ah bah. Not having to use your brain is truly too wonderful. You can completely enjoy yourself without doing anything. Let's go. Everyone's excitement soared. After I put on an upbeat DJ song, I immediately started the car. And right after we set off, in the empty lot nearby, another car slowly drove up. The car window rolled down. A flamboyant, bewitching young woman stuck her head out. It was the girl from the convenience store last night who had asked for my contact information. Looking in the direction I left, the corner of her mouth gradually curled into a cold smile. I've got my sights on you, you damned man. On the coastal road, Mu-Tang-chun in the car took the microphone in the car and started karaoke mode. She looked utterly excited. For a little kid like her, as long as she gets to go out and play, her mood will be absolutely fantastic. Very quickly, a song ended. How was it? This young lady sings very well, right? Mu-Tang-chun looked at me with a smug expression, wanting me to praise her. I rested one hand on my chin and nodded seriously. It was indeed very good. I listened so intently that I almost couldn't help but stand up and unleash my quick time event. Come to skill. Then, increase attack by 1200. All allies gain 20% damage. All allies gain 25% critical damage. All allies recover 2,950 health. Change quick support to link skill. Characters entering the field via quick support gain 24% damage. Mu-Tang-chun was dumbfounded. Are you playing games so much that you're going insane? What kind of crazy talk is that? She hadn't played the corresponding game and simply found the song good. So naturally, she wouldn't understand the meaning of what I called linked skills. You've never played before. If you've never played, why the hell are you singing? I thought I'd found a gaming soulmate. I didn't hold back and taunted her. Sure enough, I shouldn't have held any hope for this damn kid. Hey, you! Damn it. Mu-Tang-chun was furious. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to pounce on me. However, just as she was about to make a move, she was stopped by Mu Yu-lu. Her eyes were full of pleading, as if saying, little sister, please, kneel down, I beg you. Absolutely do not lose your temper right now. Everyone's lives are still in his hands. Mu Yu-lu cherished her life deeply. She didn't want to crash at this moment. Mu-Tang-chun saw her sister's eyes and immediately calmed down. That's right. If they crashed, she would also be game over. Must endure. Mu-Tang-chun looked at my face. Although she felt extremely wronged inside, she finally used the Dragon King's exclusive skill, endurance. All right, next up. It's my turn to sing. Mu Yu-yi snatched the microphone from Mu-Tang-chun's hand, ready to showcase her singing talent. But just as she was about to start, the piercing sound of a car horn, beep beep beep, suddenly blared from outside. It startled everyone in the car. Whoa, it's so noisy. Mu-Tang-chun immediately covered her ears. The other three did the same. I slightly tilted my head and looked in the rearview mirror. I saw a black electric car was closely tailing our car. The other driver continuously honked. Moreover, their headlights and hazard lights were all on full blast. They had no intention of turning them off. It's probably a new driver trying to overtake. Let's give them some space. Because I had 4 sisters in the car, I didn't fuss too much with the car behind. If it were normal circumstances, I would have directly pointed a finger and engaged C-gear, cursing, and asked about their parents, family tree, and relatives. Thinking of this, I steered the car to the right shoulder and put on the right turn signal to indicate to the other driver, meaning he could overtake now. However, the piercing beep 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 horn did not lessen. It was even more aggressive than before. Not only that, the other driver showed no intention of overtaking. The headlights kept shining straight ahead, the flashing lights like rockets, shining directly into my rearview mirror. Are they looking for trouble? I quickly figured out the other driver's intentions. I had politely yielded the road, but the other driver was still relentlessly tailing me. With just that level of skill, they dare to pick a fight with me on the road? Interesting. The corner of my mouth slowly curled into a dangerous arc. Mu-Tang-chun at this moment spoke up with an annoyed expression. This person is doing it on purpose, right? We've already given him way, but he's still honking incessantly. That's right. What exactly does this guy want to do? We're all driving according to traffic laws. Plus, we only arrived here last night. There's no reason we would have offended anyone new. Mu Yu-yi also said with confusion. Mu Na-yi's face was tense, her complexion pale as she spoke. Kidnapping them. Could it be that when we arrived, we showed off our money and were targeted by bad guys? Are they preparing to kidnap us for ransom? Mu Yu-lu calmly analyzed. I don't think kidnapping is very likely. After all, it's a society governed by law now. The other party might simply be someone who wants to take out their anger on the world, specializing in bullying outsiders. Mu Yu-yi added. It could also be someone from the car rental shop deliberately trying to pressure us, to make us get into a car accident, and then keep our deposit. Yes, it's very possible. Mu-Tang-chun at this moment unbuckled her seatbelt. She opened the passenger seat window, preparing to directly curse at the car behind them. She hated being at a disadvantage the most. Calm down, you idiot. I reached out my hand and quickly pulled Mu-Tang-chun back. Mu-Tang-chun said irritably, "Why are you pulling me? Why won't you let me curse at him? There are surveillance cameras. You'll lose points." I pointed at the Dragon Gate frame with cameras on the road. I am a very lazy person. I really don't want to go back to school to make up for lost driving license points. Mu-Tang-chun said furiously. No way, big brother. We're about to be deafened by the other drivers honking, and you're still worried about your driving license points. Damn it. Points are precious. Kid. I don't care. If I don't curse him out today, my heart won't be at peace. Mu-Tang-chun said, then tried to stand up again. At this moment, I spoke up. But on the other hand, I have a very satisfying way here. Do you want to try it? Huh? What way? Mu-Tang-chun turned her head back curiously. The corner of my mouth subtly curved. A super satisfying way that can make the other party literally fly to the sky. Really? Sworn brother? You've got this. Sworn sister. I looked at the stretch of road with surveillance cameras we were about to pass. In my eyes, hidden behind my sunglasses, a hint of madness gradually emerged. Since he wants to play like this, I'll play with him to the end. Mu Yu-lu at this moment seemed to sense something, instinctively grabbing onto the armrest of the back seat. Mu Na-yi snuggled into Mu Yu-yes arms. Mu Yu-yi excitedly opened the car window. She was ready to watch a good show. Mu-Tang-chun also, she wanted to see how I would make the other party fly to the sky very quickly. The car had passed the last surveillance camera on this stretch of road. Beep, beep, beep. The car behind was still continuously honking. The bewitching girl sitting in the car, the corner of her mouth curled into an amusing smile. You damned man. This is for refusing me. This is for refusing me. Get ready to crash on this road. It'll make you regret coming to this place for vacation. Regret not agreeing with me. Everything you encounter today is your own doing. Thinking of this, she once again placed her hand on the hazard light button, preparing to blind me. But the very moment she was about to act again, the car in front of her suddenly moved. In just a brief second, I performed a maneuver, a divine driving skill that surpassed ordinary understanding. It directly left her speechless on the spot. The girl was stunned. Holy cow, you can drive a car like this? The bewitching girl felt a bit incredulous. She had also been a menace on the roads for many years and had flashed her lights at countless experienced drivers. But my maneuver today was something she had never seen before and only seen in movie scenes. At the same time, this was the first person who dared to counterattack her. Hateful. The bewitching girl gritted her teeth. You've already angered me. Then just obediently get into a car accident for me, you bastard. She stomped hard on the accelerator, preparing to ram directly into me. Dodge? Then let's die together. The bewitching girl had completely gone crazy. However, facing her madness, I merely curled the corner of my mouth, forming a mocking smile. At the same time, I waved at her. Sayonara goodbye. I quickly swerved the steering wheel hard, returned it to the straight position, then swerved to the left, revealing a huge tree trunk. As for the girl behind me, because she was blinded by my headlights just now, her eyes were still in a state of glare. She couldn't see the road clearly. Coupled with the hard stomp on the accelerator earlier, she basically couldn't react in time. And so, the girl let out a piercing scream. Boom. Accompanied by a dull collision sound, her car, without any surprise, slammed into the tree trunk. The large tree trunk snapped in half. Of course, because this car had a very high safety rating, the airbags had also deployed. Plus, I controlled the speed of both cars very well, so even if there was a crash, it wouldn't pose too great a threat to the life of that bewitching girl. At most, she'd have minor injuries, and her wallet would bleed a lot. Damn it. You damn man, just you wait. I will definitely make you pay. The bewitching girl held her bleeding nose and watched as I drove away. Her eyes were filled with venomous resentment. She was this old and had never suffered such humiliation. Never. It had always been her bullying others. She would not allow herself to suffer even the slightest loss. And after I left, the new driver who had just been driving next to me looked at his recently acquired driver's license, his face pensive. Damn it. I knew that old geezer was still holding back and hadn't taught me everything. On the other side, I parked the car in a spot quite close to the seaside. This was our first attraction for today. So cool. Big brother Mew Tang-chun, after getting out of the car, looked at me with excited eyes. Holy cow. A 180-degree turn on the spot, and driving against traffic too. Even in novels, this would be a very unreasonable existence. Modesty, a little modesty. I popped a lollipop into my mouth and said very calmly. However, my slightly trembling hands had already betrayed me. To be honest, if I hadn't eaten anything this morning, I would probably have to change my pants now because I have wet myself. That maneuver just now was when I was taking my driving test. Coach Lao Deng, wanting to film a video, specifically use me as a guinea pig. I hadn't used it in years. Executing it just now, it's a good thing no accidents occurred. A retching sound echoed. In contrast to Mew Tang-chun's excitement, Mew Yu Lu and Mew Nai couldn't stand such centrifugal force. They immediately knelt on the sand, howling. It's the beach. It's the sea breeze. It's the vast, distant sea, yet so close before our eyes. Mu Yu Yi, after getting out of the car, immediately ran towards the beach with an excited expression. I shouted after her, "Be a little careful." "I know, big brother Mew." Mu Yu Yi replied without turning her head. Hearing Mew Yu Yes reply, I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a little nauseous. Would I have said such things before? Aren't those the words old mothers say? Could it be that I really have immersed myself in the role of an older brother? Wait for me. Second sister, Mu Tang-chun shouted to Mew Yu Yi. Then she turned to look at me. Remember to teach me that move later, okay? You're really shameless. He. Let's happily decide that then. Mew Tang-chun smirked slyly. Then she immediately followed Mu Yu Yes' footsteps. Big brother Mew. Is that driver okay? Mu Yu Lu had also come back to her senses by now and asked me. She was still quite kind-hearted. Although the other party acted very unethically, their crime wasn't punishable by death. Don't worry, they won't die. As for his car's speed control ability, he was still very confident. The collision speed was about 35 miles per hour. Nothing too major would happen, unless that car exploded. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. That sound came from not far away. It didn't really explode, did it? Mu Yu Lu said worriedly. Muji, can I take the blame for you on this one? Suddenly, I grabbed Mew Yu Li's small hand. Her face was full of pleading. Huh. You don't want to? I want to. But I can't bear to let you take the blame. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. She quickly returned to normal. With just this level of traffic accident, how could I let you cry behind bars? Not to mention, there were no surveillance cameras there. HMPH. Mew Ji, you're teasing me again. Mew Yu Lu puffed out her cheeks, slightly annoyed. I put one hand in my pocket and walked towards the beach. I also want to gaze at the sea. I also want to go barefoot and run freely on this soft sand. Sorry, I'll be careful next time. Mu Jae. Catch this. Suddenly, Mew Yue's voice reached me. Before I could even react, I saw two small shoes, along with 2 pairs of white ankle socks that were just changed this morning, flew down from the sky. The 2 young girls were now barefoot, stepping on the sand by the sea. The shoes in their hands were a bit cumbersome for them, so they threw them all to me. I was a bit speechless. Seeing this, I quickly caught them under the sea breeze. I helplessly took a deep breath. The beautiful girl's shoes indeed smelled very fragrant. The 2D world really didn't lie to me. Latest news from our station. A boy in High City, while playing with firecrackers, threw one down a manhole, causing an explosion. Fortunately, no casualties have been reported yet, but we urge parents to carefully supervise their children and drive carefully through this section of the road. If you encounter those mischievous kids, drivers, please hit them. Ah, my mistake. Please stop and yield the way. Let us use love to influence them. Thank you for listening to our broadcast. In the car, after having fun running by the sea, the whole group was relaxed and carefree. Listening to the morning news of the coastal city today, Mu Yulu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. No one was hurt. The car didn't explode either. She was still too kind. All this time, she had been worrying about that troublemaker who caused the accident. Mu Tangchun aggressively waved her small fist. This time, he got lucky. Mu Yu Ye put her hands behind her head, resting her feet on the back of the driver's seat. Couldn't help but exclaim, seriously. Kids nowadays are really getting worse and worse. I remember when we were little, going into someone's yard to pick up our drop ball. We were all so terrified, let alone burning manholes. Dangerous. Too dangerous. Mu Nai hugged her fair legs, extremely worried about what she had just heard on the news. After the manhole exploded, would that road easily collapse? Would it cause earthquakes and volcanic eruptions? Would they fall into it? The more the young girl thought, the paler her small face became. She truly had a bit of persecution paranoia. All right, everyone, this is just a small matter. Now that we've seen the sea, let's prepare to go to the next destination. Do you guys have any special places you want to go to? After turning off the sound, I was just about to turn my head and ask for the opinions of those sitting behind, but my head had only turned halfway. My cheek accidentally touched something soft, white, soft, pink and cool. A faint fragrance wafted into my face. Sorry, Mu Ji. I didn't mean to kick you with my foot. Mu Yuye felt the warmth coming from her toes, hurriedly pulled her foot back. Oh no. Oh no. How could she act so disrespectfully towards her beloved elder brother? I casually wiped my cheek, found it was a bit damp, and there were a few grains of sand. I asked, didn't you guys wipe your feet before getting in the car? After running barefoot on the beach, there would still be some fine sand clinging to the skin. Mu Yulu heard that, lowered her head and looked down at her own fair, pink jade feet. She was a little embarrassed. Sorry, Mu Ji, I forgot. Mu Yuye giggled and scratched her head. I couldn't find a towel. Mu Nai mumbled. I didn't want to bother Mu Ji. Mu Tangchun looked at her small foot with purple nail polish. A mischievous smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Oh, dear. I thought this foot-wiping thing was something Big Brother would help with, so I didn't care anymore. She wanted to tease me. After hearing what the four sisters said, I helplessly rubbed my forehead. No wonder this whole time I kept feeling that the humidity in the car was excessive. It turns out the reason was here. Xiao Chun, don't talk to Mu Ji like that. Mu Yulu scolded her, although in her heart she really wanted me to help wipe her feet. But this matter, no matter how you look at it, it's insulting to others. No normal person would accept it. HMH. I just said a few random things. If you don't help, then so be it. Mu Tangchun pouted. Big sister is really something. It was just a joke. Does she have to be so serious? Are you sure you want me to help you? I suddenly asked. Mu Tangchun heard that. Her expression froze slightly. What do you mean by that? Just the literal meaning. At this moment, my face was serious. It didn't seem like I was joking at all. Mu Tangchun instinctively stepped back. Her throat moved. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What does this guy mean by doing this all of a sudden? He's not a foot fetishist, is he? All right. I want Mu Ji to help me. Mu Yue leaned forward from the back seat, said with a giggle. She didn't care about such things at all. With Big Brother's help, she could openly be lazy. Mu Yulu hastily stopped her. Xiao Ye. Mu Nai's small face was slightly red. In her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of anticipation. I wanted to. Mu Yulu was a bit stunned. That's not right. Why is everyone relying on Mu Ji so much? Shouldn't it just be her? Mu Tangchun saw someone take the lead, immediately perked up. She directly held out her jade-like foot in front of me, aiming straight at my cheek. You said it, Big Brother. If you regret it later, don't go finding Big Sister to scold me. I didn't pay attention to Mu Tangchun. Instead, I turned my head and looked at Mu Yulu. My eyes seemed to say, only you are left. Mu Yulu was looked at by my gaze, the instinctive words of refusal due to her initial reservation. The corner of her mouth immediately curled into a cruel arc. She immediately opened her mouth. From now on, gather all your connections in High City, bring them all to me. focus on Lamb Island, ready to ambush that scoundrel at any time. Huh. Wait, Meng Ji. I have a question. Are you sure the other party will go to Lamb Island? What the hell? What nonsense. They've already taken that route. How could they not go to the hottest tourist spot? Yes. Yes. Meng Jie, calm down. Apologize for what? Are you a pig? You have to ask me about this? Stop apologizing here. What's the point of apologizing? Immediately now. Take action right away. I want to chop that man into 100 pieces. Yes, Meng Jie. I am going to do it right now. Then beep beep beep. Meng Ji's words weren't even finished. The other party had already hung up on her. The anger in the girl's heart burned even more fiercely. Damn it, useless trash. A bunch of useless trash. In a fit of rage, she directly threw her phone to the ground. Her intense emotions made her pant incessantly. Her towering chest kept heaving. Ah. Everyone deserves to die. Meng Ji raged in frustration. She lifted her foot and repeatedly kicked the electric scooter next to her that was already turned off. She was venting her anger. However, it was precisely under this slight impact, which was originally stable, the battery pack suddenly burst into flames at this moment. The terrifying flames directly caught fire on Meng Ji's shoes. Ah, fire. Quick, put out the fire. Meng Ji immediately fell to the ground, rolling miserably. The burning pain made her scream, but no one around paid attention to her. Because of her behavior, her rude behavior just now, had caused others to label her as mentally ill, a label that couldn't be removed. It's better to have one less problem than one more. Over there, at the ticket counter for Lamb Island Ferry, Mu Yulu was buying tickets at the window. I was looking at my system panel, deep in thought. Congratulations, Master, you have activated a special mission. Wiping the sand off the jade feet of the 4 adopted sisters can be completed. Mission progress complete. Random reward. Introduction. The user can, according to their own will, create a bathtub from nothing to use. Can be used once a day. That's right. It's the mission. The reason I helped the 4 sisters wipe their jade feet just now, absolutely not because I am a foot fetishist, but purely to complete the system mission. It's just that. Why is this system reward so abstract? Is this asking me to sell bathtubs to get rich? I was a bit speechless. If I had known, I wouldn't have done this mission. I really brought trouble upon myself. After this incident, who knows? My great image in the hearts of the 4 sisters might have completely collapsed. A messy, foot fetishist adoptive brother. If this gets out, my lifelong reputation would be ruined in an instant. Moreover, that brat Liu Ruyan might mock me for life. Hey. This isn't a foot fetish. We can board the ship now. Mu Yulu called out to me. Hearing that, I somewhat helplessly turned off the system panel, got up, coming. Whatever. Let's just leave it at that for now. Anyway, my reputation among my peers isn't great. This kind of action actually fits the persona of the hoodlum. Others label me as Lamb Island. Huh. I heard the scenery there is exceptionally beautiful. Mu Tangshan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Mu Yue wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand, a place where there was no saliva. She was a bit impatient. I heard there's also a cliffside cafe there, where you can enjoy the scenery while eating sashimi. The taste is extremely. In the hungry girl's eyes, there was no appreciation for the scenery. It was all craving for delicious food. For her, other than exercising, nothing was more important than eating. Hey, second sister, why do you keep thinking about food? Mu Tangshan couldn't help but complain. This person is truly obsessed. Mu Yuye paid no attention to Mu Tangshan's complaint and ran to my front, her face pleading. Mu Ji. Food. Hungry. Please, don't worry. I am here. I will definitely be responsible for making your stomach grow big. I said seriously. Mu Tangshan said irritably. Don't casually say such misleading things. Hey. This kindergarten area prohibits driving. Mu Yulu watched everyone laughing and having fun. She only felt a wave of warmth. The corner of her mouth curved upwards. This will definitely be a wonderful trip. Soon, everyone passed through the boarding corridor and arrived at the pier. Here, there were no tall human buildings to block the view. The wind on the sea blew freely at the tourists, making everyone's hair fly wildly. In the sky, countless seagulls were circling high above, occasionally emitting surprising sounds. Ha ha. Sometimes I really wonder, are those seagulls actually mocking me? That cry is indeed exactly like the widely circulated sound online. There is no difference at all. Muji. Just before everyone was about to board the ship, Munei suddenly reached out and grabbed my hand. Seeing this, I curiously turned my head to look at her. What's wrong? Scared. Munai's small hand trembled slightly. Hearing this, I thought Munai was afraid of the sea, so I squeezed her hand a little tighter. Don't worry. I'll hold you tight. Really? That's great. Perhaps it was because she felt my large, reassuring hand. Mu Nai's uneasy mood finally stabilized a little. Only then did she step onto the yacht. Mu Nai also didn't know why she was like this. She only knew that the moment she saw the yacht, she felt incredibly panicked. Her emotions also uncontrollably became anxious. Splash! The waves crashed against the hull, and it was this very noise that instantly shattered Mu Nai's newly gathered courage. She instinctively rushed into my arms. Her slender body trembled helplessly. So confused, her heart was in turmoil. Her breathing was also rapid. Her mind could no longer think. People often say that a young girl's sixth sense is very accurate, and Mu Nai's sixth sense was constantly telling her at this moment, definitely, don't go to that island. Ge, yes. I am here. Please. Please don't ever leave my side. In Mu Nai's voice, there was an unprecedented plea and vulnerability, making one feel very pity. I was very moved in my heart. I pursed my lips and spoke very seriously. Don't worry. I won't leave you. Whoosh! The yacht started. The sea breeze on the sea also became fiercer. Mu Tangchun stood on the deck, stretching out her hand, wanting to catch the seagulls in the sky. Hey! Don't you guys run around. Let this young lady catch you for a photo. The young girl saw live seagulls for the first time, so she wanted to take photos with them. However, all things have spirits. For those who wanted to go to the pier every day to find some fresh potato chips, like them, they naturally would not indulge Mu Tangchun's desire for photos. They only mocked her unintentionally. In the sky, countless seagulls soared, but none belonged to Mu Tangchun. She was busy for a long time and only got a handful of sea spray in return. Damn it. I am so mad. You guys even dare to mock me. Mu Tangchun was furious, so angry that she stomped her feet on the deck. However, just at this moment, a seagull flew over Mu Tangchun's head, circling around. Mu Tangchun's beautiful eyes lit up. Could it be that what you say is what you get? Splat! A blob of an unidentified black and white mixed liquid just fell from the sky and landed squarely on Mu Tangchun's forehead. In an instant, Mu Tangchun froze on the spot. Are you kidding me? Am I not a little princess, fragrant and soft, liked by everyone, blooming for flowers? Cars burst tires upon seeing me, with a slight germophobia, favored by 10,000 people. Why would a seagull dare to poop on her forehead? Peft! Idiot! Seeing Mu Tangchun's miserable appearance, I really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mu Tangchun held a tissue while wiping her forehead. She glared at me irritably. You're the idiot. You're the idiot. You're the idiot. Mu J. Don't laugh at me. If you laugh again, I'll shove poop-stained paper in your mouth. Ha! Still quite rude. Aren't you? Do you need me to manage you? All right. Not laughing anymore. Not laughing anymore. You're clearly still laughing. I am really not laughing anymore. You're lying. You never stopped. My sister had a baby. I opened my mouth with a serious expression. Mu Tangchun immediately looked bewildered. What are you talking about? What kind of crazy talk is that? Mine. Mu Tangchun's CPU immediately exploded. What the FCK? What did she just hear? No wonder they keep saying online that AI can't replace humans. With this kind of language arrangement alone, could a human really say that? Seeing Mu Tangchun so simple-minded, I didn't intend to continue teasing her anymore. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I just won't let you play that. Didn't you want to catch a seagull? I'll help you. With one hand, I held Mu Nai's hand. The other hand was raised to the sky. Mu Tangchun showed a look of disdain. HMH. Bluffing. Without any draft. You don't believe me? That's obvious. This young lady is so amazing, yet I can't catch a seagull in the sky. Could it be that you're even more amazing than me? Although Mu Ji had the strength to stop a truck with bare hands, it was indeed formidable. But in a sport that requires both speed and eyesight, like catching seagulls, she didn't believe Mu Ji could continue to be so formidable. The corner of my mouth curved slightly. So, if I catch one, then what do you plan to do? HMH Mu Tangchun. I'll say here today, if you catch one, I'll directly give you. How long do you want? One night? Good. I like straightforward girls. I nodded in satisfaction. Indeed worthy of being the most pampered little princess of the Mu family. She truly doesn't know the weight of her bets. Mu Tangchun glared at me fiercely, her eyes filled with ruthlessness. Don't celebrate too soon. Mu Ji, if you don't catch a seagull, then I will. The young girl was stunned. What happened? On the seagull's face. At this moment, it was still in an extremely bewildered state. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just flying in the sky, thinking about which pier to go to tonight to get some chips? Why was I suddenly caught? Hey? Mu Tangchun looked at the seagull in front of her. A feeling of unreality surged in her heart. No way. This is a seagull flying in the sky. This guy just so easily, simply caught it? He's too fast. I looked at Mu Tangshan's stunned expression. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. Of course, I couldn't catch a seagull myself, but who says I don't know how to hack the game? 20 minutes later, the yacht docked. Everyone successfully landed on the island. Mu Tangshan and Mu Yue walked at the front, starting to look for a map to navigate. Mu Yulu saw that ever since boarding the ship, Mu Nai, whose complexion was still a bit pale, was still holding my hand, so she asked concernedly, "Third sister, are you alright?" It was still the first time she had seen. Mu Nai's complexion looks really bad. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, eldest sister. Mu Nai reluctantly forced a weak smile. She pretended to be okay. The young girl didn't want everyone to worry about her at this moment, because everyone was very excited. She didn't want to be the one to ruin the atmosphere. Really? You look so pale, sister. Maybe you have a fever, Mu Yulu said. Anne was about to reach out to touch Mu Nai's forehead. Seeing this, the young girl instinctively dodged. No need. At this moment, I also stepped forward. Xiao Lu, because I am watching over her. Nothing bad will happen. Huh? Are you really sure? Don't worry. But won't that be too much trouble, Brother Mu? Looking after one's sister is a brother's responsibility. Isn't it? Isn't that right? I smiled gently and gestured to Mu Yulu. She can rest assured and leave Mu Nai to me. Seeing that I had said so, Mu Yulu didn't insist anymore. All right then, ill trouble, Brother Mu, to look after her. It's no trouble at all. Saying that, I led Mu Nai forward. Mu Yulu followed behind the two of them. She looked at Mu Nai, who was tightly holding my hand, refusing to let go. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Although she didn't know what had happened, her innate female intuition told her there was definitely an untold secret between these two, and it probably had a great deal to do with Mu Nai. Moreover, it was clearly the most introverted of the four sisters, the most timid, and the quietest, like Mu Nai, who had the best feelings towards me. Mu Yulu couldn't figure it out. Could it be Brother Mu likes this type of girl? Eldest sister, hurry and come here. Just then, Mu Tangchun yelled to everyone behind them. I led Mu Nai and Mu Yulu quickly walked over. What's wrong? This girl is always so noisy. Mu Tangshan excitedly pointed at the map. Everyone, look quickly. This island's map. Hearing the mention of the map, the three of us looked over curiously, only to see, on the map sign erected at the island's entrance, the entire tourist route of Blue Island surprisingly formed a perfect closed loop. Except for a few small branching paths, it was almost entirely a main road, and furthermore, ahead was a left and right fork, meaning whether they started their tour from the left or started their tour from the right, they would eventually return to the starting point and meet up. And then what? I asked. What's so special about that? Mu Tangshan said excitedly. This island's route is a loop. That means we can split into two paths and tour from both the left and right sides, and we can also have a speed competition to see who reaches the observation deck at the top of the island first. This young girl really loves to find some excitement for herself. As long as there's a competition, there'll be motivation. Mu Yuye agreed. I think Xiao Chun's suggestion is very feasible. She loves competitions the most. Mu Yulu, however, had slightly conservative thoughts. I think it's safer if we still go together. After all, this is an unfamiliar island. If anything happens, everyone can support each other. Sigh. Eldest sister, you're always so overly worried. This is a tourist destination. If they dare to open it, they must ensure safety, Mu Tangchun said indifferently. Mu Yulu was still a little worried, but, eldest sister, when traveling, having fun is still the most important thing. After all, it's already so stressful and rigid normally. Don't be too rigid sometimes. Mu Yuye, standing beside her, also spoke up. Mu Yulu fell silent upon hearing this. If only Mu Tangchun had said so, perhaps Mu Yulu would have insisted a little longer. But as the second sister of the Mu family, since Mu Yuye had also said the same, she had no reason to dampen everyone's spirits any longer. Moreover, she actually quite wanted to try this type of game. It's just that, as the eldest sister, even though she wanted to shed the responsibility on her shoulders, but when faced with this situation, she still couldn't help but pick up the worries of an old mother. Eldest sister, don't worry so much. Come play with us. It's rare for everyone to get out for a trip. Mu Tangchun pulled Mu Yula's hand, pouting. Mu Yuye also rarely acted cute. Please, my kind eldest sister, I like you the most. Eldest sister will forever be my good sister. All right. I really give up on you guys. Mu Yulu helplessly agreed. Then she turned to look at me. Brother Mu, do you think this is okay? She was asking for my opinion. If I didn't agree, then she wouldn't agree at all. Mu Tangchun and Mu Yuye saw this, and also looked at me expectantly, wanting me to nod in agreement. I looked at everyone's eager eyes, and didn't answer immediately. Instead, I glanced at Mu Nai. How is it? can you go? Compared to the others, I was more concerned about Mu Nai's condition now. I want to go with Brother Mu. Mu Nai's voice was still so soft, but her tone was unusually firm. I nodded and looked towards everyone. If everyone wants to play like this, then Xiao Lu, Xiao Yi, and that silly girl will be one team. Starting from the left, Mu Nai Yi and I will be one team. Starting from the right, yes. Brother Mu, no problem. Brother Mu, you're the best. Don't call me a silly girl. Mu Tangchun instantly bristled. Why is that? This guy is so friendly to others, but to me, he's so mean. If you weren't a silly girl, would you have given your book to me? I reached out and rubbed Mu Tangchun's head. Then I led Mu Nai to the right side. Mu Ji, this lady will go all out against you. Mu Tangchun completely lost it. She immediately started yelling, wanting to go down with Mu Ji, but she was dragged away by Mu Yu Lu and Mu Yuye. The two of them looked at each other, and both saw the helpless smile in the other's eyes. These two really can't go a day without arguing, or they'll feel itchy all over. The path up the island on the right, because the island's tourist route consists of mountain climbing stairs. Walking around would be quite troublesome. Plus Mu Nai, whose physical condition seemed very poor. To accommodate her, I had to slow my pace. Huff, huff, huff. 10 minutes later, Mu Nai clung to the handrail of the stairs, gasping for breath with heavy pants. Sweat poured down her forehead like rain. Are you okay? I asked with concern. The young girl tried to nod. I can walk. She wanted to stand up and prove she could still walk. However, under the blowing sea breeze, her body swayed, almost falling down the steps. I quickly reached out to support Mu Nai and led her to the nearby resting area. Sit down. You rest for a bit. Go buy some water. I handed the young girl a tissue. Mu Nai took it with both hands. Thank you, Brother Mu. It's nothing. Stay here and don't wander off. Go buy you some tangerines. Ah, no. Go buy some water. If anything happens, text me. I suddenly realized. Joking with this old meme didn't seem very appropriate, so I immediately corrected myself, then turned and left. Because the location of this resting area was quite secluded. The water vendor was still 200 meters away, so I still had to walk a bit further. Very quickly, my figure disappeared behind the ancient tree at the bend. Damn it. I am a bit speechless. Doesn't it know this is a critical moment? Ding. Seeing that the master needs to drink Mu Nai's bathwater to continue using this system. Therefore, based on the system's humanism, a special privilege is opened for the master. Condition 1, the Nanjing Treaty awaits signing. Condition 2, Master, please call me your foster father. From now on, well, each mind our own business. I call you master. You call me foster father above. Please accept a bow from your foster son. I didn't hesitate at all, and immediately cupped my hands and bowed to the air to be able to find the missing Mu Nai. Today, I am practically risking my life. At worst, at the grand finale later, just use the Fengshan halberd to stab this system to death. Master, dispense with the formalities. Your humble father will activate cheats for you right now. Condition 1, the Nanjing Treaty has been signed. After the system achieved its desired condition, it immediately began to exert its power. In an instant, an image similar to the divine sense that probes all things in cultivation novels suddenly appeared in my mind. A moment later, relying on astonishing eyesight, I quickly found Mu Nai's figure within it. Found her. She's over there. Mu Nai was covered with a black bag over her head and was being violently dragged away by a group of people. She had absolutely no power to resist. Her fair skin, as she passed through the forest undergrowth, was scratched into a myriad of crisscrossing wounds,